Here we go. And boom, we're live. Graham, great to see you again.
Nice to be back with you, Joe.
And we were just talking about your new book, America Before, that there's two versions of it. There's one version, and then there's a newer version that's a Barnes & Noble version that's specific to Barnes & Noble that has an extra whole chapter in it.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, and so they can get that at Barnes & Noble. I'm just trying to keep bookstores alive, man. They're on the way out.
I think it's really important, and that's one of the reasons that I did this, because I had finished the book, and then Barnes & Noble came to me through my publishers and said they would like to do a special edition of the book, but in order to do that, I needed to write them some extra material. And I had a lot of material that I hadn't put in the book, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity to put that out there.
Beautiful. So if people want that, it's a little bit different, and there's a small gold square.
Okay, so first of all, my website, grahamhancock.com, has a page about America Before, and the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is there, as well as the link to the standard edition, which is on Amazon and iTunes and all kinds of other places. So grahamhancock.com and the America Before page, the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is right there.
All right, there it is. So how is this, before we even get into the book, what is it?
Go to Talks and Events.
Okay, we're on the Graham Hancock website.
No, go to books. Go to books. Go to America Before.
Bam.
Bam.
There it is.
Go to United States, you can see Amazon, Barnes, and there's Barnes & Noble.
Special edition.
Special edition. Click on that.
There you go. And then the ebook as well.
The ebook is available. The audiobook, which I read myself, is available there. And then if you scroll down, oops, that shouldn't be there.
It's damn pop-ups.
Damn
Sons of
pop-ups.
bitches. I am so happy you read it yourself. I get angry when someone else reads someone who I'm like, come on, he can talk.
Yeah, I enjoy reading web books myself, and what I've learned from feedback I get from audiences at presentations is people like me doing that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. It's just weird when someone else is talking in your voice. Like, hey man, I know you're not Graham.
You know that I write fiction as well as nonfiction.
Yeah.
And the one thing I can't read is my fiction.
Really?
Because fiction requires accents. You really need an actor to read a fiction book who can get into the different characters. But for a nonfiction book like America Before, it's very straightforward for me just to read it myself.
I agree. I'm a tremendous Stephen King fan, but when I read Stephen King's books where he reads them or listen to them when he reads them, they're terrible. He's awful at it.
I don't think a novelist should read their own novels. I think that's a job for an actor. Oddly enough, I've just been reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series. Very near the end of the 7th volume of that.
Yeah, I'm just a giant fan of his, but man, when he reads it like he's just reading it.
Yeah.
It's like, oof, this is rough. It's hard to get behind. Anyway, America Before.
So on the website, there's details about the book. There's a page where there are links to the book. And also the other thing I would like to take this opportunity to mention is I'm in America and Canada for the next 7 weeks. And I'm going to be doing something like 25 presentations in something like 20 American cities, and then 3 Canadian cities in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And that's all on the Talks and Events page of my website. So if anybody wants to come along and meet this old man in person, I'll be doing those events.
And are you doing these at theaters, and do you allow Q&As? Like how does this work?
Absolutely, I allow Q&As. I encourage that. I feel as an author that, frankly speaking, I'm nothing without my audience. I owe my audience, my readers, big time. And what I try to do at events is to give back as much as I can. So if people want to take pictures with me, I am absolutely up for that. I don't understand why anybody would want to do that, but it's fun. It's kind of fun. And when people want to come to the desk where I'm signing and ask me personal questions, I'm ready to do that.
Sometimes buddy.
On the British book tour, which I just finished, I was behind in the event space for 4 hours after the event finished.
Wow.
Signing and taking pictures. But it's a joy.
When I went to Brazil,
it's a really opportunity for me to interact with the people who actually make
proud of it. Yeah, buddy. I like it. It's nice.
Beautiful. So what inspired this? I know
in Brazil they wanted to see the snow so badly.
First of all, we should just say, for people who don't know, you have been at the front of the line for decades, talking about these lost civilizations. And from reading your work, I mean, I think I first read your work in the 90s. You exposed me to a lot of these, what were at the time controversial ideas that have now been substantiated by actual evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe and I mean, all the water erosion stuff on the Sphinx, and I've since had Dr. Robert Schock on the podcast to talk about that as well. But all this stuff was at one point very controversial, and now far less.
Yes.
I mean, whatever traditional academics and traditional historians that are trying to, I guess it's archaeologists, that were trying to resist, they've let go a lot of that. They've had to with things like Göbekli Tepe.
They've had to because the evidence has overwhelmed them. And Göbekli Tepe is an excellent example. Prior to the discovery and excavation of Göbekli Tepe, which is a site in Anatolia in Turkey, it was the very firm view of archaeologists that there had been no megalithic architecture anywhere on Earth. And when I say megalithic, I mean literally big stone circles, huge constructions, nothing like that before at the very, very earliest 6,000 years ago.
Go back to school.
And they would point to sites in, for example, Malta, a site called Gigantia, which is about 5,800 years old. That's the oldest megalithic
I want to do simple stuff like fucking scour, LiDAR,
because these were agricultural societies that generated surpluses, free up people who could become specialists in architecture, in astronomy, in geometry, and they could apply their skills to the construction of these sites. But what they never considered possible was that a society that was hunter-gatherers would have created a gigantic megalithic site. And then suddenly, Göbekli Tepe is discovered. It dates to 11,600 years ago. It's more than 5,000 years older than the supposedly oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And it is in the center where there had been no previous evidence of agriculture. But the moment Göbekli Tepe appears, agriculture appears as well. And this is just something that's really hard for archaeology to explain. They've suddenly got 5,000 years of missing history that they've just never taken into account. And what I see them doing is largely avoiding the problem rather than getting to grips with it directly. And in fact, there have been a great number of changes in the last 20 years, which have worked generally in favor of the arguments that I've proposed.
Well, I'm so happy for you because I know that for a long time you were out there on your own.
The original OG Dickus Khan
very
color
much
is
so,
back.
and
the Dickus Khan color.
Also subjected to the most blistering and deeply unpleasant criticism from the archaeological fraternity and from their friends in the media, like how dare this journalist propose that history might be different or that we might have a forgotten chapter in the human story. It was regarded almost as offensive that I would put this material out there, and archaeologists felt it was their responsibility to show the public that I was full of shit, and that was the whole way my work was greeted, and to a certain extent still is greeted by archaeologists. But things have changed. Central to my work was the notion of a global cataclysm, roughly 12,500, 12,800
my YouTube also was slowly growing, man.
It made sense to me in 1995 when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, but there was no compelling evidence for a global cataclysm then. All the evidence seemed to point to that time and a massive global event. And then from 2007
Mega Man,
onwards,
but it's
more than
it's
a
taking
decade
a while
after I wrote
to process
Fingerprints of the Gods,
HD. It's over 2 hours.
60 major scientists who are seriously proposing that the Earth was hit by multiple fragments of a giant comet 12,800 years ago,
and
that
to like your
caused a
video.
huge rise in sea
So
level.
I uploaded 2 Donkey Kong videos.
They are not
one
saying
liked,
that it also wiped out
one I didn't,
a
and
lost
one I liked
advanced
got, like,
civilization of
double
prehistory. I'm saying that. But what has changed is that we now have compelling, hard scientific evidence. I'm not saying every scientist accepts it. It's the nature of science to dispute findings. But we have a group of 60 major figures who have seriously proposed this in all the leading mainstream journals, and it's changed the balance of power in this argument, because one thing that they used to say is Hancock can't be right because there was no global cataclysm 12 or 13,000 years ago. Well, now we know there was, and there are various explanations for it, so that's moved things along. And the other thing that's changed a lot is the attitude of the man in the street to authority. That has changed. Back in the 90s, authority figures were the gatekeepers. They controlled everything. If an authority figure in a discipline like archaeology said Hancock is completely wrong, he's made all this stuff up,
4K,
that would generally be believed, not by everybody, but by the majority of people. Today, to have a mainstream authority figure say that to me is actually an advantage, because people are so distrustful of authority, and rightly so, because we've been lied to by authority figures in all fields for so long.
Did you go Hyde Park?
shit has been so enormous that people are finally waking up. We can't
like,
trust what authority figures say.
And I think we can thank the internet for that.
We can thank the internet for that, yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the more recent evidence of a crater that they just discovered, like fairly recently.
Yeah, dude, Greenland.
Yes, enormous.
It's an enormous crater. It's 18 miles wide. It had not been discovered before because it's under ice. It's under a lot of ice. At the end of the Ice Age, Greenland was one area which never lost its ice cover completely, whereas North America, everywhere north of Minnesota, was covered in ice a mile, sometimes 2 miles deep. Europe, the same, Northern Europe. But Greenland kept its ice, whereas the other parts of the world lost their ice at the end of the Ice Age. And what's interesting about Greenland is there's already evidence of comet impact in Greenland, which goes back to papers published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2013, that they found what are called impact proxies in Greenland. In other words, nanodiamonds, carbon spherules, and evidence of a lot of platinum and iron was found in a layer in the ice dated to 12,800 years ago. But the next development, that you're absolutely right, and this was just a few months ago, was the discovery of this humongous crater in Greenland, and evidence that it was caused by an iron impactor of some kind. Gentleman? Now, dating of it, I would be irresponsible to say that crater definitely dates to 12,800 years ago, because the work has not been done to prove that yet. But what I can say, and what the specialists who have explored and excavated the crater are saying, is that it's recent. They can say for sure that it happened during the last Ice Age. Under the crater is nothing but massively disturbed and destroyed and completely wrecked ice from the Ice Age, from the Pleistocene. Above it is smooth, perfect ice from our epoch, which is called the Holocene, which began about 11,600 years ago. So all the evidence suggests that this crater dates to that period between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. But to absolutely confirm that, more work needs to be done. But it's part of a growing pattern. The Younger Dryas impact scientists, they call themselves, they call this the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And it's because there was a period in the Earth's geological history that geologists call the Younger Dryas.
Yeah, he's out, right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if it's the same fucking guy.
To 11,600 years ago. It's a very mysterious period. We see all the megafauna dying off suddenly,
weird, man. I didn't know that.
Rapidly. We see rises in sea level. We see a huge collapse in global temperature.
Is that what he did?
It's a cataclysmic epoch. And what is becoming clearer and clearer is that the evidence that a comet was behind it is extremely strong. And as more and more evidence comes in, we realize how widespread it was. So they found evidence of the impacts as far south as Antarctica now. Previously they were focused very much on North America. Now as far south as Antarctica, as far east as Syria. This was truly a global event. And it changed the world.
How is he actually out?
And it's my case that it wiped our memory of a previous episode of human civilization, that right at the epicenter of this cataclysm was a civilization that we would regard as advanced, not a simple hunter-gatherer civilization, which was utterly wiped out.
Everyone's innocent, no one's guilty guy.
And I should say, for anyone who's really fascinated right now, please maybe pause and go listen to the two that you did with Randall Carlson, where it really goes into depth about the impact, the evidence of these impacts, the evidence of the very quick demise of the Ice Age, and what may have resulted in all these floods that you read about in the Epic of Gilgamesh, that you read about in Noah's Ark, and that all these things are probably tales of stories that people pass down from generation to generation that survive this time.
Yeah, because we now know that at that time, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, truly global cataclysmic events involving rapid rises in sea level did occur, and suddenly the worldwide tradition of a global flood stops being just a myth and starts being a memory, an account of real events. It's been my privilege to work very closely with Randall Carlson.
Yeah,
Randall is absolutely amazing. He is a total genius. He's also a gentle giant and such a kind generous, spirited person. It's a joy to work with him, and every minute spent with him is an education. I had the privilege of traveling across the Channel Scablands in Washington State with Randall, and seeing things through his eyes really opened my eyes to the scale of this disaster. You know, you could look at these giant boulders called glacial erratics, and they just look odd sitting there in the landscape. But when you really consider how they got there, that they got there in icebergs the size of oil tankers, that were carried on floods that were at least 500 up to 1,000 feet deep, that were tearing through the Channel Scablands, literally ripping the landscape apart. Then the icebergs would ground on valley sides, the flood waters would recede, the icebergs would be left there. Giant icebergs, and as they melted away, they revealed the rocks that they had in chain caught up within them, and they're scattered all over the landscape. And you look at that and you think anything that was underneath that 12,800 years ago is gone completely. There can't be anything left of it at all. Utterly destroyed.
And I would encourage people that are interested in this to please watch the YouTube videos of it, because Randall provides all sorts of video and photographic evidence where you can take a look at the landscape and you get a perspective of how immense this destruction was.
Yeah, it's really important to see that, because it's easy enough to talk about floods and cataclysms, but actually to see its effect on the landscape directly it has an emotional impact. I felt emotional traveling across the Channel Scablands, realizing that this was the heart of an event that changed the world completely. And the evidence continues to build. In America before, I've not gone over old ground that I went over in Magicians of the Gods, that we covered in the various interviews and podcasts, of which it's really a good idea that people take a look at. But what I have done is added the new information published since 2015, which further supports the younger dry ice impact hypothesis and the notion that multiple fragments of a giant comet
I need to sell something. I need like a product to sell. That'd be great. Combo.
So what was the motivation behind creating this book, America Before?
It's a curious mixture of things. I have been exploring the possibility of a lost civilization for more than 25 years. That was the essence of my book, Fingerprints of the Gods, that was published in 1995. There has been a huge forgotten episode in human history. I continued to follow that in a series of other books, and by the time I got to 2002, when I published a book called Underworld that followed 7 years of scuba diving on continental shelves, looking for structures that were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age.
Not just the fact
I really felt I'd done it. I felt I'd walked the walk.
They're trying to force us
put out
to
the public a massive body of information, and I thought my role in this is over, and I can breathe a sigh of relief because it's hot in this particular kitchen, and I can go do something else. And I ended up writing a book about psychedelics. I ended up writing Supernatural Mediums of the Teachers of Mankind, about the role of psychedelics in the origins of the human story. But then new information started to come out that touched on the lost civilization idea, and I couldn't just stand by and ignore that information. And that's why I published Magicians of the Gods in 2015. And then, as I was researching that book, I became aware of something I hadn't realized before, that there's a massive
we've learned from tech is that
from the Americas, specifically from the Americas, which completely rewrites the story of human history, that the Americas have been misrepresented for a very long time by archaeology. And archaeologists will be annoyed with me for saying that. They have a way of forgetting their own errors, of saying, oh, well, we knew that all along. It wasn't the case. But the fact of the matter remains that for the best part of 50 years, from the 1960s through until about 2010, American archaeology was locked in a dogma that they actually had a name for, which was Clovis first. That they invented a name for a culture. They called them the Clovis culture. We don't know what they called themselves. They were hunter-gatherers. They first appear in the archaeological record 13,400 years ago, and they vanish from the archaeological record 12,600 years ago. And for a very long time, it was maintained adamantly that these were the first Americans, that no human being touched the soil of the Americas until 13,400 years ago. Just animals, but no human beings present at all. And any archaeologist who attempted to dispute that dogma, and I use the word deliberately, there should be no room for dogma in science, but any archaeologist who challenged that would face severe problems with his or her career. they would be mocked and humiliated at conferences, like an archaeologist called Gyges from Canada who excavated in the
Obviously, he was there like years before.
Humiliated at conferences, insulted, accused of making stuff up. Their research funding would be withdrawn. Basically, to challenge Clovis first was the end of your archaeological career. So naturally, very few archaeologists wanted to challenge Clovis first.
What was this gentleman in the Yukon?
He's called Gyges Mars. And interestingly, the Smithsonian, just in 2017, did a big kind of mea culpa, a big admission about this, that everybody had got things wrong, that Gyges Mars had been ruined by the Clovis First lobby, but he'd been right all along. The site he excavated in the Yukon was re-excavated in 2017, and every single thing he said was correct, even though they had just sneered at him.
In what year was he?
He was excavating in the 1980s and the 1990s.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive.
Like this run, this time?
Well, I think he's vindicated, and it's kind of nice to be vindicated. Yes. That there's almost a place in folklore for the individual who is scorned and humiliated, by others, but who turns out to be right, and he was right. But my point about this is that
I don't even want to say
what it meant was, since it was the dogma that Clovis was first, that the oldest dates were 13,400 years ago, there seemed to be no logic to archaeologists in digging deeper. You know how it is with archaeology, that the upper levels are the youngest, and the deeper you go, the older it gets. That's why we say Upper Paleolithic for the late Ice Age and Lower Paleolithic for the late Stone Age and lower for the older Stone Age. And the feeling was, no need to dig below the Clovis layer, because we already know that there were no human beings there before that. Then a few archaeologists, I mentioned Gyges Mars, but another is Al Gyges from the University of South Carolina, who excavated a site called Topper in South Carolina. Now, Topper is an incredibly rich Clovis site. It's full of their tools, their points. They made these special flint points that were used as arrowheads and spears.
I'm joking, but I'm actually kind of...
He finished excavating the Clovis level, and then he did something that was supposed not to be done. He decided to dig deeper. And he carried on digging down, and there was a layer of about 1.5 meters of barren soil, and then beneath that, more human artifacts. And they finally date those back to more than 50,000 years ago. And then in 2017, published in Nature, by Tom Desmarais, who's the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum, and a bunch of other very high-level paleontologists, published in Nature magazine, evidence for human presence in North America 130,000 years ago. Now, this has really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Now, if humans were present in North America 130,000 years ago, and archaeologists have been telling us for 50 years that they were only present from 13,000 years ago, that's 10 times as long that we've had humans in North America capable of doing stuff. And the archaeological dogma has prevented any search for what they were doing until very recently.
What was the evidence from 130,000 years ago?
Okay, so it's not the. Let me be clear about this, because this is something that is often misrepresented in my views. It is not the evidence for an advanced civilization that we find 130,000 years ago in America. The evidence that we find is evidence for human presence. And what they were doing was very much Stone Age stuff. It's a mastodon. It's a mastodon skeleton that was excavated. It was actually found by accident during road construction near San Diego. An archaeologist was attached to the road construction crew and immediately stopped construction, and they investigated it thoroughly. And what they found was so much dynamite in the early 1990s when they found it that they decided not to publish at the time. Because what they found was evidence that those mastodon bones had been cracked open by human beings using tools, and that the marrow had been extracted. That one tusk had been left standing upright in the ground, and another had been left beside it. That a femur of the animal had been taken away completely from the site, and there was assemblages of instruments that were used to smash and break the bones. And the conclusion of the team was that only one kind of creature could have done that work using tools on a mastodon, and that's human beings. That's classic human behavior. So this sets the goalposts in a totally different place. Suddenly we have to consider that humans have been in America for 130,000 years. We already know that a dogmatic approach of archaeology has rather refused to look at anything older than 13,000 years ago. And what it does is it generates an engine of demand that we need to be looking at those missing 100,000 plus years. We need to be looking at it hard. Of course, the immediate reaction has not been to go looking for stuff in the other 100,000 years. Most archaeologists have responded by saying this is impossible. It can't be so. But that's precisely what they said to Jacques Cinq-Mars, who said that humans were in Bluefish Caves in the Yukon 25,000 years ago. And it's precisely what they said to Al Goodyear, who said humans had been at Topper 50,000 years ago. And they were both right. And I believe that Tom Desmarais and his team, you don't get a big article published in Nature unless it's already pretty solidly based and pretty much peer reviews. It has produced a reaction. I would be wrong to say that it's universally accepted. It's very much challenged, but it's intriguing.
What is the challenge?
The challenge fundamentally comes from we archaeologists know that there were no human beings in the Americas that far back. To put it in perspective, it's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Europe. It's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Australia.
And this is just evidence of the first human beings.
Yes.
We have to point out how difficult it is to find evidence of human beings.
It's extremely difficult to find. You know, sometimes we imagine that archaeologists are working with masses of skeletal material. No, they're not. They're not. I mean, this is one of the ironies. The whole Clovis first dogma, you would think that they had masses of material to work with. They did have the tools, but in terms of skeletal remains, just one. Just one single skeletal remain from that period.
One of the things that Michael Shermer had sent me was this dispute that perhaps the bones had been cracked open by the excavation material.
Yeah,
the excavation machines.
I saw Michael's email last night, and I appreciate that Michael wants to continue to engage with this subject, and that's his job. He's a professional skeptic, and it's his role to do so. But what he misses out, it's true that a new paper has been published, which raises questions over the what's called the Cerruti Mastodon.
Okay, that door's getting
which
way
is the
better.
Site that Tom Desmarais
at
San Diego Natural History Museum.
That door might be the difference.
And what's interesting, since Michael took the trouble to write the questions, can I just read you something that I responded to on this?
Sure.
Which is that
to the microphone.
Yeah. Basically, this paper was in no way a refutation of the original paper in Nature. As a matter of fact, the gentleman who wrote that paper never even looked at the archaeological remains that are now in the San Diego Natural History Museum. What he based it on is reference, I'm quoting from the abstract of the paper itself, reference to a freeway right-of-way map and construction plans, contemporary road building practices, and work site photographs available on the internet. In other words, the site was not visited. They simply looked at secondary references. They did not look at the archaeological material, and they ignored the entire argument of Tom Desmarais and his colleagues, who had already addressed that issue.
They didn't look at the bones?
They did not look at the bones. When you break a fresh bone, it has a characteristic kind of spiral fracture that does not happen when you break a fossilized bone. And Tom Desmarais and his team specifically ruled out road-making machinery as responsible for this breaking pattern, because they actually carried out experiments on modern elephants, deceased elephants, and they broke their bones. And the kind of fracture that you get in a fresh green bone is completely different from the kind of fracture you get in a fossilized bone. So unfortunately, this paper pays no attention to that. It just looks at road plans and says there was road work there. It must have been done by road work. I think it's very sloppy, very weak, and it's certainly not the answer. We can expect ongoing debate, and that is healthy. But this is not a strong case at all.
So this points to the first evidence that we found.
I agree. I think it's good.
And is there any effort underway to try to uncover more evidence that from a similar time?
Well, I'm going to cite Tom Desmarais, the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum. That's what he would like to see. He makes the point to me. I interviewed him. I spent a day with him at the Natural History Museum. He was very generous with his time. I did an extended interview, and I quote from it in America before. And his wish is that archaeologists, instead of spending all their time trying to find ways to dismiss and get rid of his findings, his wish is that they would spend a little bit of that time looking at deposits older than 13,400 400 years, and even being willing to go back as far as 130,000 years. That would be a proper scientific response. Here is a thorough body of work put forward by a very senior group of scientists who hesitated before they published it. They had the information back in the 1990s, but it wasn't until refined dating techniques later than in the 21st century that they finally were sure what they had, and that they published it in Nature in 2017. It's an important study, and I think what's going to happen is that we're going to find much more evidence of a very ancient human presence in the Americas, and that's what Tom Demeray thinks as well. And as he points out, if we don't look, then we're never going to find. If we allow dogma to stop us looking and saying, oh, it's impossible that humans were in the Americas 130,000 years ago, so we won't bother to look. What a failure of science that is. And to spend all the time instead trying to get rid of the evidence that doesn't fit the current paradigm.
But it's so fascinating that just this fortuitous discovery during a construction site could change the way people perceive things. You've got to wonder how much of that stuff is under. I mean, how deep did they have to go to find these mastodon bones?
Well, so this is a road cut that's being made. So those would be pretty deep down, 10, 15 feet down. The graders going through and flattening them. It varies from place to place depending on soil deposition, the stratification of the soil. But what the key point is that what you need to do is go deeper than 13,400 years ago, and you need to do so with dedication and vigor, and with some kind of funding. And at the moment, archaeology doesn't see the point of that.
What the fuck was that?
If the paper in Nature by Tom Demeray was alone, if there were nothing else than that, I wouldn't place so much trust in it. But I've spent a lot of time during the researching of this book with archaeologists who did dig deeper. And what those archaeologists all confirm is that there have been human beings in the Americas for tens of thousands of years. And it's not surprising that can be pushed back to 130,000 years ago, because part of the argument about the peopling of the Americas has to do with a place that we now call the Bering Straits between Alaska and Siberia, which during the Ice Age were at times a land bridge. They were exposed because of lowered sea levels. But migrants who crossed that land bridge from Siberia on many occasions over periods of tens of thousands of years would find themselves confronted then by the North American ice cap, which oddly wasn't at the tip of Alaska, but began further in. So there was living space in a bit of Alaska, but you couldn't get through the ice mountains, these literally ice mountains, 2 miles deep, covering the whole of North America and preventing access to the unglaciated parts of America. The thing is that what happened around 13,400 years ago, there had been a period of global warming. The ice sheets began to melt, and a corridor opened up between what's called the Cordilleran ice sheet and the Laurentide ice sheet, the two major ice caps in North America. And it's thought that the migration came through that corridor. Well, the thing is that exactly the same thing happened between 140,000 years ago and 120,000 years ago. There was an episode of global warming, an ice-free corridor opened up, and the same opportunity to enter the Americas was there at that period than it was at the later period. And Tom Demeray's point and mine is that we have to pay much more attention to that earlier period, and that's really why I've gone ahead and written this book, is to try to put before a broad general audience, hopefully in language that makes sense, an assembly of all the latest information that casts doubt on the story we've been told. Because my goodness, if archaeology is wrong about the story of the peopling of the Americas, if it's radically wrong, as it now appears to be, then our whole understanding of human history has to change. It's not just the history of the Americas, it's the history of the entire world. It has been an absolute article of faith amongst archaeologists that civilization began in the old world. And indeed, I have a book in my library called History Begins at Sumer.
No, in Turkish.
And it's by Samuel Noah Kramer, a very renowned archaeologist. And it's a good book, actually. But the argument is that this is where civilization began, in the culture that we call the Sumerians in Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, and that it began about 6,000 years ago, and that civilization is entirely an invention of the Old World and has nothing to do with the New World at all, because the New World was populated so late. This has been the argument, and this is the argument that now radically and suddenly begins to change. That the Americas, this enormous landmass, resource-rich,
if you want to do that in your life,
in every way,
shame, right?
south of Minnesota, south of the ice cap, vast land areas that are bountiful. Get into South America, Central America, South America, the Amazon, just huge areas of land that were very, very offered great potential for human occupation. Dogma has said there were no humans there. Now the first bits of evidence are coming out that says there were humans there. And if that's the case, then we must consider the possibility that the story of civilization might have begun in the Americas, not in the Old World at all. It might be a New World invention, not an Old World invention.
Some of the more fascinating pieces of evidence in South America have come out recently about these channels and pathways that they've found in the Amazon that could not have been created any other way but by humans creating irrigation, humans creating, like, it appears like grids, like a city grid.
Definitely. The Amazon is a colossal mystery, and it's one of the subjects that I explore in depth in America before. First of all, to give some basic figures, the Amazon basin is huge.
Oh my God,
the Amazon basin is 7 million square kilometers in
you and
area.
Your mom should have a fucking podcast.
And within it, 5.5 million square kilometers remains almost entirely unstudied by archaeologists. And that's the 5.5 million square kilometers that is still covered by dense rainforest. And to put that into perspective, 5.5 million square kilometers is the size of the entire Indian subcontinent. So it's like saying, we've done world archaeology, but we've just ignored India, you know. We've done world archaeology, but we've just ignored the Amazon. It's the same argument. 5.5 million square kilometers. The view was, again, there was a dogma. There was a preconception. Human beings couldn't have flourished in the Amazon. It's not a resource-rich area. The soils are poor.
That was really
it's a difficult area, challenging to get to, very far from the Bering Straits. So the view was that humans hadn't entered the Amazon until about 1,000 years ago. And then gradually, little by little, that view has begun to change. And it's begun to change because of the tragic clearances of the Amazon, because the Amazon rainforest is literally being cut down and turned into soybean farms and cattle ranches. And in that cutting down process has emerged things that shouldn't be there at all. For example, evidence that large cities flourished in the Amazon. Enormous cities, which were larger than there was a Spanish explorer who went down the Amazon River system in 1541 to 1542. He was the first European to cross the entire length of South America from west to east along the Amazon. He reported seeing incredible cities, advanced arts and crafts, millions of people, a thriving culture. And 100 years later, when other Europeans got into the Amazon, they couldn't find these cities. So they said, Francisco Orellana, that was his name, made it all up. It was just a fantasy. And then in the last decade, as the clearances of the Amazon have proceeded, we've begun to see the traces of those cities. What happened was that the Spaniards brought smallpox into the Amazon. Smallpox devastated the local population because there was no immunity to it. There was a massive die-off. The cities were deserted. Within 50 years, they were completely overgrown by the jungle, and that's why they were not seen by the explorers who came in 100 years later. But now the jungle is being cleared. Those cities are emerging, and we can say that a city like London, which had a population of roughly 50,000 in the 16th century, there were cities of that size all over the Amazon. Huge numbers of them. And a possible total population of the Amazon that exceeded 20 million people.
What?
Yes, 20 million. This is the latest evidence from the Amazon. And then you ask yourself, how did they do that? How did they feed 20 million people in the Amazon? Because it's a fact, rainforest soils are poor. It's one of the reasons these soybean farms are a really stupid idea, because once you clear the rainforest, the land is largely unfertile and you can't grow stuff on it for very long. So how did they feed all these people? The answer was they invented a soil. And that soil has a name. It's called terra preta. Archaeologists refer to it as Amazonian dark earths or Amazonian black earth. It's a man-made soil.
I think I had a couple
it's thousands of years old. It's full of microbes that are not found in adjoining soil. It's based around biochar. And you can take a handful of 8,000-year-old terra preta and you can add it to barren soil, and that soil will instantly become fertile. It's highly sought after in the Amazon, and it explains how they fed these people. There was science in the Amazon.
How did they create this?
Well, this is something that's not understood. It's still not understood by soil experts to this day as to how that was done. But it's one of many intriguing pieces of evidence of much higher development in the Amazon than it has been given credit for, and of a kind of science in the Amazon.
Jamie's got an image of it up there. So this is it?
This is terrible.
Wow.
Exactly.
And so was that done by burns? Did they use controlled burns?
They did. One way that it was achieved was to do wet burning of middens. They would be burned and smolder. They wouldn't burn fiercely, which just produces charcoal. They would burn and smolder.
Did you see me shoot?
And that what is called biochar would result, and that's part of the fertility of the soil. But the mystery is the microbial content of this soil, which is completely different from the microbes in neighboring soils, and that remains unexplained.
So, what are the theories? Composting, some sort of advanced composting?
Yes, some sort of advanced composting. But again, what has not been explained is the microbial content of these soils. So there, first of all, is an issue of how two things: how large populations get fed in the Amazon, and evidence that there was a culture in the Amazon that was capable of manipulating the environment in such a way that it could support large populations with the invention of terra preta. Secondly, new evidence previously not recognized. The Amazon is basically a garden. The Amazon is a man-made rainforest. There are certain trees like Brazil nut trees or the ice cream bean tree, which are food crops, which are very, very valuable, and they dominate the tree regime in the Amazon. They're what's referred to as hyperdominant species. In other words, people living in the Amazon over thousands of years selected certain trees, which they then cultivated and grew. So the whole thing is not simply a wild, pristine rainforest. It's a very ancient man-made environment. Emerging from that man-made environment, as well as evidence of large cities, large populations, and this mysterious dark earth, are huge geometrical structures. And again, I go into this at length in America before because I love this mystery. We have in the UK structures that are called henges. I live in the city of Bath, and about 30 miles away there's a beautiful site called Avebury, and another more famous site called Stonehenge. And what a henge is a ditch which has been dug deep, and then an embankment has been pushed up outside the ditch. When people first saw these structures, they wondered if they'd been built for defense. But then it became obvious they hadn't been built for defense, because if you want to create a moat, you put it outside your embankment, not inside your embankment. So a henge is an earthwork which consists of a deep moat with a large embankment outside it, and it can be circular, it can be square, and in the UK and other parts of Europe it often contains stone circles, megalithic stone circles as well, but the henge itself is entirely an earthwork. What we find in the Amazon are thousands of henges that are now beginning to emerge from the cleared area of the jungle, and others that have been identified for the first time with LiDAR. LiDAR technology is being employed in the Amazon. It's non-destructive. You can see what's under the trees.
What is LiDAR?
Light imaging and detective radar. They bounce laser beams down into the jungle. There's a whole pattern of them. You need helicopters, and but it doesn't damage the rainforest. And you can strip away and see what's there. If this isn't too much of a diversion, let me give you the example of Guatemala. Guatemala is a small country. If I remember correctly, it's not much more than 100,000 square kilometers in size. It is filled with intriguing Mayan ruins. Everybody has heard of Tikal.
I rubbed there.
What archaeologists didn't know was that literally within walking distance of Tikal, surrounding that whole area were more than 60,000 structures that they hadn't identified. And these have all been identified by LiDAR in a country that's just 100,000 kilometers in area. So you have to ask yourself, in that 5.5 million square kilometers of the Amazon, if LiDAR technology could be applied comprehensively, what would we find beneath there? And the evidence already is extremely tempting and extremely tantalizing. And I'm intrigued by these huge geometrical figures, which involve primarily circles and squares. And they are classic henges in the sense that they are deep ditches surrounded by huge embankments. They're extremely geometrical. For example, you can find an octagon surrounding a square. At a place called Gyges in the Amazon, you can find a square perfectly enclosing a circle. Now that is an exercise called squaring the circle that our academics have given to the Greeks. They said the Greeks were the first people who performed that exercise. But now we find in dated sites in the Amazon that this was being done in the Amazon long before the Greeks.
What are the dates?
The earliest dates that have been found in these sites now are about 3,500 years old. About 3,500 years old. But the evidence is that the sites have been constantly remade. And what intrigues me is what remains in that 5.5 million square kilometers that has not been investigated yet. We are just, I think, looking at the edges of a mystery. The archaeologists involved, who are mainly from Finland and also from Brazil, feel the same. Their estimate is that there are thousands of these structures remaining in the jungle, and they're open as to how old they may ultimately prove to be. The investigation needs to be done. But what's fascinating about them is this very powerful geometry and astronomy. So a number of the sites are perfectly aligned to true north, true south, true east, and true west. I'm not talking about magnetic north. I'm talking about true astronomical north. To do that, there's only one way to do it, and that's with astronomy. So that tells us that astronomers were at work in the Amazon.
Amazing.
The geometry is very complex and very precise. That tells us that people with geometrical skills were at work in the Amazon. And thirdly, the scale of the sites of hundreds of meters, gigantic earthworks on the scale of hundreds of meters, tells us that this was highly organized project that was undertaken on a very large scale by very large numbers of people. It's a wonderful mystery, and it deserves much further attention. And that's Gyges, exactly, the squares, squaring the circles. So you can see the outside embankment, and then inside it is the square ditch. And then there's another embankment inside that, and a circle inside that.
It's crazy that they made a road right through that. What assholes.
Modern road, because there's no respect for the ancient world, unfortunately.
And there's another one. Look at that! Wow, that's incredible.
So there are thousands of these
things. How they found the stuff that they found in the Amazon? What imaging technology were they using to find all this?
Initially, it was entirely found because areas of the rainforest had been cleared.
God, this is it.
Economic interest said, we want to make a cattle ranch here, or we want to make a soybean farm here. So we're just going to clear the rainforest. In the process of clearing the rainforest, they start discovering these earthworks that had previously been completely overgrown by the jungle. Then the next step was to say, what can we do to find out more about this? Obviously, they don't want to destroy more jungle, and luckily we have a technology which is LiDAR, as I mentioned, which uses radar. And using LiDAR, they've been able to identify many more of these sites, and then to get to the sites without destroying the jungle, and to begin excavations on them, and to find that they go back. In the cases of the ones that have been explored so far, at least 3,000 years. This is an intriguing development, completely unexplained in our understanding of the Amazon. And what it suggests is a heritage of extremely ancient knowledge. You don't wake up one morning and create a perfectly geometrical square or circular earthwork that's perfectly aligned to true north and south, east and west on an enormous scale. There has to be a background to that. There has to be a reason for doing it. And the evidence is none of these sites were lived in. There's no habitation refuse found in them whatsoever. We don't know what they were used for. I make the case in America before that they're connected to a system of ideas which is found all around the world, which is to do with death and the afterlife destiny of the soul. And I go into the issue of ayahuasca in this book because, first of all, ayahuasca is itself another example of Amazonian science. As you and I and many of the listeners and viewers know, the active ingredient of ayahuasca is DMT, dimethyltryptamine. But dimethyltryptamine is not normally accessible through the gut. We have to smoke it or vape it to get that rocket ship to the other side of reality. And the journey lasts, 10, 12 minutes, not much more than that, and sometimes quite a lot less. What ayahuasca does is it makes DMT available through the gut. The reason it's not available through the gut is because of an enzyme in the gut called monoamine oxidase. And that switches off DMT on contact. The ayahuasca vine, which is one of the 2 ingredients of the ayahuasca brew, the other ingredient is leaves that contain DMT. The ayahuasca vine contains a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, which switches off the enzyme in the gut and allows the DMT to be accessed orally, which produces a rather different journey from the smoked or vaped DMT trip. It's a much longer journey. It's 4 or 5 hours. It allows you to integrate and to interrelate with the strange landscapes in which you find yourself amongst. And the entities that you encounter, I'm not making any claims about the reality status of those entities, but what I am saying, and it's a fact, is that people who work with DMT and ayahuasca do encounter what they construe to be entities who communicate with them intelligently. So somebody in the Amazon, out of 150,000 different species of plants and trees, selected 2 that are not psychoactive on their own, but when put together, create an extraordinary visionary brew. And ayahuasca means the vine of the dead. And what it's connected to in South American religious and spiritual thinking is what happens to us when we die. The Tucano, who are an Amazonian people who work regularly with ayahuasca, I mean, the Tucano actually will give a teaspoonful of ayahuasca to a newborn infant. They feel ayahuasca is so important that there is a hidden realm around us which we are not normally aware of, and we need to be aware of it, and ayahuasca is an important part of that. In their ayahuasca journeys, the Tucano shamans experience visions, and they will then come back to an alert, normal problem-solving state of consciousness, and they will paint and depict their visions. And what's intriguing, and I go into it in the book, is that quite a number of the Tucano paintings of the other world, of the afterlife realm, of the entrance to the other world, are geometrical, and they look exactly like the geoglyphs. So I'm beginning to wonder whether these geoglyphs were part of a system of spiritual ideas concerning what happens to us after death and what we need to do in this life to ensure a beneficial outcome. And oddly enough, that same system of ideas is found in the Mississippi Valley. In the Amazon, it involves particularly ayahuasca and the belief that the ayahuasca journey takes you to the afterlife realm and a journey along the Milky Way. In the Mississippi Valley, the mound builder sites up and down the Mississippi Valley, particularly Moundville in Alabama, exactly the same system of religious ideas associated with geometrical constructions.
I didn't go wide enough.
On death, the soul, they're very specific, ascends to the constellation of Orion, transits from the constellation of Orion to the Milky Way, makes a journey along the Milky Way, which they call the path of souls, and encounters challenges and ordeals where the soul must account for the life that it has lived. Then we go to Egypt, and what do we find? The same system of ideas. The soul must rise up to the constellation of Orion. There's a narrow shaft cut through the southern side of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which targets directly the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. Widely accepted as a star shaft or a soul shaft. The soul would rise up through that shaft, get to the constellation of Orion, which stands by the banks of the Milky Way. It would then transit to the Milky Way, which the ancient Egyptians called the winding waterway. And it would make a journey along the Milky Way where it would be confronted by challenges and ordeals. Very similar idea to the Tucano, very similar idea to the Mississippi Valley. As far as we know, none of these cultures were in contact with one another. Either we're dealing with a huge, unbelievable, extraordinary detailed coincidence involving architecture and ideas, or we're looking at a legacy that was inherited in all of these different places from a remote common ancestor. And I believe that that's what we're looking at.
What do we think the people from the ancient Mississippi Valley, that culture, what do we think they were using if they weren't using ayahuasca, or do we think that's what they were using?
Well, that's an interesting question, whether visionary substances are the only way to get into altered states of consciousness, and I would say they are definitely not. Of course, there are visionary substances which are used in Native American vision quests. I've had the privilege of peyote ceremony with the Native American church.
I've never done that. What is that like?
I loved it, actually. I thought it was amazing. It doesn't overpower you in the way that DMT or ayahuasca does. It's much gentler. It's much more. You feel much more integrated and connected with nature. Your thought processes are quite clear. It felt just like a very beautiful and healing experience. And I loved the ceremony that I'm inside a teepee with 30 or 40 other people, and that there are specific roles that are assigned to those different individuals. One will keep the door, another will be responsible for the fire, which is a work of art in itself. Just gazing into that fire and the glowing embers is enough to induce an altered state of consciousness on its own. Incredible drumming, which drives your state of consciousness into a kind of peak experience. This is a technology for accessing other levels of experience and other levels of reality. And it's clear that the Native Americans had a number of advanced technologies in this area. The sun dance doesn't use a substance, but it uses austerity, it uses pain to drive an altered state of consciousness. The objective in every case seems to be, let's just for a while get ourselves out of the narrow, rigid frame of the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. We all need that. It's incredibly useful. Hunter-gatherers need it just as much as people in cities need it. But it's not the only state of consciousness available to human beings. And maybe that's one of the big mistakes that we're making in our culture, and was not made in shamanistic societies.
That is a really interesting breakdown. That maybe that is one of the big mistakes we're making in our culture. When people point to the problems that we have in this country, one of the problems we have is our inability to connect with each other, or to recognize that we're all sharing this space and time together, and instead wanting to uphold our own religious or ideological ideas as being the only one way to get going, the only one way to get through. And one of the things that I've found with these psychedelic experiences, it really makes ideologies seem, if not preposterous, at the very least insignificant in comparison to human experiences.
Absolutely.
The experience of camaraderie and friendship and love. You realize, like, this is what's important.
This is what it's really about.
Yes, not enforcing your ideas or pushing them
Joe
on other
has someone
people
really
and
smart.
forcing
Joe's
people to behave
really
the way you
smart.
behave, but instead,
but when you
love.
have someone like
And
really
think about
smart on,
religious ideas, which cause so much division, so much chaos, so much hatred, so much fear, so much suspicion in the world today.
Knowledge, right?
Is it really what we want to do as human beings? Simply to accept a package of ideas that were believed in by our ancestors, to accept them whole, without question, as absolute fact, which we regard as such authoritative fact that in some cases we're willing to be deeply unpleasant to people who hold different views, or perhaps even kill them. We've had this, this recent event in Sri Lanka, primarily a religiously motivated terrorist event. It happens all over the world. People feel so convinced that the inherited package of ideas that they had nothing to do with creating and that they have never questioned, they're so convinced that those ideas are right that in extreme cases they're actually prepared to kill other human beings who hold different ideas. Are they so insecure in their own beliefs that they're prepared to go to that level of actually murdering another human being who holds it? They're so threatened by the other beliefs that other human beings hold. So it's an abnegation of our responsibility as human beings. We should be questioning things. We should not be accepting packages of ideas intact, fully formed, and using them to drive the way we behave towards one another. That was part of the human story, but we need to move on from that. I mean, it's a very dangerous situation in a very complex modern world with billions of human beings on the planet, to have these kind of energies being generated where certain groups of people are saying, we are absolutely right and you are absolutely wrong. We are superior, you are inferior. This is a very, very dangerous path that we're on, and it needs to be changed. Personally, I know this is not a comment that will go down well with many people, but I am strongly opposed to nationalism. I don't see any virtue in nationalism. It is an accident of birth, which nation you were born in. It was nothing that you did for your own merit. You didn't earn that. You were born by accident in a particular nation. why should we automatically feel that other people who were born by accident in that particular nation have something special in common with us, and that we together are a group who are much more important than other groups of people? I've been privileged to spend my life traveling around the world, living with communities all over the world, and one thing that really comes across to me strongly, it should be a cliche, and yet it's not, is that we are all one family, that humans are intimately interconnected all around the world, that you can go to the remotest area of the Amazon jungle and find the same hopes, the same fears, the same dreams that we have in industrialized cities, shared by the hunter-gatherers in the middle of the Amazon. So our similarities as human beings and what we share in common at the emotional level and the level of love and at the level of heart are far more important than our differences that are defined by the nation or the political group in which we grew up in. And when I say I'm against nationalism, I need also to make clear that does not mean, and I hope I'm not taken out of context by others who are listening to this, that does not mean I'm in favor of world government. I detest governments. That's another thing we need to grow out of. We don't need governments anymore. If we have them, they should have a very minimal role in our society. I think it's possible for the human race to relate as one family without leaders and governments who are exploiting the worst aspects of our character, the lowest common denominator of our society, deliberately encouraging fears and hatreds and suspicion. What responsible leaders should be doing is encouraging love and unity, and their failure to do that, in my view, disqualifies them from the leadership role entirely. And that's why I've often said I would like to see a situation in which no head of state can be appointed to that position unless he or she has first had 12 sessions of ayahuasca. Have you got any tips for me, Scotty, please? That would be the condition. Don't even bother applying for the job if you haven't done this.
And we have to be there where you have it.
And we want to see that you're drinking every drop. Yes. And we want an experienced shaman present who's really going to guide you through the journey. And I suspect that would be a transformative experience for many of our political class, and that they would start to question why they do what they do, why they exploit fears in order to magnify their own position. They'd start to question that and to wonder about a different destiny for humanity. But that's a dream. I guess it's not going to happen.
It's very, very, very well said. And I couldn't agree more. My hope is that what you were saying and what we were discussing earlier about how the internet has sort of eroded our faith in many institutions as being the only or the primary source of knowledge, that I hope that takes place globally in terms of the way we view government. And that we do, and that your idea of I love what America stands for. And what America stands for is kind of a nation that's
better door
where people go to. This is one of the more insidious problems with this idea of building walls and keeping people out and making it incredibly difficult to get here. The reason why I'm here is because it was pretty easy to get here.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
That's the essence of America, a free and open society.
Come here and do better. That's the whole idea behind it. And I would hope that this idea of being able to just, if you want to do better, you can anywhere in the world. This could eventually spread out. This is my hope.
I believe it can spread out, and I see many signs of hope in America. America has become a big part of my life, not just because I wrote this book, but because I have children who are now living in America. I have a son and daughter-in-law who live in LA. I have another son and daughter-in-law who live in Boston. America, I'm British, but America has become a very central part of my life, and it's a fascinating and amazing country, and it's been my privilege to travel thousands of miles across America, across many, many, many different states, and I love this country. It's an amazing place. Only in America could we see happening what has happened with cannabis. The fact that at a local level, individuals have got together, mobilized petitions, organized votes, and changed the law. Literally stuck a finger up at central government and said, fuck off, this is none of your business. What I do with my consciousness in the inner sanctum of my own life is not the business of the state. That's a very American feeling. It's something that you don't find often in other countries, where the state is granted much more power and much more authority than it perhaps should be. Americans are naturally questioning of government authority, and that is what has led to the increasing legalization of cannabis, which is going to change the world in lots of ways. But then, ironically, at the same time, See, the thing about democracies is that in order to get things done in a democracy, you need to persuade people of your point of view. So information becomes very important in democracies. And information can be abused. People can be misled with information. They can be told that what they're receiving is the truth, whereas in fact it's not the truth. And you can end up with a kind of dictatorship that the people have given their assent to on the basis of false information. And frankly, I'd rather have a real dictatorship, which is out in the open and clear, rather than one that has been subtly manipulated into position through manipulating the views of the voters. But I am and remain enormously encouraged by America. It may seem like a trivial issue, but the fact that state by state cannabis is being legalized, and that is resulting from a grassroots movement, that this enormous change has been made. It's ironic, it's strange that at the federal level, even though, 8 states now totally legal for recreational, 23, 24 states legal for medical use, that at the federal level it's still a Schedule I controlled drug. This is a huge state of dissonance that exists, and America's going to have to put it right.
Yeah, man,
what it says to me is that people can change things. People can get together at the local level, and they can make a better world, because there's no doubt that the cannabis laws were vicious and wrong and cruel and evil and ruined people's lives for decades. And it's people who've changed that. It's not government who's changed that, it's the people at the grassroots level. America's a country where that can happen, and I remain encouraged about the role of the American people, while often in despair about the role of the American state.
Yeah, I'm encouraged as well. And it's interesting, Ben & Jerry released something yesterday, which is really, or on 420 I should say, which was talking about the drug laws in this country, and talking about how many, it's really opening this,
that's why I watched
the idea of like how unjust these laws were, and how many of these laws targeted people of color, and how many people who are white people have profited off of this, and how many people are still in jail for crimes that they committed, air quote crimes that are no longer crimes.
That are no longer crimes.
Yeah, and this is ridiculous. And these records should be expunged.
They should be completely expunged. I see that California has made some steps in that direction. Yes. There has been some expunging of records.
Well, we can only hope that also what opens up next is psilocybin is now going to be on the ballot.
Absolutely.
And when that opens up, what you really think marijuana is a gateway drug? Well, guess what? It is if psilocybin gets in.
Yes.
Because psilocybin can legitimately change the world.
It certainly can.
It really, I think marijuana can change the world, and I really do think that cannabis is changing people's perceptions and making people more calm and friendly, and even what they talk about with paranoia, I welcome that. And the reason why I welcome that is I think people are entirely too cocky.
Yeah.
The life we live is bizarre as you could ever imagine in a book, and we're just accustomed to it because it's our day-to-day
existence. Take it all for granted. Yeah.
Marijuana removes those blinders.
It does.
And it really makes you understand that this is a strange life. And a lot of these pitfalls and problems that we have in our society are due to fear, and they're due to ignorance, and they're due to this lack of connection with each other. And cannabis and many of these other psychedelic drugs, they encourage this connection with each other, which is, I think, what we need.
It's certainly what we need, and it's an aberration in human culture that we've created a society that demonized these substances and that made them illegal. It's a relatively recent thing. It's really just the last 100 years. It's a tiny part of the human story, and yet we're so arrogant as a society that we could set aside thousands of years of human tradition and experience and wisdom working with the plant medicines. We just set it aside, turn them into criminal substances, and say we know everything. What a huge and stupid mistake that is. On cannabis as a quote-unquote gateway drug, it absolutely is in this sense that the legalization of cannabis is going to open the doors to, as you say, to the legalization of psychedelics, because what's happening is that the population is completely waking up to the fact that they have been bullshitted and lied to about cannabis for the best part of a century. And once that dawns on people, the realization at a direct personal level, here's this herb I love. I have been lied to systematically misinformed by central government about this herb, that leads to questioning of everything that central government does. And so in that sense, it is a gateway to a questioning society. The psychedelics are different in that psilocybin
I'm trying to go wide, Scotty.
actually does lead you to question stuff.
Yes.
It leads you to really ask questions about everything, about your role in the world, about you as a person, about how you relate to other people, and about the whole system on this planet and the beautiful, gorgeous planet that we have and what we're doing to it. That also enters awareness. So
it erodes confidence in authority, and it also erodes confidence in authority that doesn't have experiences that you've experienced.
Exactly.
That's the part of the problem, is that these people that are holding people back from these psychedelic experiences, they've never had them.
They've never had them.
So they don't even know what they're rallying
They're
against.
coming to it from a place of fear and prejudice.
Yes.
They're simply accepting stuff that they've been told without really thinking it through and examining it. And again, it's a failure of what human beings should be doing. We have to get rid of this fear.
And ironically, it's bad for them as well. It's bad for the people that are actually encouraging these laws to be enforced.
Yes, it's bad for the whole of society,
Yes.
because it is healthy for a society where adults become self-realized individuals, where they make their own responsible choices about their own lives, where they don't say, "Oh, government must make this choice for me." That's the next step for humanity. We need to start becoming our own leaders and making our own choices. And that is what's being revealed now, that we're getting to the skull beneath the smile of the war on drugs. We're realizing that it's part of a big program of lying that has been about keeping people's minds closed down, not wanting free thinking. I've made this point several times, but our society is not against altered states of consciousness as such. Our society will allow Big Pharma to make billions of dollars with drugs that alter consciousness, like Seroxat and Prozac, antidepressants, which in my opinion, having had some experience of them, are amongst the most horrible drugs on the planet. They are very harmful, very dangerous drugs, but they're completely legal and they're encouraged with our system. Likewise, alcohol, very dangerous drug, causes fights, causes drunk driving accidents, leads to cirrhosis of the liver, completely legal and open. Our society is not against altered states of consciousness. As such, it's against particular kinds of altered states of consciousness that lead to questioning of the existing control system. That's what's going on here.
Hear, hear. Well said.
And as you know, I have my own story with cannabis.
Yes, well, you and I had a moment.
We had a moment, which was quite a life-changing moment for me, because if I may just rehearse a little bit of this for the audience. In 2011, I had a series of ayahuasca sessions in which it was shown to me that I was using cannabis completely wrong, that it had become a dominant force in my life, that it was making me, you're speaking about paranoia, and I agree with you, paranoia is a useful thing, if only to overcome it, that it was making me paranoid, that it was making me suspicious, that I approached everybody around me in a state of suspicion. And I was shown this by ayahuasca and given a very strong message: you need to quit cannabis. What I didn't realize at the time is that the problem was not cannabis, the problem was me. That I needed to fix those aspects of myself before I could have a proper relationship with cannabis. So after that ayahuasca session, having smoked cannabis for decades, literally 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, I quit. I quit for 3 years. And then I'm on your show, and we're sitting opposite one another as we are now, and you ask me a question, are you still off the cannabis? And I say, well, I'm thinking of dipping my toes back in the water, at which point you produce a joint, and we smoke it together. First of all, after 3 years, your tolerance is way down on cannabis. So I got really stoned. I did listen to that interview back, and somehow I held it together.
Oh, you held it together brilliantly. You opened up, and it was like a wave of information came pouring out of you. It was wonderful to watch.
It was a liberation for me, and what it said to me is, it's time to go back to cannabis, but perhaps in a different way. I need a different relationship with this amazing medicine. And if I can forge that, if I can make that different relationship happen, then it can be a constructive and positive part of my life. And I can say definitely that has been the case. And
that's excellent.
And so it's all thanks to you, Joe. I probably would still be off cannabis if it hadn't been for that joint.
Well, I think people can develop these patterns of behavior that are destructive with anything, whether it's with alcohol or cannabis or, sex or anything. People get they get in ruts.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't mean that the cannabis is bad. It means that you are on a bad mental path.
Yes, exactly.
And, I'm not encouraging it for everybody because some people, it genuinely, biologically doesn't jive with them.
Yeah. But the fundamental thing is we as adult human beings need to take responsibility for our own lives and our own decisions.
Yeah.
And we need not hand that responsibility over to governmental institutions, especially when it concerns something as intimate and personal as our consciousness. And my view is the ancient world had the right attitude to this kind of thing, and the modern world does not, and that we can sit down and learn a lot from the ancient world. A lot of people ask me, Hancock, you've been arguing that there's been a lost civilization in the human story, but what sort of civilization do you think it was? Well, one of the things I think is it was a civilization that used psychedelics. I think it was a civilization that emerged from shamanism, but did not stay at the hunter-gatherer stage, but that took the essence of shamanism and integrated it into a very different kind of civilization from our own, which pursued things in different ways. A lot of archaeologists have said to me, but we don't find any plastic bottles from the Ice Age. That means there was no advanced civilization during the Ice Age. Well, hang on. Maybe an advanced civilization might have decided never to get involved in plastic in the first place. Maybe there would have been a clear choice not to make plastic. Maybe they did things in completely different ways. Maybe they cultivated powers of the human mind that we dismiss and regard as completely unimportant. Woo-woo.
Yeah, this is the thoughts about Egypt, correct?
It's about Egypt and about other things. The specific example I give is above the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid are 5 further chambers. And these chambers are roofed and floored with granite beams that weigh about 70 tons each. And there are hundreds of them. And these 70-ton granite beams, which to put in context, a 70-ton beam is equivalent in weight to 35 large SUVs. These 70-ton granite beams have been elevated to a height of more than 350 feet above the ground and carefully and precisely placed in position. It is very hard for archaeologists to explain how that was done using purely leverage and mechanical advantage. You can say, perhaps they built a ramp and hauled the stones up the ramp. But then you have to confront basic laws of physics. You can't haul a stone weighing tens of tons up a slope that exceeds 10 degrees. Then you start doing the calculation. How long a ramp do I need with a 10-degree slope to get to 350 feet above the ground? And the answer is you need a fucking long ramp, which should still be there, because it couldn't have been a sand ramp. It would have collapsed under the weight of those stones. It had to be as massive as the pyramid itself. So this begins to seem like an absurd idea, the idea that is foisted on us by archaeology. Maybe the idea that they regard as absurd, namely that psychic powers were cultivated by ancient civilizations, that they could use powers of the human mind that we have allowed to lapse. Maybe that idea deserves further consideration. We have gone down a path of leverage and mechanical advantage. We're used to relying on machines. We hear anecdotal reports of people who have telekinetic powers, who can move things with their minds, of people who have telepathic powers. And our automatic reaction is to just dismiss all of that because science says it's impossible. Because science regards consciousness as local to the brain and doesn't see how it can exert itself outside of that. But maybe we should open up to those possibilities. That we're dealing with a very different kind of culture that used techniques that we have allowed to lapse. And maybe we could wake those techniques up again. Maybe the ability of human beings to do almost superhuman things is resident within all of us, but sleeping.
Well, it's pure speculation that they use some sort of a telekinetic power, but it's
pure speculation.
But it's absolute that they did something that we don't understand. If you think about the distance between us and the construction, just the modern accepted construction dates of the Great Pyramid, it's more than 5,000 years ago, or close to 5,000 years ago.
Great Pyramid is supposed to be about 4,500 years old,
That's really old.
It's incredibly old,
To think that someone back then could do something that would perplex us today with modern machinery. And that somehow or another they figured this out. It's almost like what they had done was leave behind something that was so stupendous, so monstrously impressive that it would transcend time.
Yeah.
And that you would have to look at it even thousands and thousands of years later and say, hey, like this
There's a very small chance this might be a
conventional explanation. This is not a simple. And I've seen some of the conventional explanations of the construction of the pyramid, and they conveniently neglect those chambers above the king's chamber.
They do.
They conveniently neglect a lot of those massive stones.
Yeah.
And it's because it's one of those things you just go, I don't know. What is this, Jamie?
They're the chambers
above
the king's chambers, and each one of those floors consists of a row of 70-ton granite blocks that have been raised 350 feet above the ground, and not only that, but brought from Aswan in the south of Egypt, 500 kilometers south of the Great Pyramid. So
if there's any time in history where you could go in a time machine and go back and observe, would that be the time?
I am just completely fascinated by the Ice Age at the moment.
If you had one shot to go back and see what it was like in some place, you wouldn't go to the construction of the Great Pyramids?
I think right now where I'd go is 12,800 years ago in the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
Just to see.
Because I think that's where the whole human story changes. I think that's where we change tracks from one path to another path. And following those cataclysmic events of the Younger Dryas between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, following those, the signs of civilization that we see emerging are not the beginnings of civilization. They're a restarting of civilization that had existed before the cataclysm. And for that reason, I would like to be present during that cataclysmic event, if only to satisfy myself that it was indeed a comet. You see, the one thing there's no dispute about anymore is that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm. You can't argue about that.
We did dig.
The megafauna
I know.
that die off, the disruption of human activity that takes place at that time, the huge climate changes. This was a cataclysm by any standards. Where the argument still goes on is what caused the cataclysm. I vote strongly for comet, multiple fragments of a comet hitting the North American ice cap and hitting Greenland as well. But there are other researchers in the field, like my colleague Robert Schoch, who thinks that the sun is more involved. This is healthy. This is very, very healthy, that we should be approaching this problem from many different perspectives and trying to figure out what the fuck caused this extraordinary event that occurs at a pivotal moment in the human story. The end of the Stone Age, the beginning of the Mesolithic, the end of the Ice Age, the beginning of the current age of the Earth. And suddenly we see these signs of civilization appearing, and in places like Göbekli Tepe, those signs already include highly sophisticated knowledge. And that's why I feel we really need to investigate the Amazon. There are 3 places in the world which are really lacking.
The name of a European
flower
right that
one of them is the Amazon, 5.5 million square kilometers, very little archaeology done. Another is the Sahara Desert.
It's an indicator
the Sahara Desert. Tough place to work. I can understand why there's little archaeology done there. But the Sahara Desert was green during the Ice Age. It had a completely different climate regime. We should consider the possibility that missing parts of the human story are there. And then under the continental shelves, because sea level rose 400 feet. These are 3 domains that archaeology has largely not investigated. And it is largely not done so. They say, well, why would we spend the money on marine archaeology? It's much better to spend it on looking for shipwrecks rather than looking for signs of a lost civilization. Because we archaeologists know there was no lost civilization. So that's the argument for the resources there. And the same with the Amazon and the same with the Sahara Desert. Places in the very places in the world that those amongst us who are charged with the responsibility of interpreting the past have not looked at are the very places we should be looking at.
Dark
I had a thought once while I was under the influence.
Many places worldwide with nanodiamonds.
And it was a thought that one day computational powers will reach a point where they will be able to take into consideration all of the objects on Earth and what we know about the history and vividly recreate the past through computation to the point where you could actually know who did what, when people did things, and that, I mean, I don't even know if this would be physically, today certainly not be possible, but with the exponential increase in computational power and technology and innovation,
it's that really, one day if you look at the ice core data, it's actually extremely convincing because you see
and they'll be able to recreate what happened
pulses,
exactly, and that this would be something that would be, impossible for us to imagine that someone would be able to do that right now. But that one day with technology, as it gets more and more advanced, we will reach some sort of some innovation or some sort of an invention that will allow us to go back and literally see what happened, how things were done.
Technology is changing our whole understanding of the past, and what you're envisaging is perfectly possible. We will come to a time, if we
100 years, 500 years,
perhaps less, if we don't first destroy ourselves entirely as a civilization, we will come to a time where our cleverness and our techniques will allow a much wider opening up of the past than has presently happened. But it is already happening. One of the areas of science that I go into in America before is genetics and DNA. This is an area of science that was not much informing archaeology until about the 1990s, but since the 2000s has become very important in archaeology because the technology has been developed where ancient DNA can be extracted and tested, and you can actually genotype an entire individual from DNA that may be 20,000 years old. And this new technology of genome sequencing and DNA is another factor that is raising huge question marks over the past of the Americas. And one of the issues I go into in this book is the presence in the Amazon rainforest of a very specific, clearly identifiable pattern of DNA, which is only found in one other place in the world, and that is in Australasia, in Papua New Guinea, and amongst Australian Aborigines. It's Australasian DNA. Now, not only in South America, but in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, amongst tribes who have only been contacted in the last 20 or 30 years. And furthermore, although skeletal remains are rare, it has been found in ancient skeletal remains that are close to 11,000 years old in the Amazon. So that tells us that this DNA signal has been in the Amazon for at least 11,000 years. The geneticists think that it came to the Amazon during the last ice age. And this raises a huge mystery, because the peopling of the Americas is supposed to have occurred from Siberia, across the Bering Straits, down through that ice-free corridor into North America, down through North America, into South America, into Central America, and finally into South America. If that was the whole story, then we would find this DNA signal in North America and in Central America. We would not find it only in the Amazon. When I talked to some of the leading geneticists about this, but specifically Professor Eske Willerslev at the University of Copenhagen, who's been the lead author in a number of major studies of ancient DNA. And I asked him, what do you make of this Australasian DNA in the Amazon? And he said, honestly, we don't have a proper explanation for it at the moment. But what he did say is that the most parsimonious explanation, he used that specific word, the most parsimonious explanation is that a group of people during the Ice Age crossed the Pacific Ocean and settled up and ended up in South America and settled in the Amazon and brought their DNA with them. That would account perfectly for the DNA data. And when a scientist says the most parsimonious explanation, what that scientist is saying is he likes that explanation. That is a simple, direct, clear explanation of the DNA mystery. But then he added, however, it doesn't make practical sense. And I asked him, well, why doesn't it make practical sense? And he said, because the archaeologists tell me that no human population was capable of crossing the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age, at which point it was natural for me to say, do you really trust the archaeologists? And he said, well, in science, we do trust the work of other scientists. We don't really question it. We don't really investigate it. That's their side of the business. And my view is that is rather than taking this weird, anomalous Australasian DNA signal in the heart of the Amazon as something to be explained away and as something to be for it to be denied that it could be connected to a voyage across the Pacific Ocean, maybe it's the first compelling evidence that voyages were taking place across the Pacific Ocean during the Ice Age. And maybe we should be opening up that whole issue for exploration. And again, I think a lost civilization is the best answer. And that near the end of the Ice Age, when the Younger Dryas cataclysm unfolds, it's not an overnight thing. It's very bad 12,800 years ago. There's about 1,200 years of horror. I don't think the civilization went down in a single day and night. I think there were survivors. I think bits of it were left. I think their project was to restart civilization. And I suggest very strongly that where they tried to mount that project was amongst the hunter-gatherers who coexisted in the world with them at that time.
I agree with you,
we ourselves are an advanced civilization, at least that's what we call ourselves, and we coexist in the world with hunter-gatherers. It's not an odd idea that an advanced civilization and hunter-gatherers should coexist. And there is separation between us and the Amazonian hunter-gatherers. There are tribes in the Amazon that are uncontacted and that we don't know even exist. If a catastrophe on the level of the Younger Dryas were to occur today, I don't think that our civilization would make it through. We are the spoilt children of the earth. We are just used to having everything laid on. You know, the supermarket shelves are groaning with food.
I suck. I'm a shitty player. I'm the worst
food
player.
Delivered to our homes. We have roofs over our head. We have shelters. We have clothing. Everything is taken for granted. I guess you're an exception, but very few people in modern Western culture know how to survive. They don't have survival skills. They don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to gather. They don't know how to grow crops because they've handed that responsibility over to others. We live in a society that's highly segmented and specialized, and different people specialize in different things, but nobody has the vast general survival skill that a hunter-gatherer has. So in a global cataclysm, actually, at first counterintuitively, the people who would survive it would be the hunter-gatherers. And an advanced civilization would be smart, if they were survivors, to seek refuge amongst hunter-gatherers, to make that the place where they might try to restart their civilization. And that's why I think that this Australasian DNA signal in the Amazon may be part of the evidence for a sort of outreach effort that was being made by a lost civilization, seeing the disaster coming down on it and realizing that something needed to be done.
Well, it's fascinating to me that the geneticists would rely on the archaeologists, being that the geneticists have the actual DNA that they can examine, where the archaeologists are piecing things together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Little tiny bits of information over the entire landscape.
Yeah.
And then you consider how much information they don't have access to that's in the ground.
Exactly.
There's so much.
I strongly resist the idea that archaeology is a science. I don't think it should be described as a science.
What do you think it should be described as?
It's more like a kind of philosophy. It's an attempt to interpret the past based on rather flimsy and limited evidence. And what you find in that interpretation is that the preconceptions of the individuals involved are being imposed upon the evidence, which then turns out to support their preconceptions. And that's not a scientific way of doing things. A scientific way of doing things is testing hypotheses and seeking to falsify them and seeing if they work out.
Dude. So the problem is drawing these conclusions and then being too rigid with these conclusions upon the further evidence.
That's my view.
53 is soon for you too, my man.
Archaeology has been much too rigid, and that there's a climate of fear in archaeology. I don't mean to pick particularly on archaeologists here. I think this is generally true across other disciplines as well. These days, academics are driven by the need to publish research papers. That's what they build their careers on. If they can get a paper on their bit of research published in Nature or the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, etc., that's good for their careers. But then you confront the gatekeepers in those publications who regard any archaeological idea that is not part of the mainstream accepted consensus with great suspicion and are most reluctant to
because I don't have the shout out working. That's why I said that.
Now, what is the mainstream? When archaeologists talk about seafaring humans, what do they date that to?
Well, the Polynesians, right? The great seafaring adventure that is accepted by archaeology is called the Polynesian expansion, and it's a remarkable story, and that occurs roughly 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. And those Polynesians were amazing ocean navigators. They could cross distances of thousands of kilometers with pinpoint accuracy. I mean, it's not an accident that the Polynesians found Easter Island. Finding Easter Island is a really challenging project. Easter Island is 2,000 miles from the coast of South America. It's 2,000 miles from the nearest other island, which is Tahiti. It's just a little speck in the middle of the ocean, but the Polynesians found it and settled there and appear to have brought a reproductively viable population there and appear to have made voyages back and forth. But that was 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. That was not 12,800 years ago. And this is where archaeology's adamant position that ocean voyaging was begun by the Polynesians and that there was no major ocean voyages before that, I think needs to be strongly questioned, and it needs to be strongly questioned in the light of this DNA evidence from the Amazon, rather than rejecting the evidence. An attempt should be made to consider what that might mean.
Well, it's interesting because we know that the Egyptians had boats.
Yeah.
And so, if there were boats 4,500 years ago, why do we think that they didn't try them out in the ocean? That doesn't make any sense, especially if they existed 1,000 years prior, which is also possible.
Archaeologists wouldn't argue that the Egyptians had boats, but that is still within the framework of accepted history. It's the notion of a global navigating culture in the Ice Age that archaeologists can't swallow. It's a subject that I've kept on coming up against over a number of years. I think the best evidence for it is ancient maps, which show the world as it looked during the last ice age. I first explored this in Fingerprints of the Gods, and I've touched on the mystery again, and I have an appendix on the subject in this book, because I think these are very important. We're talking about maps that were drawn roughly between the 1300s and the 1700s. In other words, in relatively recent history. However, these maps were largely based on much older source maps, which they copied. And we can say that for sure, because one of the famous maps is the Piri Reis map, which was created by a Turkish admiral called Piri Reis in the year 1513. Actually, only a corner of his map has survived. It was originally a world map. We now just have a bit that shows the east coast of South America and North America and the west coast of Africa. Piri Reis writes in that map that it is in his own handwriting that he based it on more than 100 older source maps, some of which had come from the Library of Alexandria. In other words, that maps had been, when the Library of Alexandria had been destroyed in the 4th century AD or whenever it was, some of its contents had been rescued.
Oh, what do you mean? Are you
to
streaming right now?
Which became the Turkish capital, and Piri Reis had access to those maps, and he incorporated information from those maps on his maps, as well as incorporating more recent navigational information. And this is one of a whole category of maps which are extremely hard to explain. All of them based on older source maps now lost. All of them incorporating extremely precise relative longitudes and latitudes. Latitude is not that difficult a technological feat, but longitude is a difficult technological feat. Longitude involves a chronometer. It involves knowing the time at the place you began your voyage and the local noon as well, and calculating the difference between them. You need a chronometer that will keep accurate time at sea with the motions of a ship. And it's just a plain fact that our civilization did not invent such a chronometer until the late 18th century. Before that, we didn't know what longitude we were at, and ships were constantly sailing unexpectedly into coastlines that they thought were hundreds of miles further away. So the discovery of the technique to do longitude was a major civilizational advance. Its presence in maps based on much older source maps that actually show the world as it looks during the last ice age suggests that somebody during the last ice age was mapping the world and had mastered the technique of calculating longitude. Classic example of these maps, and I make a point of this, is what's called the Pinkerton World Map, which was drawn in the year 1818, and it was based on the latest navigational information at that time. I reproduced that map in the book. What's missing from the map, entirely missing, is Antarctica. There's just a hole at the bottom of the world. There's nothing there. And the reason there's nothing there, there's another Pinkerton map that shows that. The reason that you'll need to find one that's centered on Antarctica. The reason that Antarctica is not there is that our civilization hadn't discovered Antarctica in 1818. So they couldn't authentically put it on a map in 1818. Actually, we discovered it in 1819, and that's when it starts appearing on modern maps. The problem is that Antarctica appears
$80 million?
repeatedly
Wow,
on these
that's
much
insane.
older maps, and it appears in the right
ridiculous.
place, and a bit bigger than it is
When I was in
today, but very
Miami
much
in
as it looked during the
2009,
last ice age. So what all of this suggests to
Shaq's
me is that the
mansion.
world was mapped and explored
Shaquille
by a
O'Neal.
global seafaring culture with a level of
In
technology
Miami.
that was at least
And he was
equivalent to
selling it
ours at the end of
for
the 18th century during the ice
$12
age.
million.
Wasn't there also a map of Greenland that showed it underneath the
Could have
ice?
been
Yes,
worth more,
there are, and
especially in 2009 with the-
another intriguing
and he
thing.
needed to
I
move it, right,
mentioned the
since he moved
Piri Reis
in LA
map
or
just
whatever.
now. Shown on the Piri Reis map, lying
that's
off
like
the east
$12
coast of
million.
North
And it
America,
was massive.
is a large
It was an
island
island in Miami.
with a row of megaliths, like a
on an island
road
in
of
Miami.
megaliths running up the middle of it. That island is in the exact place of the Grand Bahama Banks,
Is it crazy?
yeah, it is. But can I point it out to you because
Sure,
the map
sure.
is dated?
I don't know, man.
It's there.
That's right there. Okay, this thing.
That one.
You went full Tony
Great that you can
Montana,
bring this
man.
up. So this island is sitting there off the southeast coast of North America.
Look at the way they used to draw
He
things
went
back
full
then, too.
Tony
And
Montana.
what you see running down the middle of it is this road-like feature of megaliths. I'll point them out
Yes,
again.
I see right there. Yeah.
You see it? You see it? Now the thing is, there was a long period of my life when I did a lot of scuba diving, and I was looking at underwater structures. And one of the sites I dived on was the Bimini Road, which is in the Grand Bahama Banks. And the Bimini Road is exactly where that island is. And here's the issue. I don't care whether the Bimini Road is natural or man-made. For me, the mystery is that it is shown above water on that map. And the last time it was above water was thousands and thousands of years ago. So for me, this is all evidence that we shouldn't dismiss the possibility that our ancestors had achieved a level of technology where they could explore and map the world's oceans. We shouldn't dismiss that.
There it is
As-
right there.
there's
So
the
we
Bimini
don't
Road.
know what those stones
There's
are, how they were
right.
created, but boy, do they look artificial.
That's Yonaguni in
Yeah,
Japan
that's
we're looking
Japan.
at now. But
Go back to that image, Jimmy, the last image that we were just looking at. Look at that. I mean,
Yeah.
that looks so man-made.
And you can see that it's rather like the pattern that's shown on the island in the map.
How deep is that today?
Oh, it's not very deep. It's about 20 feet. There's,
But we think that was above water at some point.
it was definitely above water during the last ice age. When it finally went underwater,
Like, I'm
may have
so
been as late as
terrible.
8,000 or
I'm
9,000
just
years
so
ago.
bad.
Is there anything else compelling that's in the immediate area that seems to indicate that there was some sort of a man-made structure?
Well, nobody's looked for it. And the whole effort of
Oh, yeah,
archaeology
he's
has been to
definitely-
dismiss the significance of the Bimini Road.
How would they dismiss
definitely
that?
Well, they say
That
it's just
to me.
they say it's totally natural.
Definitely
Come
groomed for that.
on, is it? Go back to that image again. Listen, but we'll go
This is
back,
the argument.
Go back to that image that we just saw.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
are you sure?
As somebody who spent a lot of time diving on the Bimini Road, I can tell you I absolutely do not think it's natural. I think it's a man-made structure. But the argument is that it's a kind of beach rock that forms in these blocky formations.
Does it? Is that
yes,
right?
beach rock does form in blocky formations. But here I believe that the beach rock has been used as a construction material. But I repeat, the key issue is not whether the Bimini Road is man-made or not. The key issue is that it features on a map above water. And that is a dating project. That tells us that somebody was mapping that bit of the world when it was above water. And
Jamie,
that
go back to that
takes us back a long way into the past.
The one that you just pulled up. Yeah, look at that one.
That's a stunning place. It's an amazing sight.
It's just like the odds of that being in that order with those uniformly sized rocks for how long is that?
Oh, hundreds of feet. It's a huge. It's actually shaped like the letter J. It's a giant underwater structure. It's really an enormous thing and very beautiful to dive on. And there's lots of very gentle, sweet nurse sharks down there that you can play with.
So that looks much more like random.
That's more random, and bits
Yeah.
of it do look more random, and bits of it look highly constructed. I would not seek to claim that the Bimini Road is absolutely man-made. My claim about the Bimini Road is it's really fucking weird that it appears on a map above water,
Yes.
a map that was drawn in 1513 based on older source maps.
Now, when they found that ancient Greek computer thing, on, what is that called?
The Antikythera mechanism.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, that testifies to a lost navigational skill that we have not taken account of before.
Incredibly complex, and it took a long time for them to figure out what that even is.
Yeah.
What do they think that is now?
It tracks the movements of the planets. It's a navigational device. It's a geared, cogged system that allows you to track the passage of time and figure out where you are. It's some kind of navigational device. It's not fully understood.
And
yet.
how old is that?
I think that goes back to Greek times. I'm guessing here because the Greek times are not of great interest to me, but I'm thinking around about 500 BC.
So at least 2,000 years old, 2,000 plus, and we know that there had to be more than one.
Yes, you can't have something like that without a vast effort behind it. Yeah. Human beings were working on creating this geared and cogged machinery that reflected the patterns.
Oh, is that a recreation of it?
That's a recreation.
Oh yeah, let's just ignore all of. Yeah.
Can you buy one
still
of those?
Like modern day philosopher.
Looks like you can buy that, dude.
Let's ignore all of
bookmark that.
Still modern day
right
philosophy,
right next to the plastic
of the West.
So such a thing is a cultural artifact which doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It has to have a context.
Maybe
it has to have a background. And again, my suggestion would be perhaps a secret technology. It's very odd that very few of these have been found, and it may be that ship owners and navigators in Greek times were extremely careful about who they shared this technology with.
Of course.
They may have been as top secret as nuclear power is in our world today.
Sauron or whatever.
But
the
fact is that then we have to. It exists. It's real. It's there. And then we must consider what's behind it. What led to that? Is that just the latest manifestation of something that goes much more deep back
2 hours
into
of perfection.
Human culture?
You can't grill
I think that is. I suppose my main message is that we have a so far untold backstory, that we're concentrating entirely on the front story, and the backstory is very largely missing from the picture. And what I've tried to do is to fill in bits of the backstory.
Do you have anything in this book about the Olmecs?
Sure, he's tried to be.
No, not really. I mentioned them briefly. I explored the Olmec mystery in considerable depth.
Can you explain that to people that maybe
in Fingerprints of the Gods? Yes. So it's considered to be the earliest high culture of Central America. Everybody's heard about the Aztecs. Everybody's heard about the Maya. But before the Aztecs and before the Maya, there were a culture who are referred to as the Olmecs. Again, we don't know what they called themselves. That's what the Aztecs called them. They called them the Olmecs, and it means the rubber people because that rubber-producing area of Mexico. They worked in giant megalithic constructions. What they're most famous for is these huge carved human heads, which can be on a scale of up to 20 to 25 tons in weight, and which have curious features which have been interpreted variously as Polynesian, African, don't look like classic Native American features.
Keep that up.
But one of the things I've realized is that there is no classic Native American feature. That Native Americans are have a very complex genetic story with very many different elements brought into it, and we shouldn't be necessarily surprised by the supposedly non-Native American look of these Olmec heads.
What do we think those helmets were that they were wearing?
Nobody knows, because no physical example of such a helmet has ever been found, just like no physical example of an Egyptian pharaoh's crown has ever been found. All we see is the stone reproductions of them.
Do they universally wear these helmets in these
They pretty much all wear these helmets in the Olmec stonework. There's another fascinating figure from La Venta, one of the Olmec sites, which is the earliest ever image of a plumed or feathered serpent. The feathered serpent is a famous icon in Central America. Quetzalcoatl, who's the god of peace, the bringer of civilization, who is associated, for example, with the famous pyramid of Kukulkan, which is just another name for Quetzalcoatl at Chichen Itza, where on the spring equinox a shadow effect creates the image of a serpent coiling down the stairway and joining with the carved head of the serpent. There's the image from La Venta. That's the earliest image of a plumed serpent in the Americas. And sitting in the middle of it, and I made a big deal out of this because I think it is a big deal in Magicians of the Gods, sitting in the middle of it is this human figure who's holding this strange bag in his hand. And it's just a fact that those identical bags are found in ancient Sumer in the hands of individuals who were considered to be civilization bringers, and they also show up on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe. I call them man bags. And in that case, at Göbekli Tepe, we know they're at least 11,600 years old. So I wonder if we're looking at a sort of badge of office of a group of civilizers who traveled around the world trying to bring back to life a lost civilization and pass down. I deploy a concept in this book that I actually got from Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is the author of the book called The Selfish Gene, and he's not one of my favorite people because he's a materialist reductionist, and he doesn't believe in spirit or any mystery in life, that we're just accidents of chemistry and biology.
He also has no psychedelic experience.
And he said, no, I did challenge him at a public event to go have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca.
And just take acid once.
Just once. It would be enough. But he has an excellent out because, and sadly, he's had a stroke, so he has a good excuse for not doing that. But he's a clever man, and one of his concepts that he's introduced into human culture is the concept of the meme. We're all, I think, familiar with that word. Genes are physical reproductive mechanisms. They reproduce themselves down the generations. They replicate, they multiply, they're passed on from one individual to another. Memes are cultural objects, cultural ideas that are passed on and replicate and reproduce themselves. And what I see right across the Americas and right across the old world as well is a set of memes that involve the sky, that involve the ground, that involve geometry, that involve notions of life after death. And I think the only way to explain these is that they have been inherited from an earlier culture that was in some way connected with the ancestors of all of these cultures. I think that's what we're looking at in the Amazon. We're looking at a meme which was deliberately created. Once you mobilize a population to start creating huge geometrical structures, you are also facilitating many other possibilities that an organized population allows. I think that's what happened at Göbekli Tepe. I think that's why they created the megalithic site there, to mobilize the local population of hunter-gatherers, to give them a project to do, to engage them, and in the process of engaging them, to teach them the skills of agriculture, which are fundamental to any concept of civilization. And it's weird the way agriculture just suddenly appears in Göbekli Tepe. And there's huge agricultural mysteries in the Amazon as well. May I share a couple of those mysteries with you?
Before you do that, though, can you pull up that image from Göbekli Tepe of Pillar
43? Pillar 43 in Enclosure D.
Yeah, you're right.
I would like to see that guy holding that bag. That is really fascinating.
It's the bags are in a row along the top of the pillar. It's Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe.
Is there an image of that online that's available? Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, there's the bags.
So there's the bags in a row along the top. It's the same sort of square-shaped bag with a curved handle that you find on the earliest image of the pillar of the feathered serpent, and that you find. No, you have to go above that, Jamie. Just a little bit higher up the pillar. Those bags, right at the top there. It's odd that this symbol crops up in many different cultures and tends to be associated with
What's the mainstream interpretation of those bags?
There is no mainstream interpretation of those bags. That's my interpretation of those bags, which I freely confess. That's how I read them. I'm intrigued by the anomaly that the similar bag turns up in the hands of the Quetzalcoatl figure and turns up in Mesopotamia repeatedly in the hands of the individuals who are called the Apkallu, the magicians of the gods, the bringers of civilization.
And the plume serpent, Quetzalcoatl it's an Aztec god, right?
Be a miracle if
Quetzalcoatl is an Aztec god, but the Aztecs acquired him from earlier cultures. The very fact that an image of the plumed serpent is given such priority in Olmec culture tells us that system of ideas was present during Olmec time, which takes us back at least to 1500 BC, probably quite a bit earlier than that, whereas the Aztecs are 1500 AD, so there's 3,000 years between the Aztecs and the Olmecs, and that same system of ideas is running through all of those cultures.
And the Mayans had a name for it as well?
Kukulkan.
And what do you think that plumed serpent was?
I think it's very clear from the accounts that have survived that what he's associated with are two things in particular. One of them, he's a god of peace. He's not a war god. And the other thing that he's primarily about is giving the gifts of civilization. This is what you human beings need to know in order to move on to the next level. That is the function and the role of Quetzalcoatl. And there are very similar, we could refer to them as civilizing heroes, who are found in other cultures and other locations. Osiris in Egypt plays that role.
God damn it.
As a bringer of civilization. There's hardly a culture in the ancient world that doesn't remember a time far back in remote prehistory when some kind of supernaturals or advanced human beings, and I prefer the latter, that some kind of advanced human beings were involved in a project to disseminate civilization. I mentioned the Tucano in the Amazon, who are big drinkers of ayahuasca. The Tucano have a fascinating origin myth.
Yo, what's up?
They say that the origin myth states specifically that their ancestors were brought to the Amazon. They were brought to the Amazon by a group of supernaturals who included the daughter of the sun and an individual called the helmsman who steered the serpent canoe in which this settlement mission in the Amazon was performed. And what these so-called supernaturals did was they brought the ancestors of Tucano to the Amazon and they showed them the best places to settle, the best places where they might find hunting, the best places where they might create a village, the best places for agriculture. And then they left. But they left them behind one gift, and that gift was ayahuasca.
Wow.
That's the story of the origin myth of the Tucano. And it sounds to me rather like the other side of the story of that DNA signal in the Amazon, that a group of people were deliberately settled in the Amazon by human beings who they chose to regard as supernaturals. That's what makes sense of it to me.
When I interrupted you to talk about Quetzalcoatl, what were you about to say?
I can't remember.
Oh.
I'm in California. I've been smoking lots of dope, you know.
We were talking about different things in the Amazon. Should we rewind and figure out what we said?
The serpent god you were talking about.
Before Quetzalcoatl, before that. I have another question. The Olmecs, you were talking about the genetics of these people that live in Native Americans, that they vary widely. But the Olmecs seem to have very similar features, the thick lips, the wide noses. Why do we think that is?
Well, this is part of a curious mystery that is not unconnected to the genetic mystery. It's been known by archaeologists for quite a long time that there are anomalous skulls in parts of Brazil, which appear to show very strongly Polynesian or African features, very much like the features that we see on the Olmec heads. And a number of archaeologists who got into trouble with their colleagues for this have used that to argue many years ago, 30, 40 years ago, that the settlement story of the Americas is much more complicated than we've realized. And what the DNA is doing is it's telling us that there was something really weird happened with settlement. You see, what happened with those African or Polynesian-looking skulls was that they were tested for DNA when DNA technology was not as advanced.
Are you a streamer
as it is
too?
today.
Sounds like
and
that
what
name
that DNA showed
gaming.
was that they were more closely related to modern Native Americans than they are to any other people in the world. So the notion that there was some connection with Polynesia or Africa was dismissed. But now that we have very firm evidence of an Australasian genetic signal, Australian Aborigines,
Dynamics, what's up,
Melanesians, with those kind of features. Now that we have the genetic evidence that is found in the Amazon, we have to go back to that old evidence and reconsider it.
Wow. Yeah, I would love to find out what that is.
I want to swing around
They've always
it.
fascinated me. The Olmecs, it's always been such
man.
a strange image.
Nice, dude.
Large heads with the
I
helmets
got
on
Pokemon
them.
Blue growing up.
Did they universally look like
Christmas.
that? I mean,
all of the features are very, very similar.
Wow.
Very, very, very similar.
And always with the
Hard
helmets.
right,
And
the hard left, yeah.
Almost always.
My doors
I won't
improved a
claim
lot
that
after you
every
said
single
that
Olmec head
line.
has a helmet of it, because I
I
think
have
I've
been
seen
getting
one
some
that
good.
didn't. It's quite a while ago since I
That
explored
fence has
the
improved a lot,
Olmec
but
area.
it's
But what's fascinating about them is they are supposedly the first high civilization of Central America, that they create structures on a massive scale, that you can see connections between them and the later Maya. That whole mystery of the Mayan calendar was clearly inherited from the Olmecs. It wasn't something the Maya made up. The Olmecs used that same symbolism. So the Mayan calendar is actually an Olmec calendar. And if we then consider the possibility that the Olmecs may just be the latest, the earliest surviving manifestation of that calendar, it could go back much further than that.
Do you plan on having any debates
I'm losing a lot of time
there. Pose these
Same
ideas?
place as Archives.
Well, it was interesting on your very show, Joe,
I'm just running
to
right
have
the
the debate that involved
Michael
Shermer, who's the editor of The Skeptic magazine, and some colleague of his who came in online, who I got a bit annoyed with, and
I've had some pretty
myself
good,
and my great friend and colleague, the genius Randall Carlson. And I felt that was a very useful debate. I felt that it's possibly the first time that those of us on the alternative side of the argument about history we're given an opportunity really to put our evidence forward and to confront so-called skeptics. Well, it's so-called. That's what he calls himself, Michael Shermer, with this evidence. And obviously I'm biased, but I don't feel that he fielded the situation particularly well. I don't think mainstream archaeology came out of that looking really good. I think it came out of that looking rather ignorant and
when I do go back for Villa Perfect Agent,
and a man like Michael Shermer, who is a professional skeptic, cannot begin to match the knowledge of a man like Randall Carlson, who has devoted his whole life to walking the walk of the geology of the end of the Ice Age in North America, and that showed on that debate. So I think the debate was worth doing. I think it showed that the alternative side isn't just wishy-washy stuff out there on the fringes of things, that there are those of us working in this field who are using really solid information and who our project is to rewrite history. And we're not going to do that with slight information. It has to be solid information. I think we had the opportunity on your show to say that solid information is there. I'm not claiming it was a complete victory for the alternative side. Michael Shermer is a smart guy, and he put forward some good arguments too. And there were constructive aspects of that debate, which I appreciated. I'd like to see much more engagement and much more positive approach. I wish the skeptics, welcome to their skepticism, but I wish they'd be less hateful, less. Is
this the one that's not, man?
Less despising.
Well, they're so defensive with their ideas.
And so defensive with their ideas when the possibility is there for a constructive
How long? Oh my gosh,
debate,
man.
Well, what's interesting to me is that as this evidence piles up, and it seems to be continuing to pile up as more like impact sites and more of this ancient civilization material gets unearthed. It's almost insurmountable.
Yeah, it's almost, and this is how paradigms shift. I mean, everybody's familiar with the concept of a paradigm shift, and there's a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn, which outlines what a paradigm shift is, where an established model in some discipline of science that has been in control of people's thinking for a very long time suddenly falls apart. And it doesn't fall apart suddenly. What happens is that there's an accumulation of evidence which that model cannot explain. That paradigm cannot explain it. It seemed like a great paradigm at one point, but then it doesn't explain this. And then it doesn't explain like the paradigm that says that megalithic architecture is only 6,000 years old.
Over here?
The first megalithic architecture was in Malta. That can't explain the massive megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey 5,500 years before that. It's evidence like that, the slow accumulation of evidence that the existing system cannot explain, that at an eventual point, no matter how strongly the advocates of the existing system hold on to it, no matter how determined they are in their defense, no matter what dirty tricks they may choose to deploy to undermine their opponents, sooner or later the evidence overwhelms them and the paradigm goes down and you have a new way of thinking. And that is the story of science, and it is a story that I think we're at a tipping point in our understanding of the past of the human species. I am not saying that I am 100% right. I believe that what I'm doing that's worthwhile is I'm asking questions about the past that haven't been asked enough. I'm putting archaeologists on the spot and demanding that they explain themselves. I don't claim that I'm right. I'm offering an alternative theory, and my objective is to get people to think for themselves, to think about this stuff, and not to accept the voice of authority as the sole medium of truth. That's what I've tried to do.
Have you had any archaeologists review any of this work and change their opinions?
No.
No.
I haven't. But what I have found, and I found it interestingly during the research trips for America
Cut in
before,
much tighter,
is a younger generation of archaeologists who are in the field.
Okay.
And they are quite different from the older generation of archaeologists who were running the whole scene 25 years ago.
So cut in
now
much
we have a
sooner?
very different
Okay, that's what I was doing before, but I was getting really bad
that has been exposed to open-minded thinking, that has been exposed to the internet, that itself, as part of the general pattern of the younger generation, is suspicious of authority. I'm meeting young archaeologists on sites. For example, I met a couple of really amazing young minds on a site called Blackwater Draw in Arizona, New Mexico.
Oh, it's hard to hear me? Okay,
one of the first Clovis sites. The young archaeologists I met there were incredibly open-minded and really willing to consider extraordinary possibilities about the past, and privately admitted to me that they'd read my books.
Well, that's where I get the hope. I get the hope in this young generation that is growing up with the internet, that does understand that there's a lot more out there than just what they're being taught in schools.
Yes, yeah. This is where the hope lies, and it lies in every area. And it's why one of the intriguing things that has happened with me, and your show is an important part of this, is that when I go around giving public events, doing a public presentation of my work, the demography of the audience is extremely interesting. And this is true whether I'm giving the talk in Britain, whether I'm giving it in Canada, whether I'm giving it in America. Part of the audience are older people who read me in the 1990s, who got onto my work with Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, and they've stuck with me.
Yeah, I was doing that
before.
on
Reading my work. But another part of the audience, and a very big part of the audience, consists to a large extent of young people, most of whom are men, but there are women amongst them as well. And what those mainly young men come up to me and say at the end of the event is,
like, I was watching Carl Jobs, and he did like this.
We first encountered your work on Gyges,
that was the fucking...
And
obviously not like that.
Completely opened our minds. It changed. I've had so many young men say, "This has changed my life." And then I asked myself,
really
why should a different take on the past change people's lives? Why should people feel that their lives have been changed by a different take on the past? Which I add they would not know about unless you'd had the good grace to bring me on your show. These ideas would not be known, but they are known because of the amazing outreach of your show. And the answer to that question, why does it change a person's life, is that once we realize that we have been misinformed about our past, that everything that we've built our idea of who we are upon and of where we're going as a culture may be founded on falsehoods and perhaps even deliberate lies. Once that is realized, then all the questions about the nature of the society we live in become open. And people, young people, are feeling the need to take an independent path, not to follow the path that has been set down for them by previous generations. And in some way, and I'm very gratified to hear this, the fact that I'm an elder now, I'm 69 next birthday, the fact that
You look great.
Thank you. The fact that I, as an elder, have consistently pursued an independent path.
Okay, so we have to pass the trigger line. Much better. Thanks, man. Yeah, I was doing that for the gate, right?
Over the years, but have stuck to my guns and have continued.
Sayonara Gaming. This is Graham Hancock.
Forward. That is, and I'm encouraged to see this. That's found as inspiring by younger people. And what better gift could an old guy hope to leave?
Yeah,
to the world
man.
That
was great, buddy.
Who feel inspired
Thank you
by
so
that
much.
person's work to change the world.
Well,
that's what I was doing before,
but I was very thankful that I could introduce people to you,
gates.
because your first book that I read of you, Fingerprints of the Gods, changed my view of the world. I mean, I remember putting that book down after I was finishing, going, "Wow! Like if he's right,
thanks, buddy.
Like this whole thing is a mess."
Yeah, a complete mess. Because our idea of who we are is very much founded in our idea of who we were. And I think one of the mistakes that's made in our civilization is that we are very conceited, we're very big-headed, and we tend to view the whole story of history as though it's a project that leads to us.
Fixing slightly,
that
sure.
We're what it's all about. And I think what is...
Gates will suffer.
What is, how can I put it,
undermining
of the existing
wall.
system about a new take on the past.
I understand what you're saying. I know what you mean.
The notion that we're not what it's all about at all.
I do. Dynamics DJ,
reached a high level of advancement, perhaps different from ours, but nevertheless
told me to get a CRT,
which was just taken out of the story completely by a global cataclysm.
I understand what you're saying, Dynamics.
We suddenly realized that in a way we're here accidentally, that it's not been a process that's been all about us. And that if we've been misinformed about how we got here, then we need to get the true information about what's going on. So these are, in a way, profoundly revolutionary ideas.
I keep getting stuck there, obviously, as you know. There's like places to get stuck.
That leads to
I am, my man, I am.
And our fears that you were just discussing earlier about how soft we are in comparison to past civilizations in terms of like our ability to live off the land, that's one aspect that bothers me. But one of the big ones that bothers me is the fact that everything is digital. All of our information is stored on hard drives.
You bet.
And if that goes down, there's not much left. You have paper books and you know, a few thousands of years. Imagine what will be left.
Yeah.
We would lose all of our advancement.
Well, I can speak to this at a personal level. There was a time when
how many hours I put in this level?
I could navigate anywhere with maps. You know, my wife Santa and I did huge journeys in Mexico back in the early 1990s in really cheap hire cars with maps, and we found our way everywhere without any problem. Today, I can hardly use
I only really started going for 53 recently. I'd say 30 hours going for 53
GPS technology has come along, and
whatever.
It always tells me where I am. And being a bit lazy, I just accept that technology. But then I had cause to ask myself, supposing GPS, supposing all those satellites.
Damn, I don't even remember it.
No GPS is the whole industrialized human race is going to suddenly be lost. All those Uber drivers who don't know their way from A to B and who rely entirely on their GPSs, they won't know where they're going. And it's true with digital data. The digital data, unlike print data, is very fragile and requires programs in order to access and interpret it that are much more complicated than simply cracking the code of a lost language.
I mean, the programs vary between different phone platforms.
Exactly.
They vary in computer platforms. Yeah. It's so fragile, and it's so, I don't know if there's any precautions that have been taken place to preserve this information.
That's what I've been doing, like hard
Robert
terms
Schoch
like that.
described coronal mass ejection or something crazy.
Take down all the satellites.
Yeah.
No, I don't think preparation has been made, and it's very clear that preparation is not being made for the risk of another cosmic impact. And again, a point that I'd like to make about this is that we are in a sense in a place where history can repeat itself. That there are certain cycles at work. The work on the comet impact 12,800 years ago has very clearly and specifically identified the debris trail of that comet.
I understand that.
And that debris trail is the Taurid meteor stream, and it's called the Taurid meteor stream because it appears to emanate from the region of the sky in which the constellation of Taurus sits. It doesn't. It's within our solar system. It's an optical illusion. The Taurid meteor stream is a giant complex of debris.
I understand.
It is 30 million kilometers wide. What you had was an original comet that might have been 100 to 200 kilometers in diameter, a small moon, which fragmented and broke up into multiple parts. And those parts began to spread out along the whole orbit of the Taurid meteor stream and to widen. The whole thing widened, so it's like a giant tube of debris. And the evidence and the argument is that 12,800 years ago, several large bits of that debris fell out of the Taurid meteor stream and impacted with the Earth. The problem is that the Taurid meteor stream still exists, and our planet still passes through it twice a year. And those passages take place in June and in November, and each passage takes 12 and a half days. And the same group of scientists who are looking at the evidence for the impacts 12,800 years ago are deeply concerned that we may face future impacts from the Taurid meteor stream. There are still large objects up there. This is not theory, this is a fact. There's a comet up there called Comet Encke, which is part of the Taurid meteor stream. It's a large fragment of the original giant comet. Comet Encke has a diameter of, I don't know, 5 or 6 kilometers. There's 19.
I grinded on it. I didn't do the right left. I just did the left.
Calculations indicate that there may be as much as 200 asteroids within the Taurid meteor stream of a diameter of a kilometer or more, which would have catastrophic effect if they hit the Earth. And responsible astronomers regard the Taurid meteor stream as the greatest collision hazard facing mankind at the present time. And it's not something that we need to fall into despair about, because it's perfectly within the level of our technology to do something about it.
What could they do?
Well, to give you an example, commercial interests are looking right now, and the technology is there, to mine asteroids. We can go to asteroids if the commercial interest is high enough. We can go to them, we can mine them, we can extract minerals, we can bring them back to the Earth. The same technology would allow
still in the tunnel by the shadow. Okay.
Fragments. You don't want to blow them up with a nuke. That would be a really bad idea. That would turn.
Yeah, I'm just trying to shave any because I've gotten so many 54s.
Smaller objects which could cause equally massive devastation and would be very difficult to predict.
I know my line isn't very good. I mean, it's not perfect when I do the lookup. I know, I understand that.
Out of a dangerous orbit into
I'm just trying to squeeze anything out of this.
And the evidence is in the next 30
obviously
years we
better
are going
line
to be
would be
passing
better,
through
but
dangerous filaments of the Taurid meteor stream. And if we were smart, we would be devoting some resources to protecting our cosmic environment. Just as there are many issues that we
I tried a
need to devote
session
resources
not
to.
looking up but shooting a bunch,
the one
like
that's
how
most
Carl does on his
attractive to our
52. He
politicians
shoots
at
the fucking
moment
barrels a bunch.
is warfare.
Cuts the lag quite a bit.
Devote limitless resources to technologies of mass destruction. There really is no end to the amount that we're prepared to spend on that in terms of our so-called security. We feel somehow we're making ourselves more secure by having these incredible weapons and spending trillions of dollars on them. But the cosmos doesn't give a fuck about any of that. The cosmos is out there with these giant objects, which have a far greater explosive power than all the nuclear weapons stored on Earth at the present time. The comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, which hit Jupiter in 1994, had a total calculated explosive power of 300 gigatons. If you took the entire nuclear arsenal of the world today and blew it all up at once, it would yield 6.4 gigatons. So these objects are producing catastrophic results on a scale that far beyond anything that we ourselves could do with nuclear weapons. It's time we spent a bit less time and money on weapons of mass destruction and a bit more on looking after this beautiful garden that we call the Earth and that is our home and that will be the home of our children and our children's children. I'm a grandfather now. I feel passionately about this. We need to look after this planet. It's our responsibility as a human species to do so. And one of the challenges, it's not the only challenge, there are many other challenges. One of the challenges is to pay attention to our cosmic environment and to realize that the cosmos
can
really
max this in the B press of the double gate
in the human story. The Taurid meteor stream in particular may have been a hidden hand in human history.
Yeah, I'm doing a terrible job of that. I'm literally running into the fucking...
have affected
I'm doing a terrible job
the
of
course of humanity on this Earth.
I could save a lot of time.
The ancients were very good at paying attention to the sky. We ourselves have amazing tech to study the sky, but for some reason we're ignoring this problem of cosmic impacts. And that's incredibly irresponsible because, as I said a moment ago, it is a solvable problem. It is within the limits of our technology. It would require a global cooperative effort to sweep our cosmic environment clean, but it could be done. And a side product of that global cooperation might be a friendlier, more nurturing, more loving, more positive human community.
It is very odd that we have this infantile nature, even as grown adults and world leaders, that we do like to ignore imminent danger, as long as it hasn't affected us in the past.
Yeah.
There's no real moment we can point to other than Tunguska in photographic history, modern history, where you could take pictures of things. Where we had a giant
and if I can pause you on that very point, the evidence is compelling.
The wiggle through the gate, oh my God, man!
That fell out of the Taurid meteor stream. That happened at the peak of the Beta Taurids in June 1908. it's extremely likely that Tunguska object came from the Taurid meteor stream, because we were passing through the Taurid meteor stream at exactly
I'm laughing
time.
Just because
there's
a lot,
object
man.
Is
it's a fucking hard-ass
be
level.
between 60 and 190 meters in diameter, so it's not a very big object. It's not a kilometer
scale. Aim for the center
object.
of the gate, so slightly turn left.
It's big, but it's not that big. It doesn't even hit the Earth. It's an airburst. It explodes in the sky above, fortunately, an uninhabited area of Siberia. But the devastation is huge. It wasn't even noticed for some years afterwards until scientific teams went in and studied the area and discovered that 80 million trees across 2,000 square kilometers had been completely flattened by that airburst.
Thanks, dude.
And to put that in context, 2,000 square kilometers is the size of London. So anybody who knows London is aware that there's a ring road around London called the M25. If that airburst had taken place over central London, everything of London out as far as the M25 would have been gone completely.
Is that what it looks like today?
Pretty close. It says like 100 years later.
Yeah. And if you go above there, you're looking at the black and whites that were taken in the early 1900s.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Which revealed the extent of this of this damage.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Dynamics.
Not to pay a bit more attention.
That's
to this,
exactly what I was thinking.
At
least like
to actually do something about it.
We have that nature though when it comes to climate change.
There's a curious
denial. Thanks,
there's a denial of the role of cataclysms in the human story, and there is even a word for that in science, and it's called uniformitarianism. And this is a particular philosophy of science where the view is that everything as we see it in the world today is how things have always been. So if we don't see cataclysms today, and they're not playing a major part in our story today, then there weren't cataclysms and they didn't play a major part in our story in the past. That's why, although it's before the time of human beings, when the evidence that the dinosaurs were made extinct by a comet or an asteroid first came out, Lewis and Walter Alvarez, the father-son team who were behind that science, were ridiculed by their colleagues, and they were told it's absolutely absurd. Of course, no cosmic event could have made the dinosaurs extinct. They spent 10 years taking that ridicule until they found the crater in the Gulf of Mexico. Since then, the whole scientific community has accepted that the course of life on this planet was radically changed by a cosmic impact. And, I like to joke about it, but it was a cosmic impact that was big enough, literally, to turn dinosaurs into chickens. Because that's what's left of the dinosaur line, is, the birds. And at the same time, skulking in those primeval forests is this little mammal, and it looks a bit like a shrew, 65 million years ago, going nowhere. The dinosaurs rule the earth. Then the cosmos intervenes. The dinosaurs are swept out of the way, and what happens? The mammals start to evolve very rapidly, and they start to occupy niches that were previously closed to them. And the bottom line is, we would not be here, the human species would not be here, we would not be having this conversation if the dinosaurs had not been made extinct 65 million years ago. So these are world-changing events, and my argument is that such a world-changing event occurred between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, and it's high time we paid more attention to it.
Is there any evidence that there was other species of human beings?
My goal right now is to get 30. Well, obviously, is to hit the lock shot, but it's 37 pause out. See how it's 38? I've only had one 37 pause out ever.
Subspecies of human beings.
Ever. Yeah. So if I can get some, if I can start getting some 37s, obviously I'm going to hit the lock shot, but
and what
that's a
first
big step
drew me
forward.
into
That's a
it
massive
was
step forward.
Denisova Cave in Siberia. I think everybody's heard of the Neanderthals, and these days I think everybody's heard of the Denisovans as well.
A lot of people have it.
I guess a lot of people.
I think that was a one and done stream, my man.
First of all, let's take the Neanderthals. For a long time, it was held that the Neanderthals were stupid, primitive subhumans.
We're doing some ice skating
shambling,
streams.
lacking symbolism. Turns out that that's not true at all. The latest scientific evidence on the Neanderthals is that they were symbolic creatures, that they did do art, that they were in every sense human, and they were in every sense human because anatomically modern humans interbred with Neanderthals. You can't interbreed with another species. They clearly were human beings, but they looked rather different from us, and that's why certain populations in the world today still have 3 to 5% of Neanderthal DNA. Then in Russia, in Denisova Cave, they find a single pinky bone from a little finger. And they do the DNA testing on it, they're able to get a complete genome from it. And what they discover is this isn't a Neanderthal. This isn't an anatomically modern human being. This is another human species. Who they named the Denisovans. They think they're more closely related to Neanderthals than they are to anatomically modern humans, but they're clearly another human species. And they also interbred with anatomically modern humans. And Denisovan DNA survives, interestingly enough. It survives predominantly in Australasia, in Papua New Guinea and amongst Australian Aborigines. So as part of the research for this book, I went to Denisova Cave. I had an amazing, actually just incredible trip to Russia. I hadn't expected it to be like that at all. Siberia, I mean, America is vast, but my God, crossing Siberia, this endless rolling plains, this just vast area.
How did you cross it?
We took a car. You can't travel independently in Russia. It's very difficult. You have to get permission, and you have to state in advance where you're going to be stopping off at. So what I found, and I just did so through the internet, was a local guy called Sergei Kurgin, who had a little tour
Insane
business.
stairs.
In
I guess you're a little too hard there, but like the approach, that line.
I got in touch with him. He found a translator who would translate my emails, and I said, we want to make this journey to Denisova Cave. And can you set this up for us and get all the permissions? And he did, and so we flew into Novosibirsk. Sergei and his translator, who turned out to be a Russian student who spoke good English, joined us, and we did this immense journey across Siberia.
How long did it take?
Oh, it took us 3 days to get to Denisova Cave. 3 days.
Driving every day?
3 days of driving every day. Some stopping off along the way. Incredible hospitality of the Russians that we were amongst. Very independent people. People who are living out there in the wilderness and who actually do know how to survive. It's the first time I've ever drunk milk fresh from the cow. Literally milked right out of the cow and poured down my throat.
How was it?
It was delicious. And the cream, I mean, thick cream. So there was a lot of things about Russia that surprised me. Denisova Cave is a fascinating, beautiful place to visit. It's another example of a missing chapter in the human story that is beginning to be pieced together. It's obvious now that we were not alone, that there were multiple other human species who were human enough to interbreed with us and leave DNA.
And this Denisovan species was only discovered in, was it 2000 something?
Very recently, the 2000s.
7 or something?
It's a very recent discovery. And
Did they leave behind art? Did they leave behind art?
Better than that. They left behind certain physical objects which are extremely hard to explain. One of them is a green stone bracelet. And that bracelet is in the form of a torque, which was therefore slipped on sideways onto the hand. It's not a full ring. And a hole has been drilled through the bracelet. And from that hole, it's been possible to reconstruct that a pendant was hung. Then the archaeologists, there it is, then the archaeologists started to take a look in detail at the drill marks on that hole. And what they discovered was a huge anomaly, that was drilled with a stable, fixed drill, and it was drilled at extremely high speed. This is thought to be 40 or 50,000 years old. There is not supposed to have been any such technology in that period that was capable of drilling with a stable, fixed drill, and yet there it is, and there it appears. So there are also incredible, very fine needles, bone needles that the Denisovans made, very long ones, which suggest that they were stitching very heavy stuff together. And the suggestion has been, were they making skin boats, for example, to use to navigate? That would explain how they managed to get themselves to Australia, which is where the largest amount of Denisovan DNA survives today. There's one of those needles. So there are indications of strangely out of place technology amongst the Denisovans, which is 20, 30,000 years earlier in the human story than it should be. Those kind of needles, that kind of bracelet, you could expect to find them in what archaeologists call the Neolithic, but to find it in the Paleolithic is very puzzling and very odd, and it suggests that the Denisovans were certainly not shambling subhumans, that they were refined creatures.
Can you find out what year they discovered the Denisovans, Jamie? Can you Google that real quick? I want to say it's in the 2000s, but I mean, imagine that human beings have been around for this long. Here we are in 2019, and within the last decade or so, they figured this out.
Yeah, we're discovering new stuff about ourselves. We're discovering that our story is much richer, much more textured, much more layered than we thought it was. It's not a simple story. It's a very complicated story, and we ourselves are a hybrid species. We are the result of interactions with all kinds of different looking human beings, and the end result is ourselves. So it's not just that we carry Neanderthal or Denisovan DNA. In a sense, we are Neanderthals and Denisovans, and they are part of the anatomically modern human heritage. So you make a good point. The fact that this is only being discovered now and that it's an incredibly important, I mean, it completely rewrites the story of our ancestry. The notion 1970s.
Oh, okay, I'm way off.
The real work that's been done in Denisova Cave has been done in the 2000s, from 2006, 2007 onwards.
Genetic examinations.
That's when the major papers have been
2008
have been published,
Yeah.
which have revealed the genome of the Denisovans and revealed the Denisovan connection to anatomically modern humans. The fact that we're only finding this out now, that we told the story of our past and weren't aware of this, raises the question, how much else in the story of our past is there that we're not aware of? Let's stop being so arrogant, so sure of ourselves, so confident in our findings. Let's be more tentative. Let's keep an open mind and see where it takes us. That's the main message that I have from all of this. And I think, and I hope that this will be an effect of this book. I'm not kidding myself that the archaeologists are going to jump on board overnight, particularly so since I'm very critical of American archaeology in this book.
I looked up too early.
I'm critical of it specifically and explicitly because of the dominance of the Clovis first model for so long, which prevented other research taking place. And I have to say, archaeologists like to insult me by calling me a pseudoscientist. I can't think of anything more pseudoscientific than the Clovis first doctrine.
What the fuck was
which
that?
locked American archaeology for 50
Did you
years.
see that? I
in a
hit the
particular
corner or some
framework, which we
bullshit.
now know was totally wrong. Nothing good about it at all. A complete mistake. What I'm hoping the book will do in the long run is that it will lead to more attention being focused on the Americas. This is a very neglected area of the world as far as deep and ancient archaeology goes.
All right, I'll be right back here.
Has been relatively well studied, but the deep and ancient history has not been well studied. And I think America is going to contain revelations for us about our story and about our past. And I'm serious when I suggest that America is the most plausible and the most likely home base for a lost civilization. If you're going to propose a lost civilization, there are certain preconditions. You can't have it on a small island. There's got to be a large landmass with enormous resources and the ability for population to grow and for those resources to be mobilized. And what I suddenly realized, you asked earlier why I started to write this book at all, is what the new evidence is pointing to is that the Americas have been wrongly neglected. That here we have a giant continental landmass with extraordinary resources that has just been ruled out of the story of human civilization. But once we take account of the fact that there was a giant cataclysm over North America 12,800 years ago, and once we start looking, as I do in America before, at the incredible, deep, in-depth similarities between, for example, the religious system of ancient Egypt and the religious system of the Mississippi Valley, then you realize that you're into a global mystery here, and that the answer to that mystery may not at all be in the old world and may very much be in the Americas. See, it's odd. I mentioned Moundville earlier on. It's kind of odd that we should find what is essentially the ancient Egyptian religion manifesting in the symbolism of Moundville, the ascent to Orion, the transit to the Milky Way, the journey along the Milky Way. These are very specific and idiosyncratic ideas. And what makes it doubly odd is Moundville isn't that old. Moundville, as a site, is about 1,000 years old. Ancient Egypt had already been gone completely from the world for at least 600 years before Moundville was created. The end of ancient Egypt, there's Moundville. And what we're looking at in the foreground is Mound B, and we're looking at Mound A in the distance, and a complete circle of mounds. What is odd about it is we find this system of ancient Egyptian ideas in Moundville 500 years after ancient Egypt has gone from the world. The Romans were the end of ancient Egypt. By 400 AD, ancient Egypt is gone. Moundville doesn't even exist then, but 600 years later, it is created and it manifests the entire set of ancient Egyptian ideas. Clearly, it did not get that as a result of direct transmission from ancient Egypt, unless they were time travelers. The only way I think it could have got it is as a result of a legacy passed down from a much earlier civilization that had influenced and affected many different parts of the world. And the characteristics of that civilization, the shamanistic heart of it, the use of altered states of consciousness, the focus on those, are amongst the reasons that I would suggest that America is the place that we should be looking. And the big mysteries are in the areas that were so devastated at the end of the last ice age, up in the north of North America, the channeled scablands in particular, and then the Mississippi Valley, the whole story of the Mississippi Valley. Yes, Moundville is 1,000 years old, but then you can go back to Poverty Point in Louisiana, which is 2,700 years old. You can go to Watson Brake in Louisiana, which is 5,500 years old. You can go to sites like Conley, which are 8,000 years old. The system keeps on going back and disappearing back into time. And I think the most fruitful new work on exploring the origins of civilization is going to occur counterintuitively in the Americas, the very last place on Earth that archaeologists have ever thought to look.
What do mainstream archaeologists, what do they think caused those drill marks in the Denisovan bracelets?
They've not really explained it. The Russian archaeologists who published the report on that are themselves mystified by it, and they realize that it's dynamite. It's an explosive discovery. It's an out of place technology, and so they're trying to explain how come fixed stable drilling, which we thought was introduced first in the Neolithic, maybe 8,000 years ago. How come that is now found in a site that's 40 or 50,000 years old?
That's how old those bracelets are?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Those bracelets are 40,000 years old?
They may have been older. There's recent research suggesting that they may go back 65 to 70,000 years.
Oh my God.
They're extremely ancient, and therefore they're incorporating an out-of-place technology which doesn't fit with the timeline of history that we've been.
I realize how out of place it was.
Very, very out of place. Very, very, very odd feature that we have here. So what this says to me is that we as a species, and I guess this is kind of my pet phrase, we are a species with amnesia.
It's my favorite phrase of yours.
We have forgotten so much more about ourselves than we remember. And what the process of history and archaeology should really be about is a process of remembering. We shouldn't be imposing our ideas of what we should have been on the past. We should allow the past to speak for itself. And when it does so, it speaks eloquently. One of the sites that we visited and explored for America before was Serpent Mound in Ohio. I don't know if you've ever been there, Jamie.
No, I've heard of it, though.
It is an amazing...
Jamie's from Ohio. You ever be there?
Yeah, Jamie and I were talking about it earlier. There's Serpent Mound. There's an aerial view of Serpent Mound.
Oh, that is crazy.
But here's the thing.
Beautiful.
You see the head end of Serpent Mound there? So Santa and I went there at the summer solstice in 2017. We were there on June 21st, 2017. And my wife Santa is a photographer, and we acquired a drone for this specific purpose. And she flew the drone up 400 feet above Serpent Mound, and we sat it up there watching the sunset. And what happens on the summer solstice, and you can only see it perfectly with a drone, there's pictures of it in the book here. What happens on the summer solstice, you can see it from ground level, but you get up 400 feet, you really get it. The head of that serpent is pointing directly at a niche in the distant hills through which the sun sets on the summer solstice, on the longest day of the year. So it's a sky-ground alignment, a perfection that is taking place there. It's a beautiful thing to see, to watch that sun majestically sinking down into the horizon and see this awesome figure of the serpent gazing directly up at it with its jaws open, almost as though it's about to swallow the sun. And then we remember that there are other sites around the world which are also aligned to key moments of the solar year, aligned to the winter solstice, for example. The Temple of Karnak in Upper Egypt, that kilometer-long axis, targets exactly the rising point of the sun on the winter solstice. One of the interesting things about Serpent Mound, and I urge anybody listening to this, go visit Serpent Mound, and especially go there on the summer solstice, because that's the moment, that's the marriage of heaven and earth. That's when sky and ground unite in majesty at that place. But one of the mysteries of Serpent Mound concerns how old is this mound really? How far back does it go? And there have been arguments that there is a group of archaeologists who would like it to be just 1,000 years old, and they attribute it to a culture called the Fourth Ancient Culture. There's another group of archaeologists, in my view, who've done much more thorough work, who attribute it to the Adena culture. The thing about which goes back to 2,300 years ago or so, there's evidence for an earlier construction enterprise. It looks like the site has been continuously reconstructed and remodeled, as we would do with any sacred site. If it begins to wear down, you remodel it. And then you get later organic material being introduced to the site that may give you the impression that the site is only that old. What's intriguing about Serpent Mound is it stands on a natural ridge. And that natural ridge, and this is entirely an accident of heaven and earth, that natural ridge, the head end of it, if you like, is naturally oriented to the summer solstice sunset. Somebody, a long time ago, noticed that natural orientation, and they decided to monumentalize it. Here was a place where earth whispered to sky. The earth, in her own nature, looked directly at the place on the horizon where the sun was setting. This was a highly significant place. This place mattered. So they then created Serpent Mound on top of it. They memorialized it. They turned it into a special place that human beings had had a hand in making to honor the marriage of heaven and earth. And what I found researching this book is that Serpent Mound is not alone in that respect. A lot of people are puzzled by Stonehenge in England. Stonehenge is built on Salisbury Plain. And there are two kinds of big megaliths at Stonehenge. One of them are called sarsens, and the other are called the blue stones. The blue stones, we know for sure, were brought a long way. They were brought from Wales to Stonehenge, a distance of about 150 miles. The sarsens are found in abundance on a place called the Marlborough Downs, which is about 20 miles from Stonehenge. But until very recently, it was thought there were no sarsens on Salisbury Plain at all, and archaeologists couldn't understand why Stonehenge wasn't built on the Marlborough Downs, where the big sarsen stones, the 20, the 30-ton megaliths, were available locally and didn't have to be brought there. Very recent research, 2018 research, has provided the answer that two of those sarsens were naturally in position all the time at Stonehenge, and they are Sarsen Stone 16 and the Heel Stone. And if you stand behind Sarsen Stone 16 and look at the Heel Stone at dawn on the summer solstice, you see the sun rising in direct alignment with the view. And the Heel Stone is like the sight on the barrel of a rifle targeting the sun, and that was there naturally. Earth was speaking to sky. The ancients saw that. They decided this was sacred. They went to huge lengths to bring the sarsens, the rest of the sarsens, from the Marlborough Downs to create the big stone circle at Stonehenge and then to put the blue stones inside it. But initially, what they were celebrating was a natural union of heaven and earth. And that brings us to the notion of as above, so below. That we are connected to the cosmos, that it is part of our heritage. We in modern cities forget the cosmos exists. We have all kinds of tech that can look at astronomy programs. We can all do that, but actually looking at the stars is something that's very difficult for people who live in cities to do. We're cut off from the cosmos. We're cut off from the notion that it is sacred, that it matters to the human creature. And what the ancients seem to have done is to realize how vital that connection is, and to memorialize it, and to celebrate it, and to draw our attention to the intimate connection between ground and sky.
Yeah, light pollution sort of
Man,
fuels our infantile
I think
existence. in a lot
they
of
were
ways, right?
hustling
It
every day.
doesn't
Every day they're
constantly remind us
hustling.
that we're part of this great thing.
Yeah, light
I think they
pollution
body
is
rocked
a huge factor. It's
and
very easy to
retired.
forget that we live in a universe. Very easy to forget that. Very easy to believe that it's just about these cities that we live in and the intimate
What's up,
concerns
Aaron?
of our daily lives.
Oh, did
But
you
in fact,
redeem
we're
Alex
part of
Jones'
something
right?
much bigger.
hilarious.
And my God, I mean, it's a mystery enough to
He
be
was.
born a human being at all.
Yes.
You know, just to be alive is an extraordinary mystery.
Yes.
To have the ability to love, to feel emotions, to understand beauty, to be moved by a symphony. All of these things we take for granted, but actually they're deeply mysterious. We don't really know
He was,
what
man.
we are or who we are, and which is one of the reasons I'm
must have
so
hustled well.
fascinated by Rick
I have to work for
Strassman's
Amazon
work.
again. Oh my
You
God.
presented his film DMT,
Really?
the Spirit Molecule, and on my
Dude,
upcoming
well fucking
speaking
said.
tour, I'm going to be doing an event with Rick on the 14th
Sadly.
or 15th of May in Sedona. I think it'll be the first time that Rick has spoken publicly for quite a while. Rick has a colleague called Andrew Gallimore, who teaches at the University of Okinawa in Japan. And Rick and Andrew have together developed a technology for releasing DMT into human volunteers in a very slow drip that will keep them in the DMT state,
Like
if they
what?
wish, for hours
So
on
dumb.
end. And the intention is to use this technology to explore and map the DMT realm.
When do I sign up?
Soon as possible.
Where do I go?
It's very close. Imperial College, it looks like Imperial College London is going to deploy this technology in further research into DMT, and that research is not going to be purely and simply into the therapeutic potential of a psychedelic, which is very important research to do. It's going to be an investigation into the nature of reality using a psychedelic, the mysterious nature of reality. And it is odd, and you know this from personal experience, that when you get plunged into that DMT realm, it is so different from the realm of our daily world, filled with geometry, filled with these sprightly intelligences, completely internally coherent. How can that be, generated by the brain? Or are we dealing with some other level of reality that we haven't encountered yet? I think that ancient cultures, and in particular my lost civilization, were deeply involved in exploring the mysterious nature of reality and used the plant medicines as part of that process.
When it comes to the Serpent Mound, where the head points in the summer solstice, does that take into account the precession of the equinoxes in terms of
The
trying to...
position of the summer solstice sun on the horizon is not affected by the precession.
Okay.
However, it is affected by another factor, which is a slight nod on the axis of the Earth.
A nod, but not a wobble?
Not a wobble.
What is the nod?
A nod, and it's called nutation. And the axis of the Earth nods back and forward over a cycle of about 41,000 years. And that does adjust the position of sunrise on the horizon over a very long period of time. And it would, in theory, if this idea can be taken seriously enough, it would, in theory, be possible to use very precise observations using the latest modern tech, not simply being up there in a drone and seeing the general connection between the position of the sun on the horizon and the head of Serpent Mound. It would be possible to refine that and actually say, astronomically, the precise date on which Serpent Mound must have been first created to precisely target the rising sun on the equinox.
Wow. And on that note, we just took 3 hours.
Did we?
Flew by.
I would ask your listeners and viewers, while we're talking about Ohio, don't forget about Newark and High Bank.
What are those?
These are two incredible, amazing, absolutely stunning, gorgeous geometrical sites. It's sad, but one of them is preserved within a private golf course.
Oh, no.
However, it's not so sad, because if it hadn't been preserved within a private golf course, it would be gone completely. More than 90% of the Native American earthworks that were documented in the 19th century are gone now. They've been plowed under for agriculture. That's another part of our missing story. There we're looking at Newark. See that octagon and circle combination? Mm-hmm. That's repeated at another site called High Bank, which is 60 miles away. And the octagon circle...
Go back to that, Jamie. Give me a large image of that.
So you
is
see,
this an overlay, or is that what it actually
that's
looks
what
like?
it actually looks like. That's a graphic based on it. Well, the octagon circle combination in the top left of the image are best preserved. The other bits are not so well preserved. And the reason the octagon circle are best preserved is because they're in a private golf club. Where otherwise they would have been plowed under. The interesting thing is that octagon circle combination is 60 miles from High Bank, but there's another octagon circle combination there, and it is oriented at precisely 90 degrees to that one. That speaks of high science in the Mississippi Valley a very, very, very long time ago. There's so much to explore and so much to investigate and so much to inquire into in America. It's just an incredible land, and its mysteries have been hidden from us, and I'm hoping with this book that I have managed to pull the veil back a little bit on those mysteries. And if we're really coming to the end of our... Is it really 3 hours? My God. If we're really coming to the end of our 3 hours, can I repeat, I would love to see readers of my books at my events. I'm doing 3 events in Canada, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And I'm doing something like 17 or 18 events in the United States. I'm just speaking continuously right the way across the US. I wish I could visit every state in the US, but my goodness, this is an enormous country. Every state in the US is as big as the entire British Isles, you know. But I'm visiting as many as I am. I'm going to be giving illustrated presentations. I'll be signing books afterwards. I'll be taking pictures. I would like to meet my readers. And please check out my website, grahamhancock.com. Look at the talks and events page, and you'll see where all these events are occurring over the next 7 weeks. We're on the 22nd of April today. I will not leave North America until the 5th of June.
Well, I hope I see you again then.
Indeed.
Listen, thank you so much. You're a treasure. And this book, I can't wait to get into it. America Before, and the audiobook is available now as well.
Yeah, the audiobook's available. I read it. Yep.
Thank you so much, Graham. It's always a pleasure having you here. I really, really appreciate you.
Thanks for having me back on, Joe.
Graham Hancock, ladies and gentlemen. Bye.
And placed up. The hero will be the victor. Taller than the lion, he acts with a calm force, and the bull, the victim or prize of the contest, remains in his power. Despite the violence in the action, the figure seems company which you have gathered. Is what appears to be a large sculpture relief carved with great detail. It dates to around the 7th century BC, during the time of the Neo-Babylonians and the legendary Nebuchadnezzar. The scene depicts a demonic lion facing a winged superhuman hero. The lion's threatening gestures and the tension in the span of his sharp claws suggests his evil power, but the hero will be the victor. Taller than the lion, he acts with a calm force, and the bull, the victim or prize of the contest, remains in his power. Despite the violence in the action, the figure seems suspended in time, a result of the symmetry of the design. The subject, of an heroic being protecting a domesticated animal from an attacking lion, has a long tradition in Mesopotamia. Here on the screen, in all its majestic grandeur, this very image represents the culmination of several thousand years of Mesopotamian art. However, this relief is in reality only about 1 inch high and was made by me by rolling a stone cylinder, as shown on the left, onto a soft material. In the miniature scale, in the miniature space of the seal, the artist has created a contest of monumental proportions. This is the magnificent, monumental miniature world of ancient Mesopotamian cylinder seals. All of the impressions you will see today and on the website, as well as on view in the library, were made by me. It has taken me years to perfect the technique in order to create an even and true impression of each seal. Before we go further and discuss the importance of viewing the stones as well as the impressions, let us briefly orient ourselves. On the left is a map of the modern boundaries of the land the ancient Greeks called Mesopotamia. You are all now familiar with this map, showing the modern state of Iraq from the news, relating all its chaos over the last several decades. And on the right is a satellite view of the region. Turkey is up here to the north, where the two great rivers of Mesopotamia, the Tigris and the Euphrates, have their sources. And below is the great floodplain, all of this of southern Mesopotamia. What you may not know is that from here, with the border with Turkey in the north, all the way to the Gulf in the south, the level of the land changes only about 30 feet. The land is awesomely flat.
Probably can't see very
with
well.
No quantities of stone, timber, metals, or minerals. The raw material that epitomizes Mesopotamian civilization is mud, refined into clay and used in the almost exclusively mud brick architecture, as shown here on the right in the great ziggurat of Ur, as it has dominated the unrelentingly flat landscape for over 4,000 years to this very day. Mesopotamia bears the stamp of clay, as does no other civilization, and nowhere in the world but in Mesopotamia did people hold the idea of using soft clay as the vehicle for impressed signs to which established meanings were then assigned. An intellectual achievement that amounted to nothing less than the invention of writing. On the screen is an actual sun-dried cuneiform tablet from the Morgan collection.
My mom went to Iraq and went to Baghdad in the 70s. She said it was really beautiful on the river.
High, and this is all the cuneiform inscription. And here you can see it is impressed, or signed as it were, on its edge with a seal in order to authenticate the text of the tablet. You see two standing figures here, and this is the caps of the cylinder seal. On the screen are a number of these cylinder seals. Again, the largest here is less than 1.5 inches. They are among the smallest objects ever produced by sculptors. You can immediately see the beauty in the variety of materials such as white and colored marbles, lapis lazuli, jaspers, carnelians, rock crystal, banded agates, and a variety of chalcedonies, among others. None of these stones were available locally, and all were imported from great distances, such as the lapis lazuli coming from Afghanistan. The seals were all drilled, you see through here at the top, so they could be worn. Indeed, a primary function of these seals was amuletic. A particular stone was thought to have a specific property that would have a beneficial effect on its wearer. The stones such as lapis lazuli, jasper, rock crystal, and many others were often named in Mesopotamian dream and omen literature with their intrinsic metaphysical properties and beautiful colors. Quote, if someone carries a seal of lapis lazuli, he will have protection and his God will rejoice in him. If he wears a seal of mushushu rock, which is actually rock crystal, He will have good fortune wherever he may go. Those are just two of a number of these. Moreover, a seal had a direct relationship to a particular individual. For the seal identified what it was used to seal, a vessel, a sack, a storeroom, or cuneiform tablets we have seen as the responsibility, or as the responsibility of or an authentication by a specific person. To that extent, seals represent the earliest pictorial representation of a person. On the left is an ancient jar sealing from a private collection, and it was rolled around 2300 BC. And this is all that survives of what must have been a spectacular cylinder seal, now lost in the remotest past. You see two heroic figures wrestling with lions. Here's a lion, another lion, an inscription, and it was repeated again here. And this would have been placed over the neck of a jar to secure a cloth covering the top of the jar. And on the right is the tablet again from the Morgan Library that I have shown you. Here on the right is a drawing of a shell inlay showing a woman wearing a seal right here, suspended from her garment pin. This is the cord, that's the seal, and that's the garment pin. The original is in the Metropolitan Museum, and on the left is shown how the great Lady Puabi was found in her tomb at the Royal Cemetery of Ur in the late 1920s, showing her garment pins with her seal. This is her elaborate headdress, much more elaborate than Our Lady on the right. Her shoulders were here. Everything's been removed, but here is the garment pin that you see here, and that's one of her seals as found flopping up as it was left in her burial. The importance of seals to their owners has survived in a biblical text from the Song of Solomon 8:6, in which the bridegroom tells his beloved, quote, "Wear me as a seal upon thine heart, as a seal upon thine arm. For love is as strong as death, passion cruel as the grave. It blazes up like blazing fire, fiercer than any flame." End of quote. What this means is that since seals were so personal, they were not buried with you. So if you were worn as the seal upon someone's heart, and therefore buried with that person here, you would be together for eternity and your love would transcend death. Here is exactly one of those seals referred to in the biblical text and carved 3,300 years ago. The impression is below, and above are various views of the stone itself that can be found on our website. The seal is a beautiful milky chalcedony, as you see above, and it shows a leaping stag in a landscape. This could be a royal image, as an epithet for ruler or prince at the time was the same as the word for stag. With that in mind, an echo of its meaning is surely to be found in a biblical text from the Song of Solomon 2:8-9, in which the bride speaks of her bridegroom, quote, "The voice of my beloved, behold, he cometh leaping upon the mountains, skipping upon the hills. My beloved is like a roe or a young hart." End of quote. This could be an illustration of that passage. Whether it is or is not the point. All of this is in the air at the time. Holland Carter, art critic for the New York Times, has described the image on this seal in particular, quote, "A leaping stag carved around 1300 BC is a masterpiece of sculptural relief. The animal's startled eyes and taut muscles are caught with exquisite, not a stroke wasted naturalism. Two trees that flank him are near abstract bursts of line, mid-air explosions, talk about elegance." End of quote. And this mottled gray limestone seal is perhaps one of the most striking animal representations in all of Mesopotamian art. Again, the limestone seal at the top in several views from our website, and the impression below made by me. This dates again to about 1300 years before Christ. It shows a male figure pursuing an ostrich, here possibly representing the earthly equivalent of the griffin, thought to be the conveyor of death. In other words, the hero here is trying to overcome or conquer death. In a biblical text from the Old Testament, in the book of Job 39:13-17, the ostrich is indeed considered a malevolent creature. And the reason given is that it disdains its young, which may actually help to explain the young ostrich here sort of being shunted off to the side by the fleeing adult. Notice the wonderful naturalism of the squawking head, and as the hero grabs the tail feathers of the bird, the wing feathers bristle up in anger and
That's too bad,
annoyance
man.
at
Sorry,
being
dude.
molested by the hero. And also notice how the entire design is balanced on this magnificent diagonal line starting in the upper left-hand corner, starting here through the shoulders of the
Sorry to hear
hero
that, my man.
into the tail feathers down to the bottom. The whole is beautifully balanced, a magnificent work of art in miniature. Pierpont Morgan was justifiably proud of his collection of ancient Mesopotamian cylinder seals. In 1909, a privately printed volume appeared which published illustrations of 300 impressions out of the some 1,100 seals in Morgan's collection. The author was the Reverend William
We got the
Hayes
Pixel
Ward,
Plus.
who was fascinated by how the images on the seals might inform biblical studies. Ward summarized Morgan's intentions as follows, quote,
But you got the
"It is
Pixel,
the
I'm sure
chief
that's pretty
project,
cool.
as I understand it, of Mr. Morgan in bringing to this country
I hear it has a
the
really good
written and
camera
figural
too.
monuments of the early East, such as tablets, seal cylinders, bas-reliefs, or statues, to put within the reach of American scholars the material necessary for adding to the knowledge of the world." End of quote. This volume from 1909 was the very first publication of cylinder seals in America. Here is an illustration of an impression of a seal dating to about the 12th century BC from that volume, in what was then a lavish, groundbreaking publication showing for the first time photographs of modern impressions of Morgan seals. The impression is not up to the standards that have been developed since. Look how it's not clearly cut, and as the impression was made, the whole image started to become distended. This is too much of a distance between the legs, and by the time you get to repeat of the inscription, all the lines are curved. They're not straight any longer. Never mind. This was the first publication of seals, and is that extremely important. Also notice that the lighting is somewhat uneven across the surface of the seal, and much of the detail is missing. So be it. The publication had a run of 250 copies and was therefore not widely distributed. A year later, in 1910, Ward himself published the first comprehensive book of seals for a wide distribution, and included 3,300 known examples of seals, however, published in line drawing only. Here is the same seal, now numbered 707, and it was by these line drawings, this one here, and it was by these line drawings that the Morgan seals were known for the next 38 years, until the Morgan seals were beautifully published in 1948 by Edith Parada. She was the first curator of seals in the history of the Morgan Library. This was the first publication to treat seals as works of art, not just iconographical information, and present them as such. Here is that same impression, or this is Parada's impression. This is that same impression of the same seal as published by Edith Parada's corpus. Notice how beautifully cut it is. The impression is not distended as the rolling has gone by. Everything is nice and straight and lined up, and how beautifully raked the lighting is evenly across the surface of the cylinder seal. Scholarship focused on the seals because, as I have said before, Mesopotamia is basically a massive floodplain lacking in stone. There is none of the monumental stone architecture or quantities of stone sculpture that attest to the achievements of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Therefore, the images engraved on the seals, to be understood by making modern impressions, represent the largest body of pictorial information to have survived from ancient Mesopotamia, and provide a unique chronological and artistic sequence for well over 3,000 years. The publication of the Morgan seals in 1948 by Edith Parada remains to this day a standard reference, and is how the Morgan seals have been known for the last 72 years. But of course, what has been missing all this time is this image of the actual object itself. Here is the magnificent seal stone that made that impression in the Parada publication. a brilliant red sard. For over a century, the information provided has been incomplete, limited to a drawing of the impression, or at best the impression themselves in various qualities of rolling and often unpredictable lighting. This is unfortunate for two reasons. First, here is an impression of a famous seal in Berlin, as published in the late 30s, and is the image of this seal that is often reproduced. The description of the image identifies the standing male figure in the middle as a priest king standing before an altar here and feeding the sacred herd of the goddess Inanna, and this description is used until this day. However, if you go to Berlin and actually see the seal, you will note that the so-called altar here is really just a chip in the stone. This then changes the meaning of the scene as a whole. One must always look at the stone itself, and to do that you must travel to the various collections, and in this case to Berlin. Recently, a student also wrote that these animals were untamed because they were depicted on a rocky mountainous landscape. Again, this mountainous landscape in reality is just damage to the bottom of the stone. Here is that detail. This is the seal stone itself, which I took a photograph through the case. And this is our hero. There's his face. There's his face. This is the big chip that is the altar. And these are the rough chips that are not mountainous landscape. And also what you don't see is that this seal has a magnificent silver sculpture of an animal on top as a handle that's set into the stone itself. And these are very, very rare. And secondly, first is to see the seal and how it's really carved on it. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, for the ancient Mesopotamians, it was the seal itself that was of greater significance. As I have mentioned, they were worn as amulets and had deep personal associations and significance for the wearer, and the stones themselves had their own intrinsic meanings. It is this personal and amuletic aspect of the seals which is often overlooked to this day. Before we go to the website, I want to show you one specific example in the Morgan that profoundly illustrates the tremendous importance of being able to combine the iconographic information with the material of the seal. First, let's discuss the iconography. Here is the seal, shown here only in the impression, from the end of the Mesopotamian sequence, dating to around 400 BC, when Mesopotamia had been defeated and absorbed into the Persian kingdom. The scene shows the Persian or Achaemenid king dominating lions, holding them up by their back legs and dangling them over two griffins. In a perfectly symmetrical composition where all the design elements focus attention upon the king and his power. The subject, the so-called master of the animals, of a heroic male being dominating animals, is perhaps among the longest lived motifs in art, and particularly in Mesopotamian art. And it had its origins in the late 4th millennium BC. Its first appearance is on the cylinder seal, perhaps the earliest in the Morgan's collection. It dates to about 3,300 BC, to a phase in Mesopotamian history called the Late Uruk period. It's a large piece of serpentine shown in 3 views from the website above here, and in my impression down below. At the center, right here, staring straight out at you, is the earliest known representation of a Cyclops hero anywhere in the world. And indeed, this is about 2,000 years before he becomes a prominent figure in Greek mythology and art. He starts in Mesopotamia. And many of my classical colleagues do not know this, but here he is in the Morgan collection in New York. So here is our staring eye of the Cyclops, and there you can see it in the seal itself. A pair of confronting lions stands on his shoulders. You see here the lion's tails, the bodies, and their forepaws are on his head. And then he's grasping lions by their hind legs and dangling them as they try to bite at his ankles. The lions that the Cyclop grasps symbolize the chaotic power of the natural world. Their domination emphasizes the hero's legendary strength and prowess. The heraldic scheme signifies the control of nature, elements that need containment to ensure survival. On the left, to fill out the scene, a magnificently horned animal is seated in a boat with only its head and wonderful horns visible above the rail of the boat. A lion-headed eagle swoops in to attack. And on the right, you have an animal standing also with wonderful horns trying to steady a boat, acting as a human. And inside the boat is another animal acting as a human, casting a fishing net. Again, a lion-headed eagle is coming in to attack from above. Hybrid animals, as well as animals acting as humans, an active imagination that underpins all animal fables, are already found here and suggest a culture at the very dawn of history with well-developed myths in which animals play a central role. Let's just focus for a minute on the central figure of the Cyclops. There again, his staring eye. Notice how the whole design is beautifully worked as sort of a series of abstract angular lines, such as W's, let's say. Here, at the top with the two lions on his head, and then a larger one with his elbows, and then the largest of all at the bottom with the lions. There's the lion's head, the legs, the waist, the legs, and the lion. It's sort of a series of cascading W's, making a very beautifully proportioned design. Now, this is a tripartite composition, majorly three major elements: lion, hero, lion. And it really is a visualization of the idea of permanence, because if you take one element away, the whole idea of the design itself will collapse and throw off the balance. Now, I said this is the first example of the Cyclops image in Mesopotamia. What I really mean is this is the earliest known example. And look how beautifully formed this already is. Certainly, it must have had precedents which are now lost to us or unknown to us. About 900 years later, during the time of the early dynastic Sumerian temple states and the beginnings of our first cities, again, we are now around 2600 to 2300 BC, is this subject called the so-called contest scene, where domesticated animals are not involved in a conflict with wild animals, but they're not involved in a conflict. Wild animals are often attacking these domesticated animals, and a hero comes in to aid the domesticated animals. This rich lapis lazuli seal, as you can see in 4 views on the top, and it's a magnificent, pure piece of rich blue lapis lazuli, is inscribed here for a prince. And it shows one of these contest scenes of interconnected figures, creating a frieze across the surface of the seal. So here's a hero facing you with a dagger, grabbing a feline by the tail that attacks a stag, which is protected by a hero in the middle, protecting another stag with his arm wrapped around the neck, being attacked by a lion. This is our hero, master of the animals, in the middle of this contest scene. The subject here, by this time, has developed and evolved to represent one of the great cultic dramas of the Sumerians, and that is the eternal struggle between the forces of order and chaos, this eternal struggle, which is our shared fate. The lions representing the chaos of the natural world, with the domesticated animals and man representing the forces of order, and the struggle to impose order on the world around them. What's profound is that in the scenes on the seals, the battle is never clearly resolved, no winner and no clear loser. The Sumerians knew already then that this very struggle is a constant, and how fitting to carve this image on a cylindrical surface, with the scene endlessly repeating itself as you roll it. Now, about 1,000 years later, a very fine cylinder seal style evolved in the 14th and 13th century in the courts of the Assyrian kings, who had outstanding seal cutters in their entourage, and we saw 2 at the beginning of the talk with animals. This rock crystal seal has a complex design combining naturalistically rendered figures and elaborately decorative schemes. Here's our master of the animals again, grasping two lions approaching him he's grasping by the wrist. They're standing on bulls. Then you have a winged sun disk, eagles flying in, griffins and sphinxes on either side of a stylized tree. A very complicated, packed scene full of design elements and all beautifully balanced. And here now is again the Persian seal with the motif now used to emphasize here our king's majesty. This motif I've shown you has been evolving over 3,000 years, from our Cyclops to our Master of the Animals to the Middle Assyrian seal, and now to our Persian king. And it's all been cleaned up so that the focus really is now on the king himself. Now, please keep this motif in mind as we now turn to the stone itself. But before we go to the stone, I must introduce a new object that will play a very important role in our discussion. I've already mentioned Nebuchadnezzar. He is one of the most famous figures in history and is best known from biblical accounts. Nebuchadnezzar was a great general and statesman and a builder with ambition and imagination, whose surviving monuments are without rival in Mesopotamia. The Babylon of Herodotus, including the Hanging Gardens, is largely the work of Nebuchadnezzar's architects. The monumental procession way and the Gate of Babylon, known as the Ishtar Gate, are all built by him. On the left is a picture at the beginning of the excavations of the Ishtar Gate. There it is, poking up out of the ground. And on the right are the finished excavations. You see this at the very top of one of these towers coming out of the ground. It's an extraordinary excavation. And here, a model on the left and a painting of the entire procession way and gate. The Morgan Library has an extraordinary object that belonged to Nebuchadnezzar. This banded agate, about an inch in diameter, it was probably worn in a precious setting, to judge by the chipped rim, the chipped state of the rim from which the setting was forcibly removed. You can see these little chips all the way around the rim. The natural banding in the stone of alternating brown and white bands have been carved to resemble an eye with its dark brown center and white circumference. And this class of objects, called by us today eye stone amulets, were worn to ward off evil. However, this eye stone is no ordinary example of a type. Around the edges of the brown circle inscribed in the finest miniature cuneiform this is some of the finest miniature cuneiform in existence, is an inscription. And you see it's right there, this inscription carved in stone, which was so easy just to impress in clay with wedges. Here it's carved into the stone. And the inscription says nothing less than the following, quote, "To Marduk his lord, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, son of Nabopolassar, gave this for his life," end of quote. In other words, this was given by Nebuchadnezzar as a votive object to be worn around the neck of the cult statue of the chief god of Babylon, Marduk, to continually protect Nebuchadnezzar's life. On the right is a reconstruction of part of Babylon with the great ziggurat in the center. And here is the Marduk temple, where the cult statue stood of Marduk wearing this very amulet given by Nebuchadnezzar to protect his own life. This eye stone agate was acquired by Morgan well over 100 years ago. The Morgan Library is justly proud of its 3 Gutenberg Bibles, but to include among its holdings tangible evidence of Nebuchadnezzar is not to be taken lightly. Now again, please keep in mind this banded agate eye stone, as well as the motif of the hero dominating lions. On the screen is another page from Ward's 1910 publication, which introduced for the first time one of Morgan's great seals, the Persian seal, that is the focus of this part of the presentation. And it is here numbered 1109, and this is it. This is that seal in a very sketchy line drawing. The line drawing is crowded on a page of similar images showing the Persian king dominating or fighting animals. What you learn from this image is that the Persian king has taken unto himself the millennium-old image of heroes fighting lions and now put himself in that visual, even mythological function. But that is all you learn from this image. There is no mention in the text of the material, and you have no idea from this very sketchy drawing the quality of the carving, or is this as a great work of art? Get that from, excuse me, let me just get that. Forgive the introduction. In the Parada publication, there is finally published a photograph of the impression, and one sees for the first time the extraordinary sense of certitude in the king's gestures, with the idea of permanence suggested by the very symmetry of the composition. You see these wonderful stretched out arms, the tremendous certitude that the artist has given the king in this position. The idea of permanence suggested, as I said, by the very symmetry in the composition. In the text of the Parada publication, the stone is mentioned as abandoned agate, but that is that. Notice on the impression from the Parada publication, these shadowy lines that go here and up and around here like this. Here, I don't know if you see all of that. They're very shadowy, and they are omitted from the line drawing in the war publication and unexplained by Parada. These lines can only be explained by viewing the stone itself. It is the very banding of the beautiful banded agate here, leaving a mark in the impression as the cylinder is rolled. And the V-like dip of the natural occurring bands in the stone are incorporated by the seal carver to be centered right here on the pattern of the center of the king's garment, placing him right in the center with this beautiful line of the stone. But most importantly, that is not all. If you actually were able to turn the stone, as you now can on the website, this is what you will find. These are all images taken off the website. For the very first time, never before seen except for the few scholars who have had the privilege of examining the stone in person, one can now see that the eye part here, naturally occurring in the agate, has not been removed, and instead has been incorporated into the seal itself, thereby creating an even more potent amulet for the seal owner. But two things are at work here. First, the seal dates of the Persian or Achaemenid period, as I said, around 400 BC, when all of Mesopotamia had become a mere province of the mighty Persian Empire. The impression shows us that the Persian king has usurped the ancient image of Mesopotamian iconography, depicting power and control. And second, the stone itself shows us that the eye part of the agate has been left in the stone of the cylinder to be worn by the seal owner rather than create a votive object to be given to the cult statue of a god. The only person important enough to wear such an agate, if not a god, would have to be royal. So the Morgan seal has now, with the information provided by the imagery as well as the visuals of the stone itself, unavailable previously, is to be elevated to the status of an actual royal seal. As we go to the website, please keep this in mind. There is a remarkable passage in the Old Testament where the actual rolling of a cylinder seal on clay is used to describe the landscape emerging from the darkness at dawn as an example of the majestic power of the Lord. It is among the Lord's admonitions to Job, 32:12, quote, "In all your life, have you ever called up the dawn or shown the morning its place? Have you ever taught it to grasp the fringes of the earth and shake the dog star in its place, to bring up the horizon in relief as clay under a seal, until all things stand out like the folds of a cloak," end of quote. With these images on the Morgan's website, we are actually coming close to providing the visual visitor with the experience of handling the seal and observing magnified details with spectacular results. Putting works of art on the internet is an extraordinary tool, but even more so for the seals, because for the first time, multiple views of the seals, the object itself, have been made available. This is new and crucial information never before readily available. Here at the Morgan, and I hope when we reopen, you will have a chance to visit this room. Visitors are able to see the Morgan's legendary seal collection on display in the North Room of the McKim, an installation of clarity and elegance not found anywhere else. Here are the seals in cases around the perimeter of the room. And on the web, we have provided our virtual visitor and scholar with an equally unparalleled experience to be found on no other museum site. So thank you to my great colleagues, Dan, Marilyn, and always Graham, and to the funders, Jonathan and Jeanette Rosen. And this is a very beautiful seal of also from the Achaemenid Persian period that ends our sequence of Mesopotamian seals. And look at the beauty of that stone, this beautiful honey-colored chalcedony. And here's just a bull striding on a landscape all by itself. And look at the lighting that Graham caught here on the horn and the face of the bull. That's an exquisite still life all by itself. And yes, this is a chip on the stone. So now let us go briefly to the website, and you can now see this for yourself. And you just go to any of your browsers, you look up the Morgan Library Museum, click on that. Oh, I did click on that. Go back a second. And then you go to collections. This is all very easy. And you go to collections, highlights, and scroll down to Ancient Near Eastern Seals and Tablets. Click on that and you get a little introduction, but go right to Browse Images. So when you go to Browse Images, you get all of the seals that are on view in the North Room, plus some extras. There are about 100 things now on the website. I like to look at, rather than 10 to a page, I like to go right to 40 because I want to see them as many as possible all at once. So you go to 40 and then apply, and then you get 40. And you scroll down to choose any you like. I'm just going to show us several. They are really just so exquisite, and to have this tool. Let's just try this one, 3 stags of the plant. You can either go right to rotate seal or read more. I prefer to start with read more because it gives you then the seal impression and the seal. So then if you go to zoom image, you get a wonderful screen showing you the impression, and you can of course enlarge it and look at any detail you want, and they're really just spectacular. This is an extraordinary tool. And what I love about this seal is that this is a real artist at work, stylizing these wonderful stag horns across the surface at the top of the seal to create a very pleasing, elegant work of art. But that's not all. Each of the animals is really different. Look how they're moving across the surface of the seal. These legs are tight, these are further apart. This one is really moving. So then you X that out and you go to rotate seal. And then what will happen, the seal will rotate quickly in front of you, but you can slow it down. You can enlarge it and then use this cursor, this tool here, and turn it yourself, or you can just do it yourself and slow it down, and you come to wonderful, wonderful images. I love this view of the seal. You can just see, it's a whole still life in itself. Our animal here, you can see the indentation on this side and the beautiful horns, and you can just delight in the seal carver carving this object. And remember that what you're looking at is an artist working backwards, carving in the round in the negative. And that's an extraordinary accomplishment. And we'll go back to the website, and I'd share 2 more with you because I know our time is moving. These are all magnificent. The lapis lazuli seal we looked at earlier. And let's just go down. There's one particular one I want to share with you for a number of reasons. And we'll go to page 2. And it's also from the Middle Assyrian period. And it's also a banded agate. And there's our leaping stag. And it is this seal. So we'll read more. And in this case, I'm going to go right to the rotating seal first, because I want you to see this banded agate. Instead of dark or brown and white layers, it is translucent layers with white. And it's impossible to see what you're carving on this very complex surface. It's extraordinary. There's maybe, I don't know what that is, the eye perhaps of an animal. Turn it again, and there's perhaps a star up here, yes. And just zoom in and look. It's just a magnificent surface, extraordinary. And then, so now we'll go to the seal itself, and on this very complicated surface, look at what the artist has achieved. It is a masterpiece of sculptured art. Here's a lion attacking a mouflon, and all the action is in these arcs and curves. The lion's tail is taut. The animals, the threatened animal's face is between the paws of the lion. Man. And look, there's even a startled expression in the animal's face as it tries to leap up and get away from the attacking lion. So I encourage you all to just browse on these and just zoom in on all of these. And I'll just show you one more, just so that you see. The final page has the wonderful eye stone, as well as the seal that we focused on with the eye stone built into it. But on the page before, and it's the final image I will leave you with,
I might play like
the great seal,
half an hour more, maybe a little more.
Which is a beautiful, beautiful
another
red carnelian. Okay. And it's, of course, this one.
Hey, and please let me know if my capture card goes haywire.
And I want to leave you with this spectacular image.
Flicker or whatever.
Great detail
because I
of our wing genius, and you can see the extraordinary details on this seal that's only about an inch high.
Thanks for waiting here too. Honestly.
So thank you, and please take time and browse through these remarkable seals. And thank you for your patience. It's hard for me to restrain myself from not showing you all of them, but so be it. Thank you.
That was like 20 minutes. Thanks, dude.
Sydney, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. It's so great to see the details of works that you normally can see at the museum, but on such a great, it's a closer level than ever before. We do have some questions. Unfortunately, due to the time, we can't get to everyone, but we do have a few questions that we can ask. The first one relates to your process of creating those impressions. Could you sort of explain more what you do and the materials that you use to create
today, I swear.
Yes, I do. It's if you go to the website, you can see me actually doing it, and that might be actually more helpful. But I use a material that's available commercially called Sculpey 3, and I use semi-firm, and I use a color which is it's not available at last commercially. It's called Museum Gray, but you can use Elephant Gray, which is fine. And the reason why I use gray, it comes in all kinds of different colors, but when I first started doing all this many years ago,
is what made
photography was in black and white, and gray photographed beautifully in black and white. And still, I still use the gray because I don't want to introduce a different color to detract from the beauty of the stones. So when you roll out, you have to knead it till it gets very soft and very malleable.
How long is it take me?
A stone rolling pin, not a wooden one, because a wooden one can leave marks or gunk. And you roll it out with a pie crust. Then you use talcum powder, a caldacine. I'm not plugging caldacine, but that's the one to use because it doesn't have all the other impurities that others do, or the carcinogens that some of them we now know do. And then you rub that in like flour onto a pie crust to smooth it as much as possible. And unfortunately, the process also, when you're kneading it, sometimes air bubbles get into the surface of your material, and you have to take a little pin and pierce all the air bubbles and then gently coax the air out and reflatten it. And then you stand up and you place the cylinder in the seal, you guide it with these two fingers on either side, and then you alternate pressure with your thumbs, and you roll and roll as carefully as possible with as much steady pressure as possible, because you don't want to get ridges, or you don't want to push or distend the image. And this is really
this is a really fucking interesting video.
It takes
I know you guys might think it's super boring, especially if you can't see it.
I can do one in a minute, and sometimes it takes me an hour. It also depends on the seal and how deeply carved to get all of the details. And it's a complicated process, and I spend years trying to get these correct. And as I age, eyesight, it becomes an issue. So anyway, I mean, I probably won't. And then you bake them, and they don't change shape once you bake them. Okay.
Our next question pertains to Pierpont Morgan himself. What sort of inspires him to collect the cylinder seals?
That's a wonderful question and a topic for an entire lecture. It's an extraordinary story. Morgan came of age during the time when a man named Layard discovered the great Assyrian palaces in around 1850 or so in northern Mesopotamia. And it was the removal of these extraordinary stone carvings from the palaces by the French and the British that filled the British Museum, the Louvre, that created extraordinary excitement during this time. And don't forget, this was the time of great scientific discovery. And these scientific discoveries were challenging people's faith. And here, in spite of that, was evidence that the Old Testament kings really existed. Morgan and people of his generation were riveted by this. And indeed, in 1 year alone, when the reliefs from the Assyrian palaces made their way to the British Museum, 900,000 people went to see them. This was the first blockbuster in museum history. And then when cuneiform was finally, the code was finally cracked after a very long struggle in around 1860 or so, these were the names that people knew from the Old Testament, and people were riveted. In fact, Layard's book, Nineveh and Its Remains, you couldn't get copies of it. It was one of the bestsellers. There were endless editions, pirated copies were made. And actually, Morgan purchased these seals, or some of them were purchased on behalf of for the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and were there for a short period of time. And Morgan was ahead of his time. His fellow board members did not really appreciate this material the way he did. And there's a board meeting when they're discussing all this material, and Morgan says, well, I'll be happy to take them to my library. So he purchased them back from the Met, and they have been a treasured collection of the library ever since.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, and that pertains to, do we know anything about the artists who actually created the seals themselves, the carvers of the seals?
Very good question. It is all anonymous. All that we know is that in rations, in the temple inventories of workforces, there are stone cutters and stone carvers, and that's about it.
Well, thank you so much again for this wonderful presentation, and thank you to all of our attendees who have taken part. And if you're interested in more programs like this, of course, we ask that you go to www.themorgan.org/Morgan-Connected. There you'll find a schedule of upcoming virtual presentations, as well as past recordings of Morgan lectures and concerts that took place at the Morgan, and as well as blog posts and many other things that the Morgan has. So thank you again, and I hope you all have a wonderful afternoon.
What?
Baghdad, Iraq, site of so many conflicts in recent years. Dictators, foreign invasion, civil war. The scars of history run deep on this landscape. With a population of some 8 million people, it's the 4th largest in the Middle East. Yet, this isn't the first great city to dominate the southern Mesopotamian plains. Not by a long shot. Heading out into the scorched deserts to the southeast of the city, it doesn't take long until great earthen mounds line up on the horizon. For this is a land of tells. Vast man-made hills built up from the refuse of thousands of years of occupation. Still standing guard over the country they once ruled. Now desolate, remote. Halfway between Baghdad and the Persian Gulf, just to the southwest of the town of Nasiriyah, stands one of the greatest of all those mounds. Once, long ago, the wide banks of the Euphrates passed by here, though little evidence of that can be seen now. The great life-giving river having forsaken the place more than 2,000 years before, leaving just rubble, dirt and bones. And that's how it remained for more than 2,000 years. Wind and time burying the place entirely. By the mid-19th century, however, strange artifacts began to show up in nearby markets. A great revolution in archaeology was taking place at the time. And due to the painstaking efforts of an entirely new branch of scholarship, Assyriology, the ancient script on many of the items, cuneiform, was deciphered, allowing an unprecedented glimpse into that world before, so long ago. And what the scholars read of that great mound by Nasiriyah completely boggled the mind. Its name was and it had been mentioned in the Bible as the very place where Abraham, progenitor of 3 of the great world religions, had been born. Before heading forth with his wife and children to wander the world after the city's demise. At the time, the fledgling field of archaeology mostly concerned itself with collecting tablets and artifacts from ancient sites for further investigation elsewhere. But by 1920, new, more vigorous scientific styles were favoured. And for the first time, a comprehensive investigation of the city itself would be attempted. The man to lead that mission was Leonard Woolley. He'd worked under the pioneering discoverer of Minoan Crete, Sir Arthur Evans, and more recently numbered the famous Lawrence of Arabia in his team. Accompanying Woolley went Max Mallowan and his soon-to-be wife Agatha Christie, who'd later write a book inspired by the journey. The world was watching. It was to be one of the most famous of all archaeological expeditions, unearthing some of the greatest treasures ever found in the ancient world, matching that of Tutankhamun's tomb.
What do you mean stupid?
Almost immediately, Woolley confirmed the city to be
this is amazing. Flappy Bird?
a major centre.
You should make fucking Crappy Bird.
Excavations
you should make a name named Crappy Bird, which is literally just your attempt at
continuous
mimicking
of
Flappy
the site
Bird. That'd be
around
hilarious.
5000 to 500 BC. At its height, the city had been home to approximately 65,000 people.
We
One
can't
of the
make the Egyptian
greatest
granite
the world
statues. No,
had ever
dude, I don't think
seen.
we can. Crappy Bird, oh my god. $1 million idea.
Though European
Or a
work in the
bird
Middle
that
East
poops everywhere. The
begun
goal is
to
you gotta
efforts to
poop on
find the
cars or on
origins of the
people.
Hebrew Bible,
Can you imagine that
it
game?
ultimately revealed so much more.
Oh my god, dude. A side scrolling. You're at the top and just the items at the bottom of the screen are moving from left to right across the screen. And you can move your bird around and poop
Immensely elaborate graves
on
of citizens,
people, on
kings,
shit.
and
Shit on
queens.
fucking shit. If you can make it.
A culture surpassing even Egypt in its antiquity
No, there fucking isn't. Get the fuck out of
and
here.
importance. Thousands
I thought we had
upon
$1 million
thousands of
idea,
graves
man.
were uncovered at Ur,
We could just,
filled with a vast array of objects,
mimic it.
revealing links all across the known world.
Or you make that side-scrolling game with Flappy Bird aesthetics.
One vast
You
royal
make it look like
cemetery in
Flappy Bird?
particular, dated to around the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, was the most spectacular ever found.
What game are you thinking, Dick? What
Gold,
type of game?
lapis lazuli, cornelian, chlorite, bronze, silver, and other semi-precious stones flowed out along with expertly crafted items, musical instruments, and more.
That's hilarious, man.
A world so much older than the Bible was unlocked.
Potty pigeon? That's hilarious, bro.
The apogee of the Sumerians.
That's fucking really funny.
Woolley and those who followed him were able to construct an incredible account of ancient wealth and privilege,
That's really funny.
like Queen Puabi, whose grave goods can still be seen today. And Ur wasn't alone. Just one of a glittering collection of metropolises. In the span of barely a millennium, the Sumerians had established mankind's first real urban centres. With towering walls and religious sanctuaries known as ziggurats, the skyscrapers of their day. Building arguably the world's most advanced civilization. In a landscape entirely devoid of natural resources, the Sumerians radically improved farming and irrigation techniques, resulting in larger surpluses of grain and an increase in the overall food supply. Ultimately, allowing many within their society to put down their plows and pursue other endeavors, such as advanced mathematical and scientific knowledge.
Some of the curves on those granite statues
Perhaps
are
the
so
most
crazy,
famous
dude.
of all Sumerian inventions, though, was the development
And the
of a
size.
complex system of writing.
And the perfection. It's like, how? How do they do it?
First used for bookkeeping, and then later on to record their own history. All of these innovations helped to lay the foundation for some of the most powerful and wealthy city-states the world had ever seen, whose rulers presided over small but significant kingdoms.
Potty pigeon. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Within just a few centuries of Queen Puabi,
This is why I stream.
by the 24th century BC,
To learn about stuff like
this
potty
prosperity
pigeon and
was already
Postal
coming to an end.
4 and Alex Jones.
From its very beginnings, civilization has been incredibly elitist. Far from everyone benefiting from the splendor of the first cities. In fact, most people
Man, there's some really
didn't
good
at all.
Transformers, like a Russian free Transformers game
And by
on
around 2400
Android
BC,
Marketplace.
the world of ancient Sumer
Where like
came to a breaking
your
point.
Bumblebee and your either Camaro or your Transformers. Fucking
Texts
amazing.
uncovered
It's
from
free. It's like
Sumerian
GTA but
city-states such as
Transformers.
Lagash
I used to play that all the
indicate
time
there
with
was
my
a
nephew.
massive chasm between the wealthy,
Years
often
ago.
hailing from the hereditary priestly class, and the impoverished common people.
But then you got the Switch and his
Most
life
of the latter
changed
being
forever.
so mired in debt, they had to sell their own children into slavery in an effort to pay it off. Though not as well documented, it's believed that similar circumstances were prevalent in the other city-states too. Sometime between the years 2350 and 2340 BC, though scholars debate the exact date, a new type of ruler became king of the city-state of Umma. Lagash's great rival. The two had been fighting armed conflicts for centuries, with Lagash generally being the victor. Perhaps out of spite or a desire for revenge, this new ruler brutally attacked Lagash and is said to have massacred many of its people, as well as destroying its great temples. He then went on to conquer and annex other city-states, ultimately claiming to have forged an empire stretching from the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. Most scholars, though, don't take Lugal-Zagazi at his word. He really may only have controlled the city-states of Sumer, which in itself would have been a remarkable achievement. Had he done this, he would have created the first true world empire in history.
What?
But unfortunately for him, that honour would go to another. Not a Sumerian, but one whose origins lay further to the north. A land also remembered in the Bible. Akkad. Though his birth name is not known, he would later call himself Sharu Kin, meaning legitimate king. We know him by a different name. Sargon, the first great king of the Akkadian Empire.
So dumb.
Generally regarded as history's first. Within just a few hundred years, the Sumerians would be forgotten, eclipsed by another power, revered by every state to arise in the region for 2,000 years to come. This is the history of that empire.
I think it was too early.
But first, a quick word from our sponsor.
It's just so dumb.
Hello, and welcome to History Time. As always, I'm your host, Pete Kelly. Currently in my underground secret laboratory, working on new videos.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
The research for this one
Some of the
was
stories were
undertaken
crazy.
for Great History with Cy. Go check out his channel for everything ancient history. Now, I'm still mostly a one-man team when it comes to making these things, and they take years to make. So I'm sure you won't mind me taking a moment to thank the sponsor of this one.
Not yet. Not yet.
It's Magellan TV, a long-time supporter of the channel. Like Netflix.
Did you see
for
Gyges
scholars,
sing
Magellan TV
in Parliament?
is a library of thousands of
Gyges sing, he's a
documentaries to
Canadian
choose from.
politician.
Space,
He
geography,
said in Parliament,
history, science, it's
he
all
started off
here.
a
Streamed
sentence saying,
seamlessly to any device
when
you
I
choose.
become Prime Minister.
When I'm stuck for new ideas,
And apparently
I
everyone
often put
laughed in the
something on
room.
from their playlists. From the Bronze Age to outer space, there's
He's
something here
the
for
leader
everyone.
of the third party that made a
One in
coalition
particular
with
that I
the current
recently
government.
enjoyed, and a playlist I often go
Oh,
back
well,
to,
yeah.
is Eternal Egypt.
He's been such a jerk, though.
Neighbours to the Akkadians.
If he's a cool guy,
And there are
it would have
plenty
been
of
cool,
other
but he's been
ancient
such a
history
jerk. He's been
programs to
such an
choose from
asshole.
too.
And
now
he
I've
runs a
teamed up
third
with
party in
Magellan
Canada,
to
and he
offer
made
you
a
an
coalition with
exclusive
the
free trial.
minority
Just click on the link in the
liberal
description
party
below.
that's in power
Thanks.
to get
Now, back
basically over
to the
50%
ancient
of the
world.
votes in the House of Commons. Basically just to fuck Canada. He sold out his party and himself to fucking.
Every so often in history,
And it's wild because
capable,
the only reason why he's
charismatic leader
irrelevant at
rises.
all is due to the Liberal
For
Party
better or
and like
worse,
Trudeau, the Prime Minister.
disrupts the
For,
world
for him
in which
to
they
say
live
that
entirely.
is saying that
Altering
even though he made this
forevermore.
coalition, he's still planning to overthrow.
Whether Cyrus the
person
Great
that
of
he made a
Persia in the 6th century
pact
BC,
You know what I mean?
Alexander
Like he's
the
literally
Greeks.
saying, "I'm gonna
or Julius
I'm gonna
Caesar
oust you.
3 centuries
We
later.
literally made a pact, and I'm gonna oust you." Like, what?
The long span of antiquity has had its
So
fair
that's-
share
that's
of
what
such
I-
figures.
That's what I thought of when he said that. And he's been a real asshole.
And more than 1,000 years before, in the 24th century BC, the very first arose.
Oh, this is a good run. Come on.
Sargon
Jagmeet
of
Singh's
Akkad would
cousin
go on to become the most powerful ruler
that
had
donated
ever
to
lived
Freedom
until
Convoy.
that time.
Oh, terrible. I like the
In
confidence.
fact,
Yeah.
nearly
really.
all of the future kings of ancient Mesopotamia,
He's
and even
a
beyond,
World
tried to
Economic
imitate
Forum
his
puppet.
style of rule, adopt his empire's
Anyways, that's what
efficient
it reminded me
administrative
of.
system,
The
and claim to be his worthy
self-proclaimed.
successor.
He's such an idiot.
Sargon was considered by those who came after to have
Audacity.
been the model ruler and the epitome of all that a man could and should be. Like Charlemagne and King Arthur in centuries to come, he was the archetypal king who lived long and well.
It's a good run. Oh, what? Like,
Yet, despite all
like,
of
why
his
don't
great
you not rub
achievements
your
and
stupid
fame,
fucking face on
very
the wall?
little is concretely known about
damn
his
it.
early life. Myth, history, and legend entwine. Given the immense chasm of time since he lived, the texts and inscriptions that archaeologists have uncovered about him are generally more legend than fact. The vast majority being Babylonian copies of originals, thought to have existed closer to Sargon's own day. Sometimes called the First Histories, compiled during the age of Hammurabi, writer of the first law code during the Old Babylonian period. These clay tablets are copies of original royal inscriptions, supposedly found on monuments from 500 years before. Though a tiny handful of original monuments survive too. Seized and taken to Elam by a victorious king during the 12th century BC, where French archaeologists found them.
Can you imagine if I tried to go for
One
this
of the more
time
complete copies from Hammurabi's
when I
day,
started playing GoldenEye? There's no
believed
way.
by many to have been commissioned by Sargon
There's no way.
himself, outlines the future king's humble beginnings. He claims to be the son of a priestess.
I would have wasted so
His
much
father,
time.
he says, is unknown. Unable to care for him, his mother put him into a covered reed basket, sending it downriver, where it was later discovered by a water drawer named Aki, who raised the child as his own. It's a story that has parallels to the early biography of Moses, as told in the Hebrew Bible. Adding to the flood myth and the Garden of Eden, concepts which also have their roots with the Sumerians. Though not telling the story of his birth, another document known as the Sumerian King List, first compiled several centuries after Sargon's death, stresses his humble roots, proclaiming him to be the son of a gardener. Eventually, still early on in his career, we're told that Sargon became the cupbearer of a man named Zerubbabel, ruler of the city-state of Kish, an important northern Sumerian city. Standing upriver from all the great strongholds of the south, and existing at a time of intense riverine management, at times in its history, Kish seems to have been able to control the flow of water to a certain extent, holding the lower cities to ransom. Of course, presumably unlike his leader, Zerubbabel, Sargon was an Akkadian, speakers of an Eastern Semitic language, who occupied the regions just north of Sumer, known as Akkad.
Might be fast enough. Might be
as far as the Akkadians themselves, however, not much is known about them before Sargon's reign. Most scholars believe they lived side by side with the Sumerians in many cities, being greatly influenced by their culture and religion. Today, Sumerian remains a culture and language with unknown roots, though it had fully developed by the 4th millennium BC. At vast centres like Uruk.
Yes! I knew it! I knew it was the one.
The very place
For Moonraker, Baron, Dynamics. I got it with Dynamics as the sub. That was the goal. That was my secret goal. Dynamics is the sub. That was the goal.
The Akkadians, though,
I knew it. 2 boosts.
The so-called second phase of urbanization.
Yo, thanks Dick. Thanks Moonraker.
Fuck
Fuck yeah, bro. Yeah, right, bro.
Northern Mesopotamia. At
I knew it.
cities like Ebla.
Yes. Alright, let's do a reset. System reset.
And sometimes nomadic cultures like the
Thanks,
Canaanites.
dude. Thanks everybody.
And the Amorites,
Anomaly.
living on the
Dick.
outer limits of the Sumerian world.
52, let's go, dude.
By Sargon's day,
Fucking...
though, the Akkadians seem to have shared the same gods.
You brought me down, like, in a second.
Living more or less the
good.
same way of life.
Yeah, man.
Yet,
that was 2 boosts.
Roots,
You know what it was? It was the
Sargon,
line.
or at least
I was the gate. No, I'm just joking. No, you're right, though. You're right, though, because I got stuck on the gate. Alright, let's reset.
Whether he came from the mountains or the desert is unclear. But it is he who is given credit for the foundation of the
No, I'm
new
just
city.
joking, bro. No.
Not far from Kish. We called it Agade. Agade's existence has never been in doubt, showing up in contemporary records throughout the third millennium
Prime
BC
Minister moment when I had 52.
However,
yeah, man, I mean,
that
well,
great city,
because that run I had, the door was bad. I think I got stuck for half a second.
We know roughly where it was, near Susa, at the southern edge of Sumer in the Mesopotamian lowland, a region with a lack of agricultural potential. But excellent access to the disparate peoples all around. Regions and cultures Sargon and his descendants would integrate into their own, expanding the horizons of Mesopotamia significantly. Without any archaeology to go on, though, Sargon's city remains obscure. It may be that he really did create the city himself. He allegedly ruled for a ridiculously long time after all. Though some scholars now suggest his cult of personality to have become so strong that it could have caught some of the deeds of his successors in its orbit.
Yes, baby.
As we know, it did those of his predecessors.
Thanks everybody for being
For though
here.
Sargon's is often seen as a new dynasty, a break with the old, really he may have inherited concepts that came before.
My man, you just missed it, my man.
Of the development of kingship.
Sorry, dude, we just got it. We got 53, dude. We got the 5-3.
Of the Lugals.
We got the 5-3, my man.
And warlords.
We got
ruling
53, my man. We just got it, like, literally right now.
Rather than divine rule. Had it not been for the actions of one of those Sumerian kings, Sargon might
Yo,
never
thanks,
have
Eric.
to
Thanks,
anything
man. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, dude. You should see my reaction. I'm pretty like. No, I'm not saying check my reaction. What I'm saying is, I was really excited when I got it. I worked really hard for it.
Taking along the way.
I worked really hard for it, man.
Ultimately expanding his rule over the whole of southern Mesopotamia.
That's what I meant to say. Nice, dude. Thanks,
Sargon
man.
Is often credited with many firsts in history.
Yes.
The first standing army, the first land empire.
Yeah, man.
Really,
that's big. That's huge for me. Let's be honest, man. I was saying, is there another level or time where I can get a better time than that? And the only thing that comes to mind is maybe Caverns 101 or
50 governors, and bringing an end to
Bunker
independence in area.
220. This might be my peak, man.
And
right here, this moment.
He annexed.
I already have the postpartum depression. I don't think.
Growth
When's the next time I'm gonna get a 95 pointer?
It's no surprise, really.
Oh, runway agent, maybe. No.
Had a go.
Maybe. How many people have 21?
Just had to cut off.
Yeah, I can get the one with runway agent. You're right.
His play for power.
You're completely right. You're completely objectively right.
A snake with many enemies.
That's still 95, right?
We're told that soon after Lugal-Zagazi seized Kish, Sargon and a band of faithful followers
I guess I'll upload now.
Marched on Uruk.
Upload now. I gotta edit the video.
Sargon, the king of Akkad, the bailiff of Ishtar, the king of the universe, the anointed one of An, the king of the land, the governor of Enlil. He vanquished Uruk in battle and smote 50 governors and the city by the mace of the god Ilaba. and he destroyed its fortress and captured Lugal-Zagasi, the king of Uruk, in battle.
Thanks, buddy. Dynamics helped me a lot.
He led him to the gate.
You'll see me next time? Thanks, man. Thanks, dude.
Taking Lugal-Zagasi to the gate of Enlil, the holy city of Nippur, was a powerful symbolic gesture.
Should I edit the video right now?
The old king's power was clearly broken, and Sargon favoured by the gods.
Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the 53 bits too, dude.
The old king's ultimate
Hope you're doing well. We're at some top 100. That's sick. It's amazing.
Unlike his early days, Sargon's reign as king, as well as the actions of his new government, are relatively well documented. Much more so than most at the time.
I mean, I might as well edit it.
Though the records make it seem as if Sargon had an easy time conquering so many territories,
go for it right now.
Holding on to them, especially the proud cities
I'll do a
of
screen
Sumer,
caption.
proved to be a challenge. Most of the city-states he claims to have controlled eventually rose up in rebellion against him. Though he and his men, the beginnings of a professional army personally loyal to him, were able to put down every revolt using a combination of fear, brute force, and at times, diplomacy. Within a number of decades, Sargon was able to establish himself as the undisputed ruler of both Sumer and Akkad, as well as reorganizing and reforming many aspects of the societies he ruled.
Sargon, king of Akkad, vanquished Ur in battle, and smote the city and destroyed its fortress. He smote its territory and Lagash as far as the sea. He vanquished Umma in battle and destroyed its fortress.
By around 2334 BC, with the completion of Sargon's conquest, the era that scholars call the early dynastic period of Sumer comes to an end, and the Akkadian period begins. So famed was Sargon that in the 2 millennia to come, Babylonian kings used the title King of Akkad all the way down to the Persian period, the Akkadian king becoming the very embodiment of empire and kingship, what it meant to be a ruler. Lugal-Zagasi was forgotten. When European archaeologists first began excavating in Mesopotamia in the early 19th century, seeking to understand the origins of their own civilization, next to nothing was known of the ancient history of that land, besides the biblical stories, its mud brick cities having died millennia before. One by one, as the years went by, the great mounds began to be investigated, the cities of the Bible unearthed. Foremost amongst these early discoveries was the Assyrian capital at Nineveh, made famous by the early Assyrian era of a man named Ur-Zababa, ruler city-state of Kish, an important northern Sumerian city. standing upriver from all the great strongholds of the south, and existing at a time of intense riverine management. At times in its history, Kish seems to have been able to control the flow of water to a certain extent, holding the lower cities to ransom. Of course, presumably unlike his leader, Urzababa, Sargon was an Akkadian, speakers of an Eastern Semitic language, who occupied the regions just north of Sumer, known as Akkad.
Might be fast enough. Might be
as far as
enough.
the Akkadians themselves, however, not much is known about them before Sargon's reign. Most scholars believe they lived side by side with the Sumerians in many cities, being greatly influenced by their culture and religion. Today, Sumerian remains a culture and language with unknown roots, though it had fully developed by the 4th millennium BC. Vast centers like Uruk.
Yes! I knew it. I knew it was the one.
The very place
For Moonraker, Baron, Dynamics. I got it with Dynamics as the sub. That was the goal. That was my secret goal. Dynamics is the sub. That was the goal.
Of the Akkadians, though,
I knew it. 2 boosts.
The so-called
Turned it down. I turned it down. I didn't know how loud it was. I didn't know if I was going to scream into the mic. That's why I turned it down there. I'm going to upload the video again. Thanks for watching it. Run was pretty lucky. 2 boosts. Not a very good lock gate. Not a very good double gate. And not a very good other gate. But the 2 boosts really saved it.
archaeologist Austin Henry Layard. Work went on for decades, brick by brick, uncovering a vast metropolis of the Iron Age, and great amounts of information on the Assyrian era of the 1st millennium BC. Yet, underneath that city lay far older foundations. In 1931, the latest in a long line of astonishing discoveries was made. For 1,500 years before the Assyrians, the place had originally been built by Akkadian workmen. It was in the Akkadian layers of the city that a number of artifacts were discovered. Chief amongst them, a great bronze head, thought to be part of an impressive statue of an Akkadian king. Though defaced at some point in history, today the head is rightly considered one of the great masterpieces of ancient art, providing a rare glimpse into the art style of the Akkadian world. Generally thought to represent either Sargon or his grandson Naram-Sin. In reality, almost nothing is known about the head, though it is reminiscent of similar heads from Gudea in the years following Akkadian rule. This was an age when realistic representations of humans were almost entirely unknown, making the head entirely unprecedented. This bronze artifact, precisely and expertly crafted, wasn't just a statement of the king's power, but a perpetual embodiment of his very being. More than a representation, for those who looked upon it, this statue would channel the very presence of the king himself, working as a substitute.
Okay, I'm uploading it. Thanks for your patience. It's uploading right now. I'm putting the discussion on the screen capture the upload queue and all that shit. Oh, it's checking. It's fucking. It's. Yo, thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Man. Holy moly! I don't know if you were able to read. If you were reading, if I don't know what was screen captured or not. It was like just. I didn't think I'd get this time when Dynamics told me about it and all that shit from 3 years ago, and holy moly, dude! Look at my controller. This is. So I got this like 2.x. And so I used a Dremel. This speedrunner, Big Tommy, man. He's really good, and he recommended I take a Dremel to the controller. So I replaced with a GameCube stick. You could do that for 2.x, and you take a Dremel to lock in the left-right movement. Like fucking Franken controller, you know. Nice, my Mega Man video is ready. Nice. Yes, baby. Forgot we're uploading the video. I got distracted. No. Pretty bad thumbnail. Fuck you. I think I'm gonna have to definitely change that thumbnail.
State of Kish, an important.
All right, we're just gonna watch this just one more time, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might play some other random GoldenEye. I might try Frigate 00. The engine room route. I might try it on Japanese. I might try
that. Northern Sumerian city. Standing upriver from all the great strongholds of the south, and existing at a time of intense riverine management, at times in its history, Kish seems to have been able to control the flow of water to a certain extent, holding the lower cities to ransom. Of course, presumably unlike his leader, Baba, Sargon was an Akkadian, speakers of an Eastern Semitic language, who occupied the regions just north of Sumer, known as Akkad.
Might be fast enough. Might be
as far as the Akkadians themselves, however, not much is known about them before Sargon's reign. Most scholars believe they lived side by side with the Sumerians in many cities, being greatly influenced by their culture and religion. Today, Sumerian remains a culture and language with unknown roots. Though
volume warning maybe, volume warning maybe.
4th millennium BC, at vast centers like Uruk.
Yes! I knew it. I knew it was the one. For Moonraker, Baron, Dynamics. I got it with Dynamics as the sub. That was the goal. That was my secret goal. Dynamics is the sub. That was the goal. Man, I kind of really want to play some Mega Man. I don't know about you guys. Amazing. Yo, thanks, Baron. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Thank you so much, man.
In his absence.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play some.
I'm gonna play some probably. Was possibly still on display and defaced many centuries later during the sack of Nineveh in the 7th century BC suggests that his power lived on for more than 1,000 years after his death. Notably, the figure is very different from the usual depictions of Sumerian rulers. Generally bald with smiling, benevolent features. This statue has elaborate hair. Whether it was a wig or a new Akkadian hairstyle is unclear, but it wasn't just fashion that changed under Sargon. What he attempted in Sumer was revolutionary. For over a millennium, the ruling establishment had long consisted of priesthood and nobility, working hand in hand to control nearly every aspect of Sumerian society, especially in the cities. Often with single hereditary families controlling all aspects of temple life in their respective strongholds. When Sargon arrived, however, he broke the power of the priesthood and the noble families.
That's awesome, man. There's no way I could play some friggin' Double O right now. Like, there's no way.
Akkadian governors, fiercely loyal to him and him alone. The Akkadians who now controlled these estates were able to keep the vast majority of the crops and revenue for themselves.
Let me take a minute.
A sizable share of the new empire's wealth.
Drink some water.
Such a system also helped to ensure their loyalty to the new regime, obliging them to serve it because it now gave them a huge
Mega Man right now. Why that's
state's success.
You know what we can do?
To the new
I have fucking new. I have.
This transfer of such productive lands also greatly diminished, if not outright destroyed, the power and influence.
I got Pokemon Snap. We can try getting some Charizard PBs.
Because up until then, such property had been their main source of income. While in most cases,
maybe you guys want
Akkadian
actually
government
GoldenEye
compensated
instead.
the previous owners.
Don't blame you.
The estates were still
I think I
forcibly
feel pretty silly
taken.
playing.
There was resistance to the offer, and it's safe to say there would have been serious consequences.
I'm not very good at
for those
Pokemon
refusing
Snap.
to make the sale.
I'll play some more GoldenEye. I'll do some
addition
random
to the
ones. I'll see.
temple
I'll try to get
estates,
some Frigate
Those
Agent
loyal to
PBs or
Sargon
Frigate Secret.
were
Maybe
also
Frigate
put
Secret
directly in
Agent.
charge of managing the main temples and religious
I
endowments.
could probably get better
that were
than
found in
119
most
on
large
Frigate Secret
cities.
Agent. I can
In one
definitely do that.
instance, Sargon
That would
put his
probably be best.
daughter, who later went by the name Enheduanna, in charge of the great temple complex of the moon god Nana in the city of Ur, thus allowing her to directly oversee that institution's wealthy endowment and associating the new kingship with divine support. After consolidating his hold on Sumer, Sargon looked beyond his borders. Claiming to have conquered lands stretching from the western areas of Elam in what's today's southwestern Iran to the shores of the eastern Mediterranean. Bringing immensely wealthy trade routes under his direct control and providing access to others yet further away. These were diverse, far-flung lands, inhabited by people speaking many different languages and worshipping different gods. For the first time, brought under the sway of a single government. Though most of the places Sargon attacked outside of Sumer can't tell their own stories, one place can. Discovered in the 1960s by Italian archaeologists, the city of Ebla had one of the largest cuneiform archives ever found, and a destruction level in the archaeological record to match Akkadian claims. Sargon may even show up briefly in the Ebla records just before the sack of the city, as the King of Kish, or father of the King of Kish, he having put his son to rule there perhaps. Once one of the great cities of the early Bronze Age, instrumental in the urbanization of Syria during the 3rd millennium BC, Ebla now became an Akkadian provincial city. With its millennia-old cities, religious institutions, and complex irrigation networks, Samaria had arguably been the centre of civilization for centuries. And now Sargon shifted this centre northwards to Akkad by establishing his new capital on the Euphrates. It was here that he built elaborate palaces for himself and his family, as well as temples dedicated to his patron deities, most notably the goddess Ishtar. And with this new loyal city as his base of operations, Sargon began the great undertaking of governing his new empire. One of the ways he did this, a mainstay for all empires to follow through the long span of history, was through ingenious political propaganda. Boasting for the first time in history of the exact numbers his forces had killed on campaign, swearing to the accuracy of what he reported, an unheard of tactic for the time, part of a new cult of personality developed to keep his people in submission by ruling through fear and awe. One of Sargon's first acts was to make Akkadian the official language for all administrative purposes. Part of the reason for this may have been to find a common language that could unify the disparate parts of the empire, where, in addition to Akkadian and Sumerian, Elamite, Hurrian, and a number of Western Semitic languages and dialects were also spoken. Sumerian was not abandoned though, with scribes still studying it and using it widely in scribal schools. But as time went on and the government promoted greater use of Akkadian, as well as resettling large numbers of Akkadian-speaking people in Sumer, it was gradually replaced with the common tongue, surviving for thousands of years more when Sumerian died out. As well as the political centre of the empire, Agade became its main commercial hub. Boats carrying goods from Dilmun and Magan, today modern Bahrain and Oman respectively, docked at its ports. Caravans stocking a variety of tradable goods flowed in from Anatolia, Elam, Arabia, and the Levant, traders setting up shop for the future. And it wasn't just Akkadians that benefited from this system. Surviving records from the Sumerian cities suggest it significantly expanded horizons than those they'd had access to before. No longer middlemen, but having direct links to the other side of the world. Around 2500 BC, this burgeoning global trade system was already booming. Largely frequented by independent traders, who'd rarely, if ever, make the entire journey from east to west themselves, rather passing on goods from one region to the next. It seems that, like the Romans did much later, the Akkadians got the whole trade system, or much of it, under their direct control, succeeding where all Mesopotamians after them failed, and directly controlling Elam too. And Akkadian traders went much further. The mysterious ruins of Konar Sandan in eastern Iran, once a city of 20 or 30,000 people, part of the still largely unknown Giroft culture recently uncovered there. A clay seal from Akkad has been discovered, complete with cuneiform and 2 facing figures, typical of Sargon and his successors. It seems Akkadian travellers came here to barter with the trader lords of Jiroft. Standing side by side with their contemporaries from the Indus Valley civilization. In bartering for the chlorite vessels, expertly crafted by the region's workmen. And because of these direct links with Iran, the Gulf, Egypt, and even into the Eurasian steppe, some of the earliest evidence of horses being found in the Middle East around this time. Akkad prospered. Cedarwood flowing down from Lebanon, diorite from Dilmun, grain from Sumer, tin from the mountains of Elam, lapis lazuli, chlorite and tin from far-off Afghanistan and the Indus Valley civilization. Trade ships from Malua, Mahashi and Dilmun coming into port. Due to Sargon's conquests, the world was growing larger. Alongside trade though, Agade became fabulously wealthy from the taxes that were collected from the empire's various provinces. It must have been a truly spectacular place in its day. Surely, one day will be found. The Sumerian king list claims that Sargon ruled for 56 years, an incredible length of time in which such a charismatic leader would have without a doubt left an indelible mark on the society that he ruled over. However, when Sargon died in 2279 BC, apparently of natural causes, several parts of the empire, especially in the Sumerian heartland, broke out in rebellion once more. Of all the artifacts of the Bronze Age world, the monuments, the statues, the inscriptions that come down to us today, few would compare to a single piece of metal casting supposedly ordered by the second monarch to rule over the Akkadian Empire. Though it didn't survive to our time, if it had, due to the sheer audacity and opulence of its construction, it surely would have been the envy of all the world. For Sargon's son and successor, Rimush, according to inscriptions referring to him, not only began to account himself amongst the gods, in a foreshadowing of the full deification of his nephew a generation later, but ordered a statue of himself to be made of pure tin. One of the rarest materials in the world, immensely expensive, largely imported into Mesopotamia from half a world away, and found only in tiny quantities in a handful of locations. The piece would be akin to a statue of pure diamond today, clearly attempting to forge divine legitimacy for the new ruling dynasty, as well as protecting their image of immense wealth and power. It may well be that, like his father before him, Rimush was forging his own cult of personality. And as we shall see, he needed it. Upon Sargon's death, almost immediately the massive state he'd forged erupted into war and chaos. It's not known why Sargon's first son, Manish-Tushu, was passed over from the position of king. Given the tendency of later Mesopotamian rulers to do the same, it may be that Rimush possessed certain qualities of kingship that were desired over his brother. such as decisiveness and a certain level of ruthlessness that would be vital if the empire were to survive its founder's death. Though it may also be that due to a total lack of primogeniture or succession policy, simply the strongest ruled. And Rimush seized power from his elder brother. For Rimush, as with every Akkadian ruler, it would be a baptism of fire, with most of the major Sumerian cities rising up to fight him, including Lagash, Adab, and Umma. Clearly inheriting the strong standing army from his father, the king's retribution was swift. By his own account, Rimush tore down the walls of the rebellious cities, brutally killing several thousand Sumerian troops, while selling thousands of the survivors into slavery. But he went further too, expelling yet more thousands of non-combatants of fighting age in the defeated cities, subjecting them to cruel punishments, mass deportations, and hard labour. Documents uncovered from the city of Umma seem to confirm this, as they tell of citizens working and dying in what can only be described as labour camps. Once the rebellions had been crushed, Rimush stripped many of these cities of whatever remaining lands they had, and like Sargon, distributed them to his supporters. In one of the largest land transactions ever recorded in ancient history, in one fell swoop, the new king seized and reorganised approximately 134,000 hectares of farmland from the cities of Lagash and Umma. Lands they bitterly fought over for centuries, before redistributing them to the new Akkadian landholding class that his father Sargon had created just a few decades before. An entire landed class of cronies, promoted by the new regime. Akkadians and Sumerians too. New men all too happy to go against the old order and tradition in order to further themselves and their families. This culture of nepotism was extremely significant because it meant that the elite and temple priesthoods of these city-states, after perhaps thousands of years, lost all claims to their ancestral lands. It was just another example of how many of the centuries-old institutions of Sumer were being dismantled as a result of the new Akkadian order. The priests had been instated by the gods, and now they were being demoted. Yet revolts continued to rage throughout Rimush's reign, in many parts of Akkad as well as the south. One of these was in the city of Kazulu on the Euphrates River, which had years before also revolted against Sargon, only to have many of its citizens butchered. Contemporary chronicles tell that the city fared no better under Rimush, whose men brutally stamped out any resistance. Akkadian texts claim that 12,000 rebel soldiers were killed, with another 5,000 sold into slavery. Kazulu's walls were demolished. Similar accounts have also been given for campaigns in Elam, a similarly ancient region of city builders. In addition to the thousands butchered, inscriptions on various objects detailed the large quantities of plunder brought back to Agade, and the city of Nippur, centre of Mesopotamian religion. By the end of his reign, Rimush's success in mercilessly defeating his enemies had clearly gone to his head. Beginning to think of himself less as a man and more like a god. Soon enough, though, he would be proved to be mortal after all. Having ruled for only 9 years, Rimush fell to assassins within his own court. Allegedly using not daggers or poison, but cylinder seals, strangling him in a back room. The texts that have been uncovered so far do not state who orchestrated the murder. Though, being such a brutal ruler, he had no shortage of enemies. The most likely scenario, though, is that the assassins acted under the orders of the elder brother, Manish-Tushu, who promptly ascended the throne, inheriting the many wars his brother had started. Around 4,260 years ago, 964 men sat down to a feast in the land of Akkad. Great pieces of mutton and pork roasted on spits, bread, olives, vegetables, and of course, vast quantities of beer flowed. And yet, all was not well. 49 witnesses stood by, ominously surveying the day's events, ready to step in if needed, no doubt. For those 964 individuals were giving up their lands in return for only 2 years' worth of harvests. The men watching may even have been those who were to be allocated this land. The second generation of a new elite. Men looking for the king's patronage, muscling in on the old landowners of the realm. And this scene, recorded on tablets during the reign of the third Akkadian king, Manish-Tushu, was a common one. Like the 2 kings before him, this new ruler constantly sought to expand his own household at the expense of local institutions. This is the story told by the vast amounts of administrative documents recorded on cuneiform tablets. A tale further added to by the archaeological evidence of vast administrative centres at sites like Tel Brak and Tel Leilan, apparently built in part to oversee the immense land reforms taking place. Great armies of bureaucrats recording it all. And yet, in comparison to his brother's reign, Manish-Tushu's seems to have been much more stable. It's possible that many at the Akkadian court preferred the new ruler to Rimush because of an inclination to maintain peace in an empire perpetually riven apart by war. A situation perhaps added to by Manish-Tushu's indignation at being passed over for rule in favour of his younger brother. It may even be that Manish-Tushu and his court faction worked behind the scenes to remove Rimush from power themselves, perhaps even instigating an unrecorded civil war between the 2 men. We'll likely never know. All Manish-Tushu says is that Enlil called him to power. Rather than starting new wars by brutally making examples of those who rebelled, Manish-Tushu quietly finished his brother's conflicts. before focusing his efforts on promoting commerce and opening up trade links with places as far away as Egypt. By this time, few alive had experienced a life outside the yoke of Akkadian kingship. The archaeology suggests that the empire really did now stretch from sea to sea, an immense land empire, stretching from the borders of Anatolia to the deserts of Iran. A remarkable achievement. Many items survive from this time, from excavations all over the Middle East. And yet, one relic in particular is perhaps the best example of the immense power of these earliest emperors. The obelisk of Manish-Tusu. At 1.4 meters tall, this inscribed black diorite stone is a legal record telling of the distribution of 4 pieces of land. Large estates given to the king's officers in the region of Kish. We're told in Akkadian that the stone itself was taken from Magan, across the Persian Gulf, in what is now Oman. Loaded onto boats and docked on the quay at Akkad, where the king fashioned his statue and dedicated it to Enlil. This is a material previously unknown in Mesopotamia. And then, just like his brother before him, in 2255 BC, the king was murdered. Conveniently, his son, already out on military campaign, waited patiently in the wings. He would be one of the greatest Akkadian rulers of them all, overseeing a new unparalleled age of sophistication in art, society and commerce. This is the age of Naram Sin. By the 6th century BC, nearly 2,000 years had passed since the heyday of the Akkadians. It would be another 2,500 years before Leonard Woolley began his excavations at Ur. Elsewhere in the world, this was the age of the Buddha, Confucius, and the burgeoning philosophers of ancient Greece. Paradigm-shifting new styles of thought during this so-called axial age. And yet, in Mesopotamia, where the great kings had never truly lost their power, just consolidating it into the strongest contender, a near unbroken line of culture still stretched back to the very first cities of the world. And at that time, Babylon was the greatest of them all. Some 200,000 occupants lived and died amidst the magnificent gardens and colonnades, centre of the all-powerful Neo-Babylonian Empire. And it was here, in the year 550 BC, that one of the first archaeological digs in history was carried out. In that year, we're told King Nabonidus led men to Sippar to uncover the foundation deposits of the temples of Samas the sun god, Anunitu the warrior goddess, and the sanctuary that Naram Sin had built to the moon god in Haran. Nabonidus then restored all of these sites to their former glory. But he went further too. attempting to date the archaeological artifacts at Naram Sin's sanctuary. Though his estimates were off by around 1,500 years. Naram Sin was clearly still a popular and renowned figure in Nabonidus' day. But what of that king? Why him, and not his father or uncle? Well, like Sargon, Naram Sin was portrayed as the model warrior king. Later in his career, he presided over the very apogee of the state, the very heights of architecture and material goods. A time known in art history as the classical Akkadian era, to differentiate it from the earlier and later eras. And yet, he would be one of Mesopotamia's most controversial rulers too, with a scathing story later told about him. And of course, his reign began very badly, with the greatest revolt yet breaking out against the new order. It was a conflict that could have very easily stamped out the empire before it really got going. Naram Sin describes the war as the Great Revolt, led by the cities of Kish and Uruk, then still perhaps the largest city in the world. Soon enough, most, if not all, of the cities of Sumer, along with the empire's territories in Elam and the west, called their banners, rising up en masse against their imperial overlords. According to Naram Sin's inscriptions, it took at least 9 battles, but ultimately all of the rebel cities were defeated and order brought back to the realm. In what had now become standard practice in Akkadian warfare, the vanquished suffered tremendously. In Kish, the Euphrates River was filled with the bodies of dead soldiers who'd defended the gates of their city, while another 2,500 were slaughtered once the Akkadians breached the walls. And the destruction didn't stop there. After the fighting had come to an end, as punishment, Naram Sin tore down Kish's walls and had the city flooded. Meanwhile, in the Sumerian heartland, Uruk led a massive rebel coalition, including the cities of Lagash, Umma, Adab, Isin, Shuruppak, and even the religious centre of Nippur. They too, especially Uruk, suffered nearly the same fate as Kish, with thousands killed. Their lofty, already ancient city walls being torn down, and in what seems to have been a hallmark of the Akkadian campaigns, their cities flooded. It may seem excessive, but Naram Sin, clearly an astonishingly capable military commander, wanted to make the point that any dissent within the Akkadian realm would be met with death and destruction. Finally, with the state under control, Naram Sin could focus on not only ruling, but expanding his borders yet further. In the 36 years that Naram Sin ruled, he expanded the Akkadian Empire's network territories and tributary states to their greatest extent. Roughly from the kingdom of Marhashi, believed to have been in what's today's central Iran, all the way to the waters of the Mediterranean, and perhaps even the island of Cyprus. One of his many victories is commemorated on the famous Victory Stele of Naram Sin, in which he is seen defeating tribespeople of the Zagros Mountains, trampling the bodies of their fallen warriors. It may have been Naram Sin who finally destroyed early Bronze Age Ebla. Inside the Empire, such was his iron grip that a level of stability does seem to have been reached, allowing less warlike pursuits to be furthered. Naram Sin, for example, was the first Mesopotamian ruler to boast of his hunting prowess, a tradition that would go on for millennia. Though, like all Akkadian rulers, he failed to integrate traditional Mesopotamian leadership with his new order. Naram Sin's reign was the most magnificent period in the entire history of the empire, both militarily as well as economically. It's from the records of his foreign campaigns, not to mention the great monuments erected, such as his Victory Stele, that Naram Sin is mostly remembered as a fierce warrior king. However, he was also a great builder. Along with other sanctuaries, such as that of Haran, he completely renovated ancient Mesopotamia's most famous and sacred temple, the Ekor at Nippur, which was dedicated to the god Enlil. The building was to be the crowning achievement of his reign. Once finished, it would have been an immense sight to behold, one of the most ornate ever constructed. Documents uncovered from that city detail much of its construction activities, as well as the sheer quantity of precious metals and the number of workers involved in its renovation. Overseen by the Crown Prince, Shakalishari. One text records that in addition to hundreds of workers, there were at least 77 special woodworkers, 86 goldsmiths, 10 sculptors, 54 carpenters, and other groups of specialised labourers brought there from all over the empire. By this time, very few, if anyone, left
oh my god, man.
Spent the time before Akkadian rule. Thus, Naram Sin dominated religion. Perhaps seeing his predecessors' downfall in their only being viewed as mortals. Naram Sin had other ideas, seeking to claim a total monopoly over religion. He had a number of daughters, establishing them as priestesses all over Sumer, thus forging intimate links with the various temples. Naram Sin, though, didn't just worship other gods and goddesses. He believed himself to be a god as well. In one inscription found on a monument in the ruins of a temple, the great king wanted the world to know the following.
Naram Sin, the mighty, king of Agada, when the 4 quarters of the earth attacked him together, through the love Ishtar bore him, was victorious in 9 battles in a single year, and captured the kings whom they had raised up against him. Because he had defended his city in crisis, the people of his city asked of him that he be the god of their city Agade. With Ishtar in Eana, with Enlil in Nippur, with Dagan in Tutul, with Nehusag in Kesh, with Enki in Eridu, with Sin in with Shamash in Sippar, with Nergal in Kutha, and they built his temple in Agade.
Yet, unlike Sargon, Naram Sin proved to be especially unpopular in the generations to come. His self-deification, along with what many felt was his vanity, would be remembered by the authors of later epic literature as just a few of the reasons for his downfall. The most notable being the Curse of Agade, a largely fictional retelling of the fall of the Empire, with Naram Sin cast as the reason for its demise. As we've seen, the truth seems to have been far from this. Though he may have believed himself to be divine, after 36 years on the throne of Akkad, like any mortal, Naram Sin died. Not a warrior's death in battle or from the blade of an assassin's dagger, but simply, we're told, natural causes that come with old age. Soon enough, though, everything in the Empire was to change. In 2217 BC, when the new king, Shakali-Shari, came to the throne, the Akkadian Empire stood at the very height of its size and prosperity. Just 25 years later, only a rump state around Akkad remained. Hemmed in, beset by hostile enemies on all sides. Unfortunately, unlike his predecessors, there are relatively few inscriptions dating to his reign.
I think we're gonna go for Charizard.
So it's hard to get a clear picture of the goings-on.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play some Pokemon Snap.
We know he fought a bitter struggle against Gutian and Amorite invaders, amassing at the peripheries of the realm. And not long into his reign, the South finally managed to shake off Akkadian rule. Though the exact details are lost. Several revolts are mentioned in the Akkadian sources. But the outcome of these events, given the Akkadian propensity for propaganda, often remains uncertain. There were several short-lived kings ruling in Agade after Shakali-Shari's death. Though their relationship to the Akkadian dynasty of Sargon isn't clear. The final of these rulers was Shu-Dorul, who later texts and traditions maintain was killed when a people from the Zagros Mountains, the Gutians, breached Agade's walls and set the city on fire. As mentioned earlier though, the ruins of Agade have yet to be found, and so this part of the story cannot yet be confirmed with archaeology. Though surely a city like Agade had to have met its end in a siege. In recent decades, a new culprit for the Empire's demise is often named.
How do you slow down again? How the heck do you slow down? L? Whatever. I need to speed up anyways. Oh my god, I'm so terrible at this game. Pretty terrible. They're all terrible. A terrible photographer.
Yes.
Rail shooter. Terrible. I'm a terrible Pokemon player. Look at this. So my high score is 4180. I think we can do better.
Welcome back. Yes.
Without even trying like crazy strats. Get out of the way, Vulpix. Nobody likes you. So I think Goose uses a GameCube stick to turn faster. Because look, when I turn with this, it's so slow. So I have a GameCube stick. I might use that instead. Whatever. God. That was a pretty good photo. What? Literally ran away because I threw the apple. I suck. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. I'm the worst player. I'm terrible. That would have been such a good photo. God, I'm terrible. I'm way too close. It's not bad. Maybe one of those at the end was pretty good. At least better, maybe. Look at that Moltres, yeah, baby. No. Okay. Oh, I can do it like this. This is so much better. That one's probably the one right there. Oh. Or like... They're not very good. Maybe that? That's probably best. That's my shitty Magmar when you ran away. Terrible.
Yes.
Nice. Whoa, wonderful pose. Nice.
Well done.
Nice. Terrible Magmar.
You were close.
310. Wow. Terrible.
Welcome back. Yes.
This is not an easy game. Alright, we're getting distracted. Oh my god. Here they come. Here they come. I can't believe it happened again. Get in the fucking lava, you piece of fucking shit. Like what? Fuck you. Yeah, there's a tutorial apparently. I'm not doing anything. I'm doing it all wrong. How many pictures did I take? 47? Got one rapid dash. What do you think of that one? Probably this one, right? This one? Which one? What do you think? That one? Oh yeah, my Charmanders. Hopefully I get a better Charmander. I took so many Charmanders. Charmeleon. Which one do you think? I think one of these. I think something like this. It's far from perfect. That one might be better. Wow, nice. What?
Wow.
There are? What? Wow, look at that previous Charmeleon. This has gotta be better. What? Get fucked.
You were close.
Crazy.
Welcome back.
I think I'm gonna try one more time.
Yes.
Then I might try something else. I might try a different game or something, or I might sign off. I don't know. God. Rapidash fuck me out. Speed running this game. God damn it. What the fuck, man? That would have been perfect. I suck, dudes. Too close. probably not the highest scoring one, but let's just see. I still don't know the rules very well.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna try something else after. Terrible. 4,000, that's not bad.
Welcome back.
I'll see a random course.
Yes.
Terrible. What the fuck? Cloister? That's a hard Pokemon, man. Cloister. Fuck you, Pikachu. These are my Psyducks. These are terrible. Oh, we got him.
Yes.
Awful. Oh, a better Slowpoke? Get out of here. No technique though. Oh, I got the technique.
Well done.
This Slowpoke's better than the previous. Look at that. We got the Slowpoke PB.
You were close. You were close.
Well, we got a couple PBs. The Eggland's Cross has been laid in there. No freaking way. You can't be serious. They just like destroyed the city.
Welcome back.
Oh my god, man. Fucking literally tear up the city and fucking abandon it. Jesus Christ. That's awful. I remember when they were building the Shepherd line, it took so long. It took years to build that fucking Shepherd line. LOL, yeah, man. So many neighborhoods have been destroyed by the TTC. TTC has just, like, literally destroyed the city. Alright, we're gonna try some random game. Thanks, man.
Yes.
I'm gonna play for like another like 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna shoot some random fast game. Thanks, buddy.
It's me, Mario. Hello. Press start to play. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
It's so absurd. It's so abusive, man. It's more. It's like twice as much money as what the truckers raised, and they didn't even get that money. As long as you're, I can't spend it. I know it's ridiculous, bro. It's a shaming tactic, I swear. Here we go. We're gonna speedrun this game. We're speedrunning it, my man. Oh God. Oh, that was pretty close attempt. That was pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Not too shabby. I'm like never gonna get it again. I can't believe I even got it first try, oh my god. That's hard, dude. It's really hard. I love this game. Oh shit, that's not right. Let's try the speedrun routes. Oh my god. I suck. God, I suck. Oh god.
Here we go!
Should we go to Jolly Roger Bay? We should for the music. This first level. This is probably my favorite level. This one right here, because you can't pass away. You can't fall. There's no place where you fall to your death, to your pass away. Wow. Oh, JRV takes 3. God. God. I'm terrible.
Here we go!
Should we try Owlness? I want to be a Mario 64 legend, Dick. Oh God. Oh my God, this camera. Not bad. That was a pretty good attempt. That was pretty good. I wasn't even close, but that was pretty fucking good. For like my second attempt ever. Oh, I mean, I wasn't close, but I passed away. Oh my God. Wow. Where am I? Oh. What? Alright, we just need one more star. For JRB. I think I might have watched more Super Mario streamers this year than anyone else. Mario 64. Alright, you ready for the music? I'm gonna play maybe a level of this, and then I'm going to sign off. It's 1 a.m. Thanks for being here. Man, this game is so insanely good. It feels perfect on the 64. Alright, let's try the clip. Let's try to clip in here. That's pretty fucking good attempt. Fucking, I'm gonna be the next Mario star, man, I'm telling you. Actually, I have no idea what I'm doing. Don't know where to go. Okay, I was way off. This is a beautiful level, man. Oh my god. No. Oh my god, Mario, I swear to fucking god. I swear to god, Mario. Like, I swear to god. I swear to fucking god. What the fuck, Mario? Like, get in the hole. Please, just get in the goddamn hole. Like, please. Please. Terrible. I'm gonna pass away. Wow. Okay, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Dick. Thanks, Baron. Thanks, Nolan. Thanks, everybody. Moonraker, everybody. I'm gonna raid somebody. I'm gonna enjoy this music a little bit longer, though.
size smaller, it would be like kind of small. If there was one that was like half the size smaller, yeah, it's definitely not bad. It's not like the worst. I don't want that to be like big part. Yeah, like tomorrow's Casual Fridays. Dude, did you see that? I killed the guard.